cold at the touch, dead in the eyes, no signs of life no more. I put your love under the knife. Leave me to die here all alone. No signs of life no more, no. A crying dove may never fly. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh. 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 Just black and white. Oh. Black and white, just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go. It's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh. 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 Just black and white. Black and white.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Sim Racers World TV, and welcome to another round of the DynamiXX Endurance Series. Another 6-hour race here this afternoon on our channel. It's great to see you all with us again, and what a place to be. The Temple of Speed, Autodromo Nazionale Monza, an absolutely incredible place to host a motor race, if you ask me. My name is Chaz Draycott, and alongside me this afternoon and heading into this evening will be the wonderful Ed May. Ed, we've covered around this season before, and we know that there's a lot of great racing to be had here, but Monza, on top of that, has just got something that extra little bit special for us, hasn't it?
It's a really, really wonderful circuit. Welcome everybody as well. I can see you're all in the chat. Porsche Sport Dynamics Racing Simulators, all excited to see what will happen here for the second round of the DynamiXX Endurance Series. We were treated to some excellent racing, Chaz. You weren't there for it, but at Zandvoort there was some brilliant performances up and down the field, and we're going to be seeing if primarily Sim District GT3, the 45 car currently on the circuit at the moment, can repeat their amazing feat of winning by a margin of over 2 laps last time out at Zandvoort, which was a very strong showing from them. But as well, Chaz, I know our eyes, as unbiased as we will try to be, will be on that Porsche Sport, Porsche Cup car, isn't it? Because there's an old friend of ours just currently pounding around the circuit. You can see him there. There he is.
There he is. There is Peter Mackay, co-commentator of ours here at Sim Racers World TV. I do want to note as well, I know some of their guys will be watching as well, commenting on how the car looks. That spec map, with it being shiny, I know it's probably not supposed to be, but that's your fault, not ours. I'm just going to get that out of the way now. Anyway, Peter Mackay, a great friend of ours, really entertaining commentator, incredibly knowledgeable man. He's probably driving along there, following the Porsche in front of him, telling us about how the end plates of that rear wing came to be or something like that. But he's, to be fair, the straight line speed of that car as well is actually going to put it in contention tonight, isn't it? It's the only car in its class. But that 992 Cup car is rapid in a straight line.
He's going to be going in depth, isn't he, about all the paint supplier for the alloys, all of this wonderful trivia that Peter Mackay comes out with. Does actually go with a very quick time, 1:49.8. Currently faster than a GT3 car at the moment, but that's probably not going to last for too much longer, you would imagine. As he, well, especially if he makes more mistakes like that, making a right dog's dinner of the first chicane. And pulls out of that one. Might be handing over to his teammate now, or is Peter going to be saying, nope, I want to go out again and try and get a little bit quicker?
Yeah, this is the thing with Monza, though. It's a long outlap as well, and especially when you're just powering down a straight and just flooring it in a long straight line, it does feel like it takes forever. But you've got a long time to think about all the chicanes and everything that you're going to get to when you finally do get there. This is Olivier Bultink, currently top of the times at the moment in that gorgeous Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports Lamborghini, using all of the width of the circuit there to go a long way around to start his qualifying lap. Second place is Sandro Marsani for iLivery's Vibe Sports at the moment. Ronnie Heyman is third in the number 832 Porsche as well. Lambos and Porsches, the order of the day really, by the look of it, Ed. We've got one BMW in the field. Other than that, just a pair of Audis. So it's all German manufacturers except for those Lambos.
Yeah, and those Lambos are going to be going very well here. The way they accelerate out of the slow speed corners, in fact, out of every corner, the Lamborghini is very good all around. It does seem to suit a circuit like Monza. You can see it through here, just bouncing over the curves. But then when you get the power down, it just sticks. And then through these next two corners, Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, the car hunkers down. You can see just how stable it is, which when it first came out was a little bit feisty to deal with, but everyone's been able to get to grips with the setup, how to keep the car steady, but also wring the neck of it, get it just on the knife edge where you can extract every minutia of performance. Comes down now into Ascari. Going to send it through the left-hander, bouncing over the inside curves. You can really take a lot of liberties on the track limits there, staying away from those anti-skips on the inside, and then again bouncing over the curve on the left hand before powering his way down the back straight, going into the Parabolica. Crucial to get right this, Chaz, because if you make one small mistake, all that hard work from the lap you've just been trying to complete can get undone from running that little bit too wide.
Yeah, and to be fair, even in endurance racing that I've watched before, in GT3 cars on iRacing at Monza, all it takes is to just push it a bit too hard to cut that corner, hit the curb and get launched into the air, or you can run a little bit too wide.
Brilliant lap from Olivier.
Oh, indeed, yeah. Unbelievable stuff on 46.4. Or you can run a little bit too wide and clip the gravel, and that'll throw the car a really, really long way around and into the wall.
Thing as well, though, the Porsches, they're definitely keeping the Lamborghini honest at the top of the title sheet. Sandro Mazzarri, iLivery's Vibe Sports driver, currently second in the qualifying order as things stands. And that Porsche, very good in the first sector. Those two slow-speed chicanes, the way that the weight is distributed, of course, with the Porsche, with the engine in the wrong place, I'll say this, in the wrong place for an engine, does mean that, of course, the car can turn on 5 pence piece, essentially, go and do those slow speed corners. Very good as well on the brakes, getting stopped from high speed all the way down and through the gears into the first corner. It'll be very handy maybe at the start of the race to see what they can do, maybe challenge Olivier for the start, should qualifying stay as it is. But then for the remainder of the lap, you've got those medium to high speed corners, the two Lesmos, where the Porsche, the weight distribution might start to counteract it as well. Coming through Ascari could be one to think about, trying to balance the weight when you're also really on the edge of performance. Could be interesting to see how that car fares on a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, there was a car there that was just around, one of the Lamborghinis. A lot of black and orange cars in this field. I say that though, just as we look at the X-Swift Racing Events red car, which is just about to go and meet the wall. That's Pieter Dennis. That has gone in. This is Dries Moosdi, a name we've seen a lot on this channel. He's a man that, to be honest, has done many a lap around here, I'm sure, to be honest, Ed. And it's not going to be the last time that we see him racing here, is it, really? He's been a real staple of the channel since it began, really.
Yeah, and it's good to see him still staying out there and actually being very competitive in the top 10. A good job for DynamiXX Racing Simulators. Having a look, though, at the timing as it stands at the moment, I'm keeping my eyes open for DynamiXX Simulators Pink. Where is DynamiXX Pink? Because they were very good. They're down in 10th place at the moment. And they were really, really a standout performer at Zandvoort. Some of the moves that all the drivers were pulling on, trying to come back through the field following a setback early on, an early incident. That was brilliant to watch. So we're going to see what they can do here at Monza. Qualifying not quite going their way, down in 9th place. Ren Verheyen currently behind the wheel, but coming out of Ascari, seeing what he can do to get a little bit quicker. Was just doing an outlap before, so I think this is his first time trying to come around. I know this is still an outlap you can see on the left-hand side of the screen coming through. I'm not sure what our timing software is doing though, Chaz. It seems to have thrown a bit of a wobbly.
Yeah, I just had to update some details there behind the scenes, and when we do that and click OK, it does refresh sometimes. So some of the current gaps get thrown out, unfortunately, but we will get those eventually, and we will see them by the time the session finishes. I love the big pig on the front of the DynamiXX Pink car. That's fantastic. Here's Kurt Van Hoenacker, one of my favourite liveries in the field, if not the favourite livery in the field. The McChallenge by DB team. Gorgeous, gorgeous display of the Belgian tricolour. Of course, the McChallenge part of the McDonald's charities. And the guys behind that do a lot to raise money for any charities they can, really. They do a whole host of fundraising events. Jeremy DeBova is the faster of the two McChallenge by DB teams at the moment in the other Audi, the number 10 car, currently 7th. But as usual, we have a very much Belgian grid with a few Dutch drivers thrown in, and our resident Scotsman is spinning around at the chicane.
Yeah, maybe not flying the way he was hoping to, with all four wheels off of the circuit at one point, going over the sausage curves. Not quite what Peter Mackay was hoping for, and is able to rejoin the racing action in behind Dimmy Deals, Duct Tape Racing, and this is a very good effort in qualifying for Duct Tape Racing. Currently 3rd fastest on an outlap. Trying to keep the car nice up. You can just see a little bit of instability though coming out of the second Lesmo. That's the real trademark, I think, of the Porsche. Through those high to medium speed corners, when you're wringing the neck of it on cold tyres as well. You can see him trying to warm them up. He knows that the car's not quite in the right window before he starts his next flying lap, with just around about half of the qualifying session still to run.
Yes, indeed. Half-hour qualifying gives them plenty of time to get the laps in. You do see a lot in sim racing that qualifying sessions are very short as well. You usually get sort of 10-15 minutes quali. I remember a session recently that I commentated on that had 10 minutes qualifying, that basically at Spa gave you 1 lap, really. And then if you were going to do an in-lap, you could probably maybe get 2. But actually, no, it was 5 minutes. 5 minutes at Spa. So you had to be on it, get out there ASAP, have a fast out lap, a fast second lap. And in a GT3 car, you could barely do that and then get another lap in. So there was a very, very jumbled grid, but it puts you under a lot of pressure, I suppose, and it keeps things very, very interesting. One thing I miss qualifying-wise, Ed, I'm not sure if you witnessed it at the time or have watched it since, but back in the mid-2000s, I believe it was 2003 they started doing it, or maybe even up to like 2005 they started doing it. I think it was 05, where they would send cars out just one at a time, and they would have 1 lap to do. I think they did one of them on the Saturday in the morning, and then in the afternoon they had another session, and they would take the aggregate of the 2 times. But when you watched every single car one at a time, it gave all the teams a good amount of airtime, and it made the interesting qualifying even more interesting, because you get to see everybody and see every single lap, rather than them all just sort of coming sporadically all over the place. It's a bit harder to keep up with like that.
Didn't Formula One also try and do that recently? I think was it in 2018 or I can't remember when it was, but I know it was. They tried it in the Australian Grand Prix and then never again because everyone hated it.
Yeah, they did some sort of knockout.
They did something
thing.
Weird with qualifying. Yeah, they did like a weird knockout thing when everyone went around like one at a time as well, didn't they, or something? Was it not? Oh, I can't remember. But they did something bad to qualifying, and I remember it being rubbish.
Yeah, it was like every few minutes the last few cars got knocked out or something. But it meant that they all didn't have chance to go back round and do another lap, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's very, very strange. I've just noticed on the timing tower on the left-hand side, we had a few drivers there that aren't in GT3 classes. For some reason, the information isn't matching up. So while Peter Mackay and the Porsche Sport team will show us 20th, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know that, as you'll see at the top of your screen, they are now fastest in their class. But there you see the issues that we're having. It says that there's a few different classes going on here, so we'll still try and figure that out. When there are a lot of drivers and a lot of teams in an event like this does happen. So apologies is all we can say for now. I will try and get it fixed for you all because we love you. Anyway, currently we're looking at Dimmy Dales. Oh, hello. That was Peter Dennis. He went off there before. That was a proper off, that one, Ed. That was a real throw it at the scenery moment, that one.
Yeah, it was sort of the carnage, I think, was censored a little bit by the foliage on the exit, so we didn't quite see the wreck of the Lamborghini into the tyre barriers, but, well, the picture still tells the story that he got it all sorts of out of shape going into the corner and then trying to correct it, sent him off the circuit and actually exiting stage left. But we can come back now to some on-track action following Jürgen van der Peer. DynamiXX Bell speed, just a little bit wide. I'm not sure if that's going to invalidate his lap time, but it's definitely not going to make him any quicker getting a couple of wheels out onto the gravel. Coming through the first of the 2 Lesmos. Again, quite wringing the neck of Porsche, but still you can see how close everyone is in this mid-pack. There's a real difference from the top 2 down to 3rd place, and then everyone's, well, within about, half a second.
Yeah. Incredibly close. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes on while the racing goes on. Now here was a car I was trying to pick up on earlier. This is the number 3 of Sebastian Pedersen, the Tri-Racing Porsche. Gorgeous looking machine, and asymmetrical livery will always go down well with me. Making his way down the straight now, hugging the wall on the right hand side. Now this is going to be a bit of a sore point for some people. I'm going to ask you straight on the spot, Ed. What do you make of going that far over the white line?
I mean, you should stay in the white line, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think you can hug that white line, maybe 2 wheels off on the right-hand side. But, yeah, that far over to the wall, I'm not sure I agree with. I think it should be just to that white line. So, I mean, if we see now with Stephen DeWolf, you'll see the white line on his right as it comes around. You know, people will go to about there, that.
That's
Thank you, Stephen. Stephen absolutely nailed that. That's exactly what I deem as acceptable. That is exactly it. As Martin Deckens goes 3rd fastest for DynamiXX Racing Simulators. Of course, the title sponsor of this championship, and we thank Dynamics for sticking with us in the Sim Racers World community and Sim Racers World TV. Constant support is always very much appreciated. But it's going to be another very, very busy race, I think, here, Ed. And to be honest, we've got a massive, massive plethora of Porsches now, which has been a very popular addition to the GT3 class. It's a real staple, isn't it?
Yeah, I will admit, I've not been the biggest fan of it when I've been driving it, but I can see why people enjoy it, because if you get it right and in the sweet spot and you've come to grips with the car, you've got, obviously, the way to drive it. It's a bit like the Porsche RSR in the GTE category. I really struggled with it at first, but then once you put time into the car, it really does reward you. You feel a lot of satisfaction from getting it right lap after lap. And in an endurance setting, there's no fun. There's no better car to drive, really. And I'm sure Peter Mackay and the Porsche Sport boys will echo those sentiments, considering, I mean, they are in a class of their own. They're not really fighting with anyone. But that new addition as well to iRace in the new Porsche Cup is, oh, it's brilliant. I'm not sure if you ever had a chance to drive it, Chaz, but it is something else.
I'll admit, I've only driven it once and it was on a controller, so I do not have an accurate representation of how to drive it. However, everyone that's spoken to me has said it is a joy. This is quite a nice car to look at. The amazing Belgian car. Now, they've made it look like it's got some sort of, you know, that oily finish where it's like chameleon paint.
Yeah,
looks really,
I know what you
really
mean.
cool. However,
I can see it now coming through Grande. Oh, light showing off that.
I like that. It upsets me, though, that they've still got the white numbers on the cars. Now, this is something that it's nobody's fault other than iRacing's. So what iRacing have done, to explain this, everybody, if I slow this car down, if you look on the door, you'll see the number board and then the white number that clearly isn't in the right place. Now, on iRacing, you can obviously choose a livery for your car before you put a custom one on it. What iRacing have done with this car and the BMW M4 is given us basically liveries you can choose from that affect any custom livery. So because you've chosen, say, the factory livery on this car, which is white, black and green, it puts the white numbers there because that's where they would sit on that livery. But then when you put a custom one over the top of it, the number is never in the right place, so it just doesn't quite fit. What you've got to do in a case like this is go in to the iRacing UI and just choose a standard plain livery, not any of the iRacing factory ones or anything, and then it will give you the black stamped numbers. It's just really frustrating that iRacing make these the default liveries. It's the same on the BMW M4. The factory BMW M4 livery had white numbers on it. iRacing have applied that, and they're not in the right place, are they?
And it's the same as well on the Porsche Cup car that we're going to see. I think if we go to Holroyd with the spec map.
Yes.
Because that car has a spec map embedded into the default paint. So then when you put a custom paint over it, it overrides it and makes it all look a bit weird.
Yeah, indeed. It's a bit frustrating. But
And I learned that from, I think, one of your streams, Chaz, when you were doing, I think you were covering, was it the
it'd be
Porsche Sport or something?
It'd be Porsche Club Great Britain, that would
Porsche
have
Club,
been.
yeah, that was it.
Yeah, me and Peter, who we'll be watching in this race, did discuss that. I've had Luke Holroyd message me beforehand. He was just asking how they fixed that, but he's now out in the car. Still looks great anyway. Delivery based on Lorcan Hannafin's paint from the real world Porsche Club of Great Britain. As Bavo Follen for Decimo.be goes third fastest with a 1 minute 47.05.
Big improvement.
Very big improvement indeed. That's a really, really good time, that. And it's important here that you try and break away from drivers behind you, because the slipstream is going to be probably the main talking point of today's race, I'd say, Ed. It's going to keep a lot of drivers together until they get to the corners, where I'd say that's probably going to be the main decider, isn't it?
Yeah, Bavo Follen was really one of the standout performers as well in that Decimo B car. He's definitely the quicker of his teammates, so all the advantage he can accrue. Oh my word, look at that, monstering it over the curves in the second chicane. Well, I was going to fly us out the screen there.
That was a big, big send. Absolutely massive. I bet Jürgen Knockout, who we look at here, was thinking, please don't. Huge, huge send. Now, here's another car that's not black, yellow and red like a lot of the others. Looks kind of like a core sim racing car, I must say. It's the Zenom Esports 2 Lamborghini, car 169. Yves Fredericks at the wheel at the moment as Pedersen goes 15th. So Yves Fredericks currently is just over 2 seconds off the pace at the minute, which, to be fair, with how long a lap Monza is, that's not really that bad, is it?
No, definitely not. And I mean, of course, when you've got multi-class, well, not multi-class, but multi-driver endurance racing, obviously different drivers will be quicker. Some drivers will be more consistent. Other drivers better over one lap, and some drivers also better at managing strategy, maybe looking after the tires towards the end of a stint, looking after the fuel to extend the stint a bit further. Each of those sort of factors can compound together, and it's basically going to be who has the best team of drivers when you're all so close like this. It's going to come down to the smallest gains making the biggest difference.
Yeah, and that's it. It's one of the most interesting parts of endurance racing is that you get not just 3 different drivers with 3 different levels of pace, but you have that across every other team as well. So you could have one driver in a team that's a lot quicker than the other 2 drivers that are in, but they could disappear at the start and then maybe fall back into the clutches of the other guys further back. So even if you're not the 3 fastest drivers on the grid, you want a team that's consistent, so you know exactly what to expect when it goes from stint to stint. We've got Stephen DeWolf just pushing this Lamborghini around a bit at the moment. It doesn't seem to be behaving itself, does it?
No, he isn't, and I'm not sure how the car's set up. Maybe not to how he's liking it. He's on an outlap though, Stephen the Wolf. So I think he's just trying to get a bit of heat into those tyres, but doing it in what an extreme way. As we see Duct Tape Racing now improve into 5th place. Then it's Pink go a little bit quicker as well, up into 9th. So track is starting to ramp up a little bit more rubber being laid down. Of course, that's the advantage of these longer qualifying sessions, is that the track evolves more, whereas over, say, 15-minute quali, you don't tend to see that evolution of track condition, of lap times, as much.
No, that's very true, because you need to be able to experience that track development and see how it's changing to maybe get an idea of what it's going to be like in the race when that goes on as well. Because at the end of the day, it makes a huge difference in a long distance race like this. It can, I mean, you know, if you've got drivers that really aren't prepared for a track to change as much as it's going to, it can make or break your race. It really can.
Because some drivers as well, like you say, better at different aspects. Sometimes you can have, well, you mentioned drivers that are really quick, but maybe not as good as the race management in terms of the fuel and the tyres. So it's best to have them in maybe at the start of the race to make up positions, then also at the end when it is essentially just a sprint to the finish all again. So we might be seeing that from teams like Decima B with Babo Follen, who is very, very quick in that Porsche, what he can do off the start. Maybe try and give his teammates a little bit of breathing space, then work to the strategy, look after the fuel, look after the tyres, and put Babo in the best place towards the end of the race to go out and make a few more places.
And that's the thing. You can often have drivers that maybe don't qualify too well, and then there will be drivers that then fly through the field all the way as the race goes on. I was going to say, I thought that I thought there was a Lamborghini-looking machine behind that Porsche there. The Luke Tice car, just it seemed to have a very thick rear wing on it, and that'll be exactly why. He was hiding a little Lamborghini behind it. It's one of the Porsches pulls over. This is DynamiXX Bell Speed car. Up into 2nd place now for Bavo Follen. Some 0.3 of a second, nearly 0.4 off the fastest time so far, but still brilliant performance from him there. Scott McFall is in the pit lane, so he will not be doing another lap. Let's see who else we can go to. Stefan Kalbrecht crosses the line. Number of outlaps though, one of them being Joe Leulenbroek in the Zenem Esports 1 car. Now, one of their cars is white, one's black. We've just got to remember that.
Do like the look of the Zenem Esports cars. They're both black and white. It just goes so well, doesn't it? Something about the orange, the accents on the way as well. I think the Lamborghini lends itself to being painted very nicely. The sharp, aggressive angles at the front and down the sides means you can do quite a lot with it. Whereas I think some of the other cars, I think the Porsche, especially the GT3 car, is one that's difficult to get good paint for. Some teams, as we've already seen, have done a good enough job, but some other cars, it's very difficult to get them to look nice, Chaz.
Yeah, you've got to have something that really flows, and especially when you're in a sim racing team that races multiple cars as well. Whoa, hello, who was that getting sideways? It was not De Bova, it was Jürgen Knockaert, and he has put the car in the wall.
Taking a knock on the rear, Jürgen.
Certainly has, mate, certainly has. That's not gone to plan there. Now here's Brent Verheyen He's going to start a timed lap now with the pink pig on the front of that machine. Car 88. Go on the chopper cam and chase down Brent, as you'll see him screaming down the straight here at Monza. Hard onto the brakes. Now, anyone that follows me on my social media would have seen that I was lucky enough to go to Monza with Clio Cup Europe at the end of October, and I stood on the podium, which was unbelievable, watching GT3 cars racing there. I watched the Italian GT Endurance Series, and I watched the start being stood on the podium, but you get that amazing effect that you may have seen on the likes of Bozzy 92's videos or NM2255 videos, where they always film cars testing and driving around Monza. And when the car is really far away, going down into the braking zone for the first chicane, you'll see the brake lights come on, but it'll sound like the car is still flat out because the sound takes that long to travel back. So it sounds like they're still downshifting when they're actually halfway around the chicane already. It's pretty incredible. And these guys, I mean, we don't really witness that too much in the sim, to be honest, but I think it just really owes itself to how long the straights are here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a real driver's track, though, isn't it? One that everyone loves to come to, and qualifying is going to come to an end here. We're going to follow Brent Verheyen through the final corner. Parabolic curve for the last time in this qualifying session. Where can this 88 car come the end of qualifying? 9th place at the moment. Can he get it that little bit quicker now, coming through the Parabolica? Really using all of the track, but not stepping too far over the white line and then hugging to the inside. Not as much as we've seen other drivers do. Brent Verheyen coming across the line now. And does he improve? No, he doesn't. Stays 9th fastest for the moment, Chaz. Are we going to see any improvements from cars further behind, though? I don't think so. The only driver that seems to be on a flying lap is Stephen de Wolf, and I'm not sure if he's got the pace just to get that a little bit quicker. We're going to see, though. He is fairly close to that lap time, as Olivier Bultink is, I think, very safe at the top of the timing sheets.
He is indeed looking good right now in that Sim District car. Let's see what Stephen de Wolf can do. He did a personal best sector last time round in Sector 4, which he's just completed, and it is not a green sector this time, so I don't think he's improving unless he has a demon exit out of here. Now that 5.2 litre V10 in the back of that Lamborghini Huracan, screaming its way down the start-finish straight here at Monza, and judged on his line there, I don't think it's going to be an improvement, if not much. And no, it is not. So we have qualifying completed, and it's Olivier Bultink and the Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports team that is top of the pile. And did you say that they were the guys to look at after the last round, Ed?
Yep, they finished 2 laps ahead of everyone else come the end of racing at Zandvoort. And I mean, Olivier Bultink on that Sim District GT3 by Vibe/BMS Esports entrant is very, very strong here at the moment. In fact, all of their drivers are very quick. So it's going to be down, I think, to Decimo and either Reese Vibe Sports to try and see what they can do in terms of strategy, because on pure pace, that number 45 Lamborghini is mighty quick here.
Yeah, certainly is flying, isn't it? Looks very, very impressive indeed. It's going to be difficult for anybody to beat them this afternoon, I'd say.
The thing as well, though, that sets them apart is the consistency. We hardly saw a mistake from them last time out, so it's going to have to take a lot of work from the cars behind, but of course, over 6 hours, you can do a lot of things to try and dethrone the top drivers. So we're going to see the drivers now coming on to the grid for the second race of the season here, Chaz.
We are indeed, and it's Olivier Bultink and Sim District GT3 by Vibe Esports on the front row with Bavo Fallon from Decimo.be. Then we have the iLiveries Vibe Sports car alongside Dynamics Racing Simulators on row 2. Duct Tape Racing and Sim District GT3 are on row 3. Then it's Jeremy DeBova in the McChallenge by DB car with Zenom Esports 1 alongside. Brent Verheyen then lines up in the Dynamics Pink car in 10th, ahead of Flemish Sim Sports Hendrik de Grave in 10th. Stephen de Wolf is 11th in the X-Swift Racing Events white car, and their sister car, the X-Swift Racing Events red machine, is 12th on the grid. Then we have Dynamics Bell Speed ahead of Team Tice. Tri Racing and McChallenge by DB are 16th on the grid. Then we have Dynamics Simulators Red alongside WPR Racing. Adri Kirstens at the wheel of that car for the start. Then it's Niles de Kuiper in the Zenem Esports 2 machine, and Amazing Belgium in 20th place. And at the back of the field, the only car in its class, so first and last at the same time, is going to be the Porsche Sport 992. But a very, very strong looking grid, to be fair, Ed, and 6 hours of racing ahead of us. This is certainly going to be an interesting day of racing.
I do like the Schrodinger's Porsche, I think we should call it, simultaneously first and last in class, being driven by Peter Mackay for Porsche Sport there. Let's see what they can do, maybe, though, with that top speed coming into the chicane. Could be very interesting if they don't leave a gap to the GT3 runners up ahead. And with 6 hours about to get underway here in Monza, what will it be into turn one? Can Babo Fallon get the jump on Olivier Bultink? Get hard on the brakes, use that advantage in the Porsche to get down the inside, perhaps into turn one, or will Olivier Bultink judge the start to perfection and try and run away with the race?
It could be a race of two halves as well. I mean, you could have something happen to one of the main contenders, and then suddenly they would have to be on some sort of comeback drive rather than just leading away. But you never know. You never know with this sort of thing. We'll have the field making its way down towards us now. You can see Peter Mackay in the Porsche just at the back of the pack. But it's Olivier Bultink and Bavo Fallon that are going to lead us from the very front. It's a nice, interesting start here at Monza. Because it is such a long run down to turn one, you have to get it right. And I'm sure any moment now we're going to see Olivier Bultink absolutely cane it. That Lamborghini is going to lift its bull's nose off the floor. The Porsche ready to go with. And there we go then. 6 hours of racing at Monza is underway, and it's a very interesting start for Robin van Gogh, who's on the left-hand side there in the Sim District GT3 BMW. But we're racing at Monza. And down towards the first chicane for the first time we go. Let's see who behaves themselves here. Bultink in the Sim District car leading the way. Look at the number 77 of Dries Mujdi looking down the inside as well. Everybody behaving. Sounds like there was a little bit of contact further up. It looks like we've all made it through so far. Peter Mackay tiptoeing his way through at the back, but Bultink still leads us. Nice tidy start there, Ed.
Yeah, very good start. What the Sim District GT3 by Vibe EOS esports driver would be hoping for, of course, going into turn one, unscathed, coming out unscathed as well, and then through the second chicane. Look at Babo Fallon, he's really in the neck as always. Huge moment. Dynamics Bell Speed coming together with Tri Racing. Sebastian Pedersen getting spun all the way around. That lovely asymmetrical paint job. Maybe with a few more scrapes and bangs than he was hoping for at this stage of the race. There's another bit of contact, I think, coming through this second Lesmo. Jeremy de Bova off as well as Stephen de Wolf into the wall. Huge damage there. That looks like suspension damage possibly as well on that left-hand side right at the front. There's Jeremy de Bova. Belgian Tricolor with a few more bumps and bangs on it as well. Trying to get the car pacing the right way back onto the circuit. Coming through Ascari, there's plenty of things happening as well as Dries Mujdi going through in 7th place. The 77 car now needs to drop back, hand over plenty of time after cutting the corner through Ascari. Oh, word, it's for some reason they were very well behaved, weren't they, Chaz, through the first chicane, maybe even the second. Then all of a sudden, it's all got a bit mad.
Yeah, it did indeed. Jurgen van der Pera was the one that went off, so he's trying to go around the outside of the Tri Racing car, moves over to the right, loses it on the brakes. The 315 machine very lucky not to get involved in that one. Then we'll see what happened to Jeremy de Bova. So he had the 21 of Stephen de Wolf right behind him. Now, these cars really do like to kick the rear end out, these rear engine machines, especially the Audi and the Lamborghini. Oh, he's had a bit of a moment on the way in and slowed down, and then they've both just sort of concertinaed into each other. So that didn't go too well. And then Dries Mujdi was the next one off the road. So he's in the middle of the road defending the position. He's got the 69 car behind. Oh, he gets a bit of help. They're all just pushing a little bit hard in these opening laps here, not remembering it's a 6-hour race, but Olivier Bultink doesn't mind. He started to move away at the front.
Then they're also forgetting the fact that track position doesn't really matter too much here. It would matter a bit more maybe in the opening laps at a track like Zandvoort, where it's a bit narrow, a bit difficult to overtake. But here at Monza, it's a real overtaker's paradise, isn't it? Hard, heavy braking zones into slow speed corners after long, flat out straights. Easy opportunities to try and make moves, and drivers maybe losing their cools just a little bit here after the first 3 minutes of a race. But I think now everyone's seen the carnage that's unfolding and realised maybe we should wind our necks in a little bit and think about the bigger picture. There's still a long time to go in this race as we see two wide action between, that was the 69 car going for a move down the inside into Ascari. Does he come out better off? Nils de Kloter, but I think just lost out actually. That was between himself and Jurgen van der Peer. Now could he be under pressure? It's Greg Ranks very close in the rearview mirror, going to be looking down the inside into the parabolica. He's going to go for it on the brakes, hard into the corner. Great move there. You can see the brakes are already glowing from how hard Gregory Ranks is trying to throw the car into the corner. But then look at the switchback maneuver pulled off by the Lamborghini. Was the Copa absolutely dodging it to perfection. Now, all of a sudden, it's two Porsches battling it out together. Greg Franks, and you see that's the amazing Belgium car, Keen Cobbles, down the inside, but then backing out.
Yeah, Keen in the petrol splash delivery, as I'm going to call it. Certainly trying to push hard. Stephen de Wolf actually trying to make a comeback drive of this already, actually. He's not been into the pits, which is something I would have expected, because the front left and pretty much all of the left-hand side of that Lamborghini has been dislodged, I think is the way to put it. It's certainly not looking as fresh as you would like it to if you were a Lamborghini owner. But still, he's trying to make something of it and come back through the field. He doesn't want to pit this early on because you're then on the back foot while the field is at its closest. This is the most compact this pack is going to be throughout the whole race, unless you get a safety car, which is very unlikely. So this is the time now to not lose track position and at least try and make something of it. Jens Goossens is trying to hold on right now because he's got Hendrik de Grave and Dimi Dials just behind Flemish Simsports Lamborghini, possibly the prettiest car in existence right now, because that thing just looks unbelievable. Flemish cars always do, to be fair. We're a big fan of their work here on Sim Racers World TV, while remaining completely unbiased. But, I mean, any Lamborghini with a bit of angle on it looks very, very evil indeed.
Yeah, I like the Xenom Esports cars, both the 69 and the 169, both of them looking very nice. The black and orange and the white and orange. See them into coming out of the parabolica rather, nose to tail at the moment. Hendrik de Grave right up behind. Are we going to see him look to the inside in turn one, or maybe are we going to see a little bit of strategy coming in already? A bit of fuel saving. Nope, already trying to look to the inside. How daring is he going to be onto the brakes down the inside, but leaves enough space to go too wide. Good defense being put up by Jens Goossens, and he was able to hold on to fifth place. All of that squabbling is allowing two Porsches to slowly but surely reel in the two Lamborghinis. Dimi Deals for Duct Tape Racing and Dries Muji for DynamiXX Racing Simulators, also looking there just at the rear of the picture.
Yeah, nice little train of cars in the mid-pack going on here. I'm excited to see how these little packs develop and whether they do affect the overall result. As down the inside, Hendrik de Grave still having a look. We'll ride on board. Listen to the incredible noise of 5.2 litres of Italian V10 goodness. Obviously it is an Audi engine, so it's probably German V10 goodness, but even still, fantastic noise, fantastic looking car as well. And just behind us there is Dimi Dials in the duct tape racing machine. Hopefully they don't need too much of the duct tape this afternoon. But what a great place to ride on board. I really like these more updated roll bar cameras that iRacing have, with the camera being mounted much more further forward. As sideways goes Hendrik there. That's surely going to lose him ground down this back straight. And here comes Dimi Dials.
There's Dimi throwing down the inside, getting a healthy amount of slipstream as well from the Lamborghini just up ahead. Down the inside he goes, and he's going to be able to get that position made, but can he hold on to it? He's going to get decent enough drive out of the corner, but so will Hendrik de Grave. As Jens Goossens vanishes out, and he's actually gone into the pit lane. So something's gone on. Has he had a qualifying setup put on? Oh my word.
Oh, no.
Enough of that. They're going to be going three wide into turn one. Dries down the inside. He's already got one move, and he's got another amazing stuff from the 77. That was daring stuff. That's not the move I'd be making, I think, with what, 8 minutes just gone in a 6-hour race.
That was fantastic stuff from Dries Moosdy. Let's have a look at that again. So he got a... Oh, never mind. He got a great run. And to be fair, just stuck with the Flemish Sim Sports car, outbraked him on the way in. Probably just thought, no, we don't need any of that, boys. Thank you very much. Lovely, lovely move that by Dries Moosdy early on. Is he able to keep it, though?
Great job there, to be fair, keeping it safe as well.
Oh, now Dries Moosdy getting his lights flashed at him there. I don't think he was too happy. Oh, he was going really slowly. I don't know.
Was there a slight tap mid-corner that I think forced the 77 to go slightly?
Yeah.
Well, maybe, I don't think Dries did anything particularly wrong there.
No, I don't either. I'm not sure why Hendrick was flashing his lights. Maybe just to distract him on the exit, but either way, the slipstreaming is certainly keeping this racing phenomenal right now, and of course the drivers and their abilities, but look at them scrapping, moving around. Strange to see that Zenom car come in. That's a real shame, that is. That's Jens Goosens that has brought that car in.
Has to be qualifying setup still put on, not switched over to the race, I think. I'd imagine so, at least. And maybe, depending on how they have the car set, maybe a bit too much camber in could really hamper their strategies in the races, because you can't, of course, change anything in the setup apart from the fuel loads, essentially. You can't do anything in terms of... I think you can do tyre pressures as well, but that's about it. Nothing else can be done in terms of wing angle adjustments in pit stops or anything like that. No, you just got to suck it up and stick with it. As Peter Denny's... What's happened there? Coming at the parabolic, a very strange place to lose it and to stop.
He gets going again, luckily. Stephen DeWolf has now come into the pits, so I imagine that the Lamborghini does have something wrong with it. Let's have a look at what happened to Peter Dennis there. Odd way... Oh, just on that downshift. Oh, it's... No, that was not just... That was not just a downshift getting... Let's have a look. So it's sideways, sideways, sideways. Oh, no, it is sideways, yeah. To me, it just looked like he'd sort of slowed down on the inside of the corner because there was something wrong with his wheel, or he'd, like, you know, his screen had turned off or something. We do get that in sim racing, but this is Stephen DeWolf coming back out of the pits now, a long way down. Apologies. We're looking at the wrong fight because this is still going on here, Ed. Honestly, I think we're going to have 6 hours of not knowing where to look here. This is great stuff by these guys, but Hendrik de Grave now ahead of Dries Moosdy and Dimmy Dials.
Yeah, Hendrik de Grave, I think, is probably one of the fastest of this trio. Got obviously caught up in the fight that slowed him down, but now he's got clear track ahead and a little bit of margin in behind as the two Porsches battle it out into Ascari. Hendrik de Grave knows he needs that absolute monster this run through Ascari. Build that advantage coming through the Parabolica as well to stay safe into turn one and allow those two Porsches to fight amongst themselves and allow the Flemish Sim Sports car to finally think about the race ahead and think about the next, 50 minutes of this first stint. You can see, though, at the moment, Olivier Bulsink, Sim District GT3, all the way at the front of the field, extending his advantage 0.6 of a second quicker than Sandro Marsani in behind, and maybe Sandro's losing a little bit of time because he's had to squabble and had to fight with Babo Follen. Those two cars have swapped around since the start of the race, so now we have a new car up into second place. The iLiveries, the Vibe Sports driver of Sandro Marsani.
Yeah, doing a good job so far. These two Porsches need to try and work together to chase after that pesky Lamborghini at the very front, though. Battle further down. Gregory Franks has got Sebastian Pedersen behind. Obviously, Pedersen's going to want to try and make a move forward in this pack after having contact on lap one and being turned around. It's not how you want your race to start, so Sebastian's just going to be pushing hard now to go after the Dynamic Simulator's red machine in front of him. I want to quickly shine a light on Peter Mackay right now, because Peter not too far off the pack, shows you the real pace of this car, and of course the pace of Peter as well. Leading, of course, their class, as they are the only car in it, but they are ahead of 4 other cars at the moment, so they're benefiting from some of the attrition. And I think, to be honest with you, Ed, that's kind of all they need to do this season. As long as they can get that car to the end, then just benefit from whatever else happens in the GT3s and take the overall position.
Yeah, see what they can do come the end of the championship. Of course, it does seem like the class championship has already been wrapped up if they're not going to have any sort of competition for those places. So it's just going to be them and the track, and probably competition between teammates. We know what the Porsche Sport boys are like. They have a little bit of friendly banter, friendly competition between the pair of them. The post-race interview after Zandvoort was a real treat, Chaz, getting the pair of them in the booth together. So we've got that to look forward to after 6 hours of, well, the voice straining commentary. I'll tell you what, it's a great car to drive for 6 hours. I think the concentration is already lacking from Peter Mackay there, already off onto the grass. Maybe cooling his tyres off. Maybe he felt that just coming out of Scary, those right-hand tyres were lent on a little bit too much and decides to give him a bit of cooling grass.
Yeah, here you go, boys. Well, let's just see what Jeremy de Boga's pace is like in his Audi in a straight line here, because let's not forget that Porsche in front, well, it is named GT3. It's not a GT3 car. And obviously he's got a bit of slipstream here, but he's not catching him massively. That is the pace of a normal GT3 car in a straight line, I'd say. That 992 does certainly have some legs on it. Oh, he's moved over on him. Oh, Jeremy, why? It's one of my pet hates in all of motorsport. People feel the need to move over in a straight line. Maybe it just pulled that way on the brakes, but I hope...
Good job, though, by Peter going through the... Look at that, getting the direction change, going through the... what would you call it? I guess the runoff area.
Oh, we need to go back a little bit further than that. Apologies. But he moves over to the left-hand side again, and I don't know why.
I don't know, maybe he thought that... I don't know what he was thinking, to be honest. I think only Jeremy knows what was going on there. Unfortunate, but thankfully nothing too damaging done. You can see that 992 Porsche Sport car looks just as clean as it did at the start of the race.
Hopefully
I guess it's all that Peter can be hoping for at this point.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe it was just... I mean, to be fair, there was more than a car's width to his left, but maybe it just didn't quite go in a straight line on the brakes. It could have looked a lot worse than it was. Obviously not intentional from Jeremy de Bova. But this is intentional right now. Bavo Follen following Sandro Marsani. Now, he's not trying to make a move, look. He just wants Marsani to put the pace in so they can try and move forward together and go chasing after our overall race leader. Further back, we've got Dimmy Dials tucked in behind, not for long, the Flemish SimSports Lamborghini of Hendrik de Grave. Tries to go through. The 88 machine tries to give a little bit of a scare to Hendrik there. That doesn't work either. And the duct tape racing car gets a nice run out of the fish cane. Tries to go over to the right. Negates as much slipstream as possible there. We've got more battling going on further back because Pedersen's got past Vranks, but Vranks doesn't want it to stay that way around.
It doesn't. You can see Vranks down the inside, but then he's going to be held to go around the long way through the second chicane. How late can he go on the brakes? So they are wheel to wheel, door to door, down the inside. You can see, though, it's going to be Sebastian Pedersen ahead for the moment. Looking down the inside, though, into the first Lesmo. We saw for a moment. Look at how much Gregory Vranks is moving around in behind, really trying to find a way past Sebastian Pedersen, who is holding firm for the moment. But for how much longer can that tri-racing car stay up in 13th place? Of course, Gregory Vranks, Zero Squad Pro, has got off to a good start so far. It says in mind that he's gained 3 places since the start of the race.
Car behind as well.
Let's not forget as well, actually, Sebastian Pedersen was involved in a lap 1 incident, so he needs to really try and make as many gains early on to come back from that setback, as we see the petrol spill car.
The amazing Belgian machine has gained 5 places since the start of the race as well, so a good run so far. Biggest mover in the field is Niels de Kuiper in the Zenom Esports 2 machine. Seen Niels in a bunch of series here on Sim Racers World TV. I believe he also made appearances in the virtual Belcar E-Series as well. And currently, his Lamborghini is tucked right up behind Kurt Van Hoenacker.
Got the 2 Porsches in behind.
Challenge car, they are so far apart as well, aren't they? And then over to the left-hand side goes Pedersen. Well, this Lamborghini on a real charge so far. But further up though, Ed, this battle's still going on here. Great stuff by Dimmy Dials, Hendrik de Grave, and of course Brent Verheyen.
Yeah, and Dries was a part of this fight, but he's decided he doesn't want to be it anymore. He's all the way up into 5th place with a healthy advantage of 2 seconds to the duct tape racing car that we can see. Dimmy just trying to defend from Hendrik de Grave. The car that I said was looking the quicker of the bunch, but just doesn't seem to be able to get the clear air and maybe the ability to stop the car on the brakes to keep those positions when he gets them, because of course the Porsche very good into the braking zones. Really helps you here at Monza, where basically every single overtaking move is made into heavy braking zones, into the chicanes. Looking at them coming through Ascari though, what can Henrik de Grave do through here to get the advantage, to get the run? Going down into the parabolic, you can see now how settled the car looks. Coming out onto the power, how close he is up in behind the rear wing of the Draycott Racing Porsche. Looks to the inside, but thinks better of it. Wants to try and line up a move into the first chicane.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can right now to just make a little bit more ground before they exit the final corner, and he's done a good job of it. Is he going to be able to duck out and get enough of an overspeed though? Because the thing is, when you are behind a car like that, you want to start from as far back as possible while getting the benefit of slipstreaming, because you can get more of an overspeed. And look, the Porsche in a straight line stays in front. I'm not sure whether that's down to Henrik de Grave backing out of that, but for me there, that was hugely interesting because the Porsche just managed to stay in front.
Yeah, I think it is as well, though. Just the Porsche on the brakes really strong, and even if you are looking down the inside, of course, you're thrown offline. You need to brake that little bit earlier than a car on the more conventional racing line. And of course, with the track more rubbered in on that left-hand side of the circuit, means you can push that little bit more and use the advantage, or any advantage you can get, of course, throwing onto brakes into the first chicane. Looking at Brent Verheyen, though, Dynamics Pink, just watching this fight up in front, not wanting to get involved just yet. You can see all through the corners, Dynamics not quite up to pace with the top two, but maybe it's also just down to race management, thinking about the bigger picture, looking after the tyres, because of course, with the track temperature, I think at the moment being around about 30 degrees, it's in the realms of trying to make a double stint on the tyres work. Look at that, into Ascari, wow! That was brave, and I think he's going to pay the price now as all of a sudden around the outside.
Whoa.
I hadn't thought about going for a move.
Yeah, Henrik de Grave chucked it down the inside. Didn't quite work for him, and he's lost a bit of ground now. Further up, by the way, this is still going. Look at how much further ahead these guys are. It's incredible. Sandro Marsani holding on ahead of Bavo Fallen. Just about, but still, Bavo just sticking with him to try and work together. He's just saying, move forward, mate. Just keep moving forward. Go after that Lamborghini. And that Lamborghini, well, what can you say? Olivier Bultink and the team at Sim District GT3 by Vibe and BMS Esports has flown so far. Porsche Sports saying in the chat there are some awesome liveries. You are not wrong, mate. Some brilliant, brilliant looking race cars. Here's two of them together now. The Dynamic Simulators red car and Zenom Esports 2 side by side once again. Who's later on the brakes? It's going to be Pedersen. Is he going to get it stuck down the inside? Yes, he is. Lovely stuff. I've noticed as well, Ed, that Porsche really does nosedive on the brakes, doesn't it?
It does. It's so good at getting the car stopped into the slow speeds, but then through the rest of that, and especially through the Lesmos, the car does struggle just a touch. You can see the rear end of the car as well stepping out a little bit on the power, but I think that's mainly just down to the way the car gets when it's at this stage of the stint with the fuel slightly imbalanced. Then when you get to the end of the stint, the car does come alive. The Porsche is very good on low fuel, so you're going to see exactly how that comes to pass later on in this first stint of racing here at Monza. Brave ranks though, right up in behind, piling the pressure onto Sebastian Pedersen, but to be fair, he's holding very strong, isn't he? Sebastian, if he's feeling the pressure, he's not showing it as up in front. Two cars battling out and out. It's the two cars that are, well, almost one and the same, aren't they? The Audi and the Lamborghini. Anaonaka and Nijs de Kuiper were squabbling just a little bit to one another, but I think they've settled their differences now coming out of Ascari.
Yeah, Kurt Van Onacker now a second ahead currently, but still this goes on further up. Can't believe that these guys are still fighting.
Having a look, actually, that gap, has it come down or has it stayed about the same between Dimmy Deals and De Vries just up ahead? I think it's staying about the same, so maybe the cars now, they've gone to the 20-minute mark and realised, hang on, can't keep this up all race long, otherwise this could end up with a very big and heartbreaking accident. Maybe it's time to cool off a little bit, or is it just the fact that the Lamborghini can't get the advantage on the brakes into the corners that you were seeing in the Porsche.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that these two cars do have such differences, because that's one of the beautiful things about GT3 racing, isn't it? You know, we get these amazing supercars that are turned into racing cars, and we get to not just see the beautiful cars themselves, but see how they've developed from the road cars that you see every day. Maybe not every day, but you've got the rear engine Porsche where the engine is right at the back of the car. The balance is completely different. It's quite a big bubbly car. It's got a lot of bodywork on it compared to the low slung, very angular, mid-engined Lamborghini Huracan with a bigger engine in it as well, 5.2 litre V10 in the Lamborghini as opposed to the 4 litre flat six that is in the Porsche. And I mean, then you've got a car that we've not looked at too much, actually, the BMW M4 GT3, and we've not looked at it because it's god ugly. But also the fact that Robin van Gogh is pretty much on his own here. Well, pretty much he is. He's 7 seconds behind the car in front and 9 seconds ahead of Dries Moosdi behind him. But this, again, it's a V8 engine at the front, so very different to the other two cars we just spoke about, but it's still incredibly equal in terms of the pace. Yes, they have their own characteristics, their own instabilities, their own stabilities, but that's what makes GT3 racing interesting. You never know what you're going to get with it. Hendrik de Grave right now, though, he knows what he's going to get, and that is 6th place. He moves in front of Dimi Dials. Brent Verheyen is now on the back of him in the duct tape racing machine. So, again, we have another change here, Ed. How long before it changes back?
I give it about a lap or two. Probably these drivers have been absolutely at each other's throats, haven't they? Really battling it out, but giving us a good fair fight as well, which is the key thing, is that they've not overstepped the mark. They've kept it clean. Fingers crossed it'll stay that way for the remainder, as there's a little bit of a mistake just coming through from Hendrik de Grave. You can see the first Motorsport car just a little bit out of shape coming through the second chicane, but then through the two Lesmos where the Lamborghini really does come alive. Look at how stable the car is, whereas the Porsche a little bit squirrely on the exit. Then into Ascari all of a sudden as well, actually. Dries Moody has got a little bit of space up ahead. You can see the 77 car now almost 3 seconds to the good coming into Ascari. And look at how stable the car looks. It's just so planted, which is not what you really expect, I think, from sort of a mid-engined, aggressive Italian stallion, or Italian raging bull, isn't it? Actually, not the stallion. We don't have any Ferrari, sadly, here at Monza.
No, it's very true. It's not the sort of car you'd expect to be like that. Kurt Van Onakker's been off the circuit for a moment. Oh, hello. He gets a big kick up the rear there from Niels de Kuiper. Maybe wasn't expecting him to go that sort of speed on the exit. We then had Keen Cowles go off the road here. It might be Corvals. And also, it's not Dimi Dials, it's Dimi Deals. So apologies. Was English again, ruining your names. But Keen had that little off there, which got picked up by our system. But then, not long after this, on the exit of Ascari... Oh, no, he's put it in the wall hard. That's a big old hit, that is.
He's gotten away with it, you know. The car seems safe because it's into those sort of softer barriers.
Yeah.
Plus, one of the upsides of having the engine in the wrong place. Doesn't hit it there.
Oh, it's just overcorrected a little bit, but then again, when the car is going around, you have to just give it as much lock as you can in the opposite direction. You can't take any chances. You don't get long to think about it either, and unfortunately, that thing is going straight to the pits. Now, this has suddenly become a 4-car fight here, because Kurt Van Onakker is back in front of Niels de Kuiper, but Sebastian Pedersen and Gregory Franks have come along to join the party. So we've got two 5.2 litre V10 cars, and then we've got the two Porsches tagging along as well. This is going to be a good scrap down the back straight towards Parabolica.
It's going to be brilliant, isn't it? First, they've got to go through Ascari, 4 cars all nose to tail. What we're going to see up ahead is looking to the inside. They're just trying to throw each other off, get the best run possible, like you said, coming down into the Parabolica. Follow Gregory Franks at the moment at the back of the train, who's been trying lap after lap to get ahead of Sebastian Pedersen. Is now the chance for him to capitalise when there's some cars ahead that could throw some excitement, some spice into the mix. Look at already the number 3 car down the inside, Try racing, going for it and getting it to stick, but are we going to see another switchback? Can the Lamborghini put the power down? Get that 10 singing and screaming its way down the start finish straight into turn 1. You can see the Lamborghini getting closer and closer in behind the rear bumper of Sebastian Pedersen, who goes defensive to the inside line. The Porsche good on the brakes, able to hold on for the moment. 12th place, but there was a little bit of movement, wasn't there, in the braking zone that made things scary for Niles de Kuiper.
Yeah, I think Niles was a little bit more hot on the brakes there than Sebastian Pedersen. Pedersen actually let go of the brakes a little bit and moved back to the inside. He did his best to avoid contact. It was really good awareness from him, and it did not end up in any contact. The amazing Belgian car has come back out of the pits, which is good news. Well, it says it's on its way out of the pits. He's reversing again. I think it hasn't repaired, you know. And
so he went back in, he reversed to try and get it to repair, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Oh no, it has repaired. It looks absolutely fine. I'm not sure.
What on earth went on there?
Not a clue why he was trying to go backwards there. Maybe his dinner's ready and he needs the other driver to get in. But either way, Dries Moosty is now clear of this battle that is still going on. Hendrik de Grave with Dimmy Deals, and Brent Verheyen. Then we've got Sebastian Pedersen, Kurt Van Onakker, Niles de Kuiper. Wow, I was expecting Niles there. Just give him a little tap in the rear because Kurt had to slam on the anchors on the way into Ascari, and that's how he caught Niles out previously. Look behind there, Gregory Ranks is saying, you lot are weaving around like a bunch of idiots. This is how you're meant to properly weave, boys. Clearly not too impressed with what's going on, but he's just got to sit back and wait for an opportunity to present itself here. Focus on your own line out of the final corner, run it nicely and get some good slipstream down this main straight. But Pedersen has gone to the front of the queue. And look at that Lambo and that Audi look like they've disappeared on the road.
Yeah, there's been some moving and shaking as well up ahead. The battle for 6th place has been raging on. Chaz, as we see up ahead, what is the Lamborghini going to do down the inside? Very late lunging, and for a moment there was a worry that he could have collected the rear end of that number 3 Porsche, but no, stays ahead. Great stuff from Niles just to get it to stop into the first corner. Xenon Esports 2 car making yet another place on its charge up through the field. Still the car that's gained the most places since the beginning of this race. As this fight continues on, and actually Brent Verheyen now up ahead of Dimmy Deals.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the battles are still changing and the racing is still clean. Oh, I say that. Car's going off the road. Van Onakker's throwing everything he can at Niles de Kuiper, who cuts across, but now look at this. Oh, lovely stuff by Gregory Franks. He times that cutback perfectly. Just about misses the back of the Audi. They're side by side down towards Ascari. It's the Dynamics car on the right-hand side. The McChallenge DB Audi on the inside. Teammate in the background as well, Jeremy de Bova, and Franks goes in front. I think there Kurt Van Onakker did the clever thing and he thought there's no point me fighting this as much as I can because we're just going to slow each other down and we're going to lose that Porsche up front, which is Sebastian Pedersen, which despite its issue on the first lap has gained 4 spots from where it started.
Great stuff from Sebastian Pedersen, who's actually used that little fight to great advantage. Just remember as well how close Gregory Franks was to his rear bumper, piling the pressure on Sebastian, and all of a sudden, now that he's got clear air, he can breathe, he can relax for the next little while. Look at how much he's trying to make the smallest amount of gains, as well as breaking the slipstream just a touch, going down, start finish straight. Again, Chaz, I know you're probably going to be grinding your teeth down to the gums, seeing him not following track limits, going over the white lines. Just in the background, look at that Audi. For a moment thinking of sending it, but having to back off just a touch.
Yeah, I thought that we were going to see some contact there, but luckily we didn't. Everybody's doing a great job so far, if I'm honest with you. We may have seen the odd bit of contact here and there when Jeremy de Bova was guilty of just kissing the Porsche Sport Porsche earlier on, but still, I think it's been a very, very clean race so far. Half an hour already gone of this race. We are a 12th of the way through, if you want to get very precise. Olivier Bultink, though, still leading the way. The Sim District GT3 car, maybe another half hour in this thing before it will go back into the pits. Well, a really dominant performance so far. 6.9 seconds clear of Bavo Follen, who is now over a second ahead of Sandro Marsani, so he's overtaken him and started to disappear up the road. Hendrik de Grave's still got Brent Verheyen behind him. And these guys just sticking together all the way through. We've got PHV Coils in the chat saying, I'm happy with the commentary. Thank you very much. Top class. Every now and again, butchered name has the charm. To be honest, mate, it's my job to butcher names. I do this in the real world as well, not just on the sim racing side, and I butcher names there too. Don't you worry. I've had to deal with names this year like Mathieu Lannepoudon, the French driver in Clio Cup. And when you see how that's spelt, you really don't think it's going to sound like it does. Anyway, Hendrik de Grave is trying everything he can to defend here, but look at that. Beautiful stuff by Brent Verheyen around the outside into the chicane. And that's the thing with chicanes, isn't it, Ed? If you've got the guts to put it around the outside on the way in, you're on the inside on the way out.
And this is what I was saying, Chaz. Watch out for DynamiXX Pink. They were putting off some great moves at Zandvoort, and they seem to be carrying on that trend here into Monza, but he's going to have to defend now from the Lamborghini in behind into the second chicane, which he does. Great stuff from Brent Verheyen. DynamiXX Pink car up into sixth place. Didn't qualify too well, did they? The 88 Porsche was able to make some good committed moves. That time around the outside into the first corner, getting it to stick. Brilliant stuff. And now, what can he do to try and break away? Because all of a sudden, Hendrik Grave's attention might start to focus a little bit on Vinny Deals and that duct tape racing Porsche in behind.
Yeah, great racing so far from these guys, and like you say, good progress from this DynamiXX Pink Porsche. Really enjoying watching this thing move around at the minute. You can hear them sort of get on the throttle and then just lift it back a little bit and then get back on the power again as they filter their way around and balance their way around Ascari. We've had Stephen de Wolf and Peter Dennis go off circuit now. Are they not teammates? Stephen de Wolf, whoa, I'm in a big moment. Oh, just misses the wall. And I think Peter Dennis at that exact moment went off as well at Ascari, so there's some weird stuff going on there. There's some witchcraft going on with these Lamborghinis, isn't there? That's like a curse. All of a sudden they both went, now, we don't want to be on the road anymore.
Monza does not seem to be the track for X-Swift Racing. Not having the best of events here so far, but with only half an hour gone in the race, they've got 5.5 hours still to go, which could be a chance for them to either come back through and have a great race, or it's going to be 5.5 hours of absolute torture for them.
Well, I hope it's the former, not the latter, of course. But either way, these sorts of races are the type of race where you can write a story. You can properly write your own fate in races like this, and we do see some incredible comeback drives. Porsche Sport in the chat giving us another wave. Hello indeed. Peter Mackay still in their car, 20th place at the moment. He is currently just about under a lap down as things stand. But these guys having a really good scrap still in the middle. That's very close on the way up to Ascari. Hard onto the brakes. Brent Verheyen's going to be on the outside. And much like we saw before, we have the car just... You have to concede on the way into Ascari, otherwise you just lose way too much time trying to fight the issue, don't you?
Yeah, but now he's going to realise I can concede the position into Ascari. If I get a good run out the corner and a good run out of the Parabolica, I can get all of that back coming down the start-finish straight and into the first chicane. So are we going to see that from Brent Verheyen? Staying very nice to the middle of the circuit, which is actually following one of the faster lines through there. Sometimes if you run out wide a little bit too early, you're scrubbing the speed that little bit too much, and you lose out all the way from the mid phase of the straight down into the braking zone. Brent closing in, but not enough to make up that place back. So it was a good committed move by Hendrik earlier on down into Ascari. But what can that DynamiXX Pink car do to answer back? It's been a very good drive from them so far. Up 2 places, did have a great run around the outside, but now you're going to know that Hendrik is going to be wise to that, so you might need to try and throw something else at him.
Yeah, very strong drivers at Flemish Sim Sports. It's really intriguing to see, though, because I've seen these guys race in very different series to this. and it's great when you get to see them in different environments because you sort of behave in completely different ways. I mean, a lot of these guys I've seen in Formula 3 cars before, in a lot of sprint racing there. I've seen them in the virtual Bell Car series as well, which usually has 24-hour races or 3-hour races. Now in the middle of that you have the 6 hours, so plenty of time for them to A, get things right, and B, maybe, obviously touch wood that they don't, get things wrong. Because if you think about how many mistakes a driver could make in a 20-minute race and then spread that over 6 hours, you have to completely change your mindset for stuff like this, don't you?
Yeah, you really do. You need to be very, very, sort of, I guess, shrewd with how you make your moves and how you pick your battles. You need to be very clever. It's not necessarily about the fastest driver that wins the race, even though that, of course, helps you to be quick. But sometimes it's about the smartest driver that can come out on top. And what can Brett do now? He's a lot closer to Hendrick this time by. Hendrick trying to break the toe, moving to the right-hand side of the track, then over to the left, looking down the inside. The 88 car is going to go for it, maybe more out of defense against the duct tape racing car behind. That's not actually duct tape racing in behind. Yes, it is duct tape racing. I'm not sure what's going on there. My eyes were going mental, but no, that was Timmy Deals in behind that Brent Verheyen was more trying to defend from, I think, than anything else, wasn't he, Chaz?
Yeah, that's it. You've got to really have eyes in the back of your head around places like this, because when you are going down these humongous slipstreaming sections, down these long straights, you have to just wait and see what the other car wants to do. Which way is it going to go? Give them the room and don't move over on them. You just need to accept the fact that it's that sort of circuit and people will go past you at some point over a lap here. Now, Sandro Marsani has grabbed my attention here because on this lap he's done a purple sector 1. So some real pace suddenly coming out of Sandro in that Porsche. Sounds more like an Italian name to me, but according to the overlay he's German. But Sandro flooring it at the moment down towards the Parabolica. Sweeping long right-hander. Very difficult to get right lap after lap as well, because you want to get on the power as soon as you can, but you don't want to steer that tiny bit too much and wash off the speed, because let's face it, it's a hell of a slingshot down towards the first chicane.
You've touched on something there. It's the fastest lap of the race so far for that iLivery's car, personal best coming through, and in fact, actually, is that the fastest lap of the race full stop? I think it might be. Yeah, coming through. It is the fastest rate full stop, so good lap from Sandro Marsani. But another thing you touched on, Chaz, it seems like it is an Italian name. He's got a German flag next to him, which shows he's from Germany, but he's got the Swiss flag on his car.
Oh, yeah. That's very intriguing. Maybe, to be fair, I know that the iRacing club can sometimes just come up as Dutch, but we'll have to see, because normally we'd get all three flags in combination, but oh well. Sandro can argue that with the court afterwards. Now, there's an example of how the flags go. Whoa. Next to Robin van Gog's name as he gets very sideways in the lone BMW, making its way around the first of the Lesmos. Very
map actually there. You can just see on the logos there in the middle of the side of the car there.
Yeah, I like that. Big fan of that. It makes a weird noise, this car. We'll listen in.
Oh, I don't like the noise.
It's, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like any of it. But
oh, I love the car. Just the noise upset. It's like the one thing that I don't like about it, Chaz. I don't mind the looks. In fact, they've grown on me, and I think it's Stockholm syndrome from the amount I've been driving it. I love the way it looks, love the way it goes through the corners, but the sound of it is just. Just sounds miserable. It doesn't sound aggressive and excited like these Lamborghinis, like these Porsches. It's so fine. I guess I'll accelerate. Oh, yeah. I'll go down through the gears. Oh, you want me to lift off into this corner? Fine. Just doesn't sound passionate like a race car should.
I love that. But you're very, very right, mate. That's the thing. I drove a while ago the Ferrari 488 GT3. Don't let Tom Jacobs hear me saying this because he'll kill me. But good God, it was so boring listening to that Ferrari for so long. Just, you're on the banking, just, Now, if it was, I mean, I couldn't dare drive the Porsche 911 RSR, the GTE car, because that thing would just deafen you. Your ears were bleeding after 3 laps. But it's just, I don't know. we look at the Lamborghini and the Audi now, because the sound of a V10 is just heaven to most motorsport fans anyway, but it's a weird sound for a V8 to make, isn't it? Because normally, hello, that was very sideways, Robin. Normally you think V8 and you think big, beefy, American, girthy V8 like you get in the Ford GT, for example. You know, something that does never mind 5 miles to the gallon, something that does 5 gallons to the mile, something that just sounds like it's an absolute earth ender. But I don't know, modern V8s, they rev higher and they just don't make the noise you'd expect them to. It just sounds like it's a really high revving 4-pot, like they've got a K20 out of a Civic or something.
For me as well, it's a similar issue that I have with the Corvette GTE. It doesn't have the Corvette engine. It doesn't have that big grunt that you would imagine a good proper American, basically a muscle car would have. It's just drum borders. It's just not. It's not the aggressive scream and whine that you'd get from a proper race. And I mean, you can go on board as well with the Porsche Cup car that Peter Mackay's driving. That car sounds brilliant. It's maybe not as amazing as the old Porsche Cup car, but it still does sound very nice.
And it's the whine of the gearbox as well, the humongous click of the downshift. It's a very, very clunky sounding gear changes, but you've got to love it.
Mechanical race car, isn't it?
Oh, very, very. You know, no traction control or ABS in the older one. This car does have those assists, which does make it even closer to a fully fledged GT3 car. However, you can obviously turn them down, and a lot of drivers run with them either all the way down or pretty much completely off. So still is a very, very thoroughbred race car. Now that, of course, is our 20th placed car. The leader of its class, Peter Mackay, driving that machine. However, there is Olivier Bultink, the overall race leader. No one's been lapped yet, so there is still that to think about, other than amazing Belgium, I must add. Oh, we've got a car off. And it's Niels de Kuiper. Niels de Kuiper in the Lamborghini. Now that, to me, looks like he's clipped the gravel on the exit, or he's had a bit of contact.
The grass on entry. Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right.
Just skips it to the inside. Now that thing arriving in your view on the left was actually part of the marshal's post that this camera is in. Nice 3-point turn, to be fair. That's a lot more respectful than just launching it into the middle of the track in front of everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think more drivers need to do that. I think we've seen time and time again drivers just making a little bit of a meal of rejoining the circuits. I remember, I think one of our more recent broadcasts on Sim Race as well, we had a championship decided by a poor rejoin. And
I saw it.
yeah, I know you saw it, Chaz. I think plenty of people did see it, and good to see, at least in these endurance races, I think people have got a little bit more of a level head rather than you see in a sprint in terms of safety, in terms of making moves, but also rejoining if things don't go their way. But tell you what, these drivers, they're level-headed, but they're also headed down into turn one. Who's going to be getting ahead into the braking zone? You can look at the 88, Brent Verheyen on the brakes around the outside yet again. Car squirming around as he's so hard on the brake pedal, isn't able to get the move made, and all of a sudden, Demi Deals fancies a move, but isn't quite able to get the car out of the corner. It's capitalised all the way through Curva Grande.
Yeah, Hendrik de Grave did a great job on the brakes there to keep the car on the inside and, of course, turn it in while holding the speed. There was no compromise whatsoever. And now Brent Verheyen has to concede that again. He's going to try and wind up for another go. Demi Deals, to be honest, he's got the best deal out of the three of them right now because he's just able to stick with these guys and just follow on. You've got Jurgen van der Peer as well, not too far back. He's had a bit of a quiet race so far. 4 places gained for the Dynamics Bell Speed machine. Basically looking like Dynamics Orange, if you ask me. We've got Dynamics Simulators Red, of course, which is Gregory Vranks. He's a bit further down the order in 12th place, despite gaining 5. Our top 3 in the race are as they started. So the Sim District GT3 Lamborghini ahead of the Decimo.BE Porsche, and then, of course, the iLiveries Vibe Sports Porsche as well. We've got some good discussion going on in the chat between the guys talking about their stints and the tyres and the fuel, and that's exactly what we want to see. You know, these guys not always sort of being overly secretive about stuff. They all know that we're all in this because we enjoy the racing. Everybody enjoys sim racing, but while there is still competition there, you're not going to lose too much by just giving away what you're doing unless it's like a world championship level sort of event, which, no disrespect to the series, this is not. But now, Brent Verheijen's gone from being the attacker to being the attacked here, hasn't he, Ed?
He's really under pressure now into turn one. But he's got a little bit of slipstream assistance into turn one. Pulls out of it just a touch. I think in behind there you can see that Dimmy isn't really looking to try and make moves. I think he's quite content to stay in behind, look after the fuel, maybe extend this stint a little bit more. Maybe try an overcut, of course. This first stint might be a little bit shorter because of the pace that when drivers have to come for only like a quarter of a lap, but still that can account for a little bit of extra fuel being used. Maybe they're not able to get to the full length of a stint that they'd be expecting. As a result, they need to save that a little bit more early on if they're going to keep on with the plan. In front, though, Hendrick is slowly but surely increasing his advantage. Now just over a second coming through the two Lesmos. Brent Verheijen, though, with the fuel coming out of the Porsche, when the car does start to get a little bit quicker, we saw obviously the fastest lap currently so far in this race being set by a Porsche. Sandro Marsani still in third place, still with the fastest lap, but that time's not consistent. Whereas I've been looking at Olivier Boulting's times, they've pretty much all race long been 1:48.1s or 1:48.2s. That car and that driver, Olivier, up in front, the consistency is what I touched on earlier at the start of the broadcast, that we're seeing yet again, and there's going to be a lot for all the other drivers in behind to try and do anything, something, to get ahead.
Yeah, the fact that they can do so many laps. I mean, we're on lap 28 now of this race. And to be honest, 28 laps is a lot of laps to do around Monza. It is quite a long lap here. We are nearly 50 minutes into this race. And Olivier Boulting has been incredibly, just metronome-like, hasn't he, all the way through this race. Oh, that's very close between Dimmy Deals and Brent Verheijen, both of them giving plenty of room to each other in the chicane. I think there might have been contact actually there. I think Brent maybe turned in expecting a little bit more from Dimmy there. We'll have to have another quick look at that, but nice move on the surface of it. Let's have a look here, Ed, about Dimmy and that duct tape car going around the outside.
Oh, there's a little bit of a touch of wheels into braking zone, and then they sort of back again. I don't know though if there's anything that Dimmy did wrong.
No, I don't
Can't
think
really
so.
vanish off of the inside line, and unfortunately that was the 88 Brent Verheijen just getting a little bit unfortunate there, banged out of shape, but still rolling around and has a chance to try and take something back because he hasn't lost touch with Dimmy, which is the main thing.
Yeah, the car doesn't look too badly knocked out of shape or anything, does it? It looks okay at the moment. Just needs to get his head down, crack on, and chase him down again. Bavo Follen, by the way, still being followed by that iLiveries machine with Sandro Marsani at the wheel. But these guys, again, like I say, just trying to work together maybe to move forward. I mean, the gap, though, to the race leader is 10 seconds at the minute. But the painful thing for these guys is that they've got to just do that and carry on doing it, because otherwise they'll just disappear up the road even more. If these guys start battling, they'll just hand the win to Boulting and his team, because if they don't do this sort of strategy where they just stick with each other and don't hold each other up, you never know what could happen. I mean, anything now could just cost Olivier, say, 15 seconds, but that gives these guys track position over them and the race lead, so it'll mean that then they're on the high ground and they can hold the advantage, they can try and hold them up, and that's when the race gets interesting. So you have to be in it to win it, I think, is the best way of saying it.
Yeah, you can't, obviously, what's the saying? You need to buy a ticket to win the raffle. And Follen putting himself up in second place is trying to hoard as many tickets as he possibly can to get something from this race. 10 seconds back for Olivier Boulting is a tall order at this early stage of the race. But then let's have a look, Chaz, if we can, at the track state, the conditions on circuit. Will drivers try and double stint? Or is it too early? 39 degrees, maybe not with track temps like that.
No.
Might be a single stint at this stage of the race, but as you can see, the in-sim time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, means that we'll be finishing at, trying to rack my brain now, trying to figure out the time. I can't do it. My mind's frazzled, but it'll finish somewhat in the afternoon around about sunset. Track temp coming down. Maybe we'll see double stints towards the end.
Yeah, potentially, I'd say. But if I'm honest with you, it's this, as you saw there, I'll bring it back up again. The in-sim date is actually May. So, to be fair, we probably won't have the sun going down until quite late on. We've got another 5 hours of this race left to go. So, 8 o'clock, maybe the sun won't even have completely set. So, this might look nice and golden by the time we get to it. Dries Mujdi has come into the pits in his Porsche. So, maybe one of the very first to have a planned pit stop. Jurgen van der Per's just had a slide and a spin down at the Parabolica. Easy to do on the way in when you're changing down, going through the gears. And we've got a number of cars in the pits actually. Jurgen van der Per is one of them. Or he was. He's going to suddenly reappear now as they have changed. Now they're all behind those buildings, so you'll have to forgive us, everybody. Need to make sure we get a better view of the pit lane, I suppose, for later on. Now, of course, the drivers and teams all taking breaks as well. Ed and I will be taking a couple of 5-minute breaks over the course of the broadcast. And we do try and schedule these as well so you guys know when that will be, just so we don't sort of do it out of the blue. We're going to plan our first one in just a few minutes when we hit the hour mark, and we'll go on board with drivers that you guys want. And when we do that, our next one... now that sounds like fuel saving to me. That sounds like fuel saving to me. Kurt Van Onak has been off the circuit. We'll see what happened to him, and then we'll go back for that. Oh, again! Again, why? I don't understand why drivers do it. Whether it was on the brakes or whether the car does just pull to the left-hand side, I don't know, Ed. Do you?
Yeah, it's beggars belief, really, seeing that. It's unfortunate. Drivers fighting for every inch, every millimetre, but sometimes you can fight a little bit too much. Going back, though, to... Yeah, it's...
That's fuel saving at the highest degree.
That's more just a little bit of fuel saving. Listen, that's a lot of fuel saving from Olivier Wilsink. As in behind, look at how many cars have dived into the pits. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars all in the pit lane. There's MOB. Also, are they going to be swapping drivers, perhaps? Or is it going to be Baba Frollon in for another lap? Sandro Marsani seems to be staying in the car, as does... I think they've had several cars coming in. Hendrik de Grave, Sebastian Pedersen, Jimmy de Bove. Loads of cars coming in, whereas up ahead, Duct Tape Racing have been able to go out for one further lap. So that's going to be interesting for the fight they were involved in.
Ah. Now.
Hang on. They've stopped. Ah. Yeah. I thought they'd saved the action up. No, they haven't. And they've paid the price.
Oh, no. It's still running. Hello? It was definitely still running. Let's go on board with it a bit further back. So, I've gone straight through. I think he'd have to tow anyway, so it's not like he's delaying the inevitable by stopping earlier on in the lap. What's happened here? Can we see any form of distraction?
As soon as he doesn't seem the throttle picks back up.
Yeah. Normally on iRacing, you do get a big splutter. You get a big splutter from the car, and it does... Well, hello.
It usually, like coughs a few times, doesn't it, essentially?
Now, to anyone that doesn't know this is a sim, that would look like a very stupid place to park from Olivier Boulting. But I can guarantee you that is probably the most efficient way to park that car right now, because he will drive straight through that Porsche, as most people probably imagine they could do on the M6. But, yeah.
Wish they could do on the M6.
Yes, I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure they could, especially those BMW drivers that Peter Mackay and I talk about with Bluetooth earpieces in and pens in their top pocket of their shirt that's leaked. But either way, speaking of Peter Mackay, he carries on. And this car can do quite a while in terms of its fuel. So I feel that Peter may overcut a few of these drivers in some places for a temporary section of the race, but maybe not all of it. Race leader on their way back out right now. And just to recap then, we've got 5 hours of this race left to go. The first hour has seen not much in terms of the way of incidents. We had a couple of cars, the amazing Belgium car was off the road and in the wall hard. They've come in and had some repairs. The number 3 machine was a victim to contact in the second chicane. As 2 was the number 10. Was it the number 10 Audi? It was, wasn't it? It was Bova that was victim to the contact that happened there. His teammate now, Devlamink, is now in the car. And other than that, I'd say we've been pretty clean most of the way through. It's just been about Olivier Bultink in this Sim District GT3 car disappearing up the road.
Very, very, very good performance so far from Olivier Bultink, who stays out for another stint. Have a look at the time spent in the pits, actually coming through. And I think that is a tyre. Is that actually time spent taking tyres or not? 40-minute pit time. So that's stationary time, I think.
40
is
seconds.
In the pits?
Yeah, that is tyres. So Jens Goosens has not taken tyres. Oh, we've got cars off. Sebastian Pedersen is off the road. There's another car that has gone off as well. It is Devlamink. Devlamink, and that's got damage. That's crabbing. That needs a very serious amount of repairs, that car, I'm afraid. Let's see what happened here, Ed. Oh, again. That's the 3rd time in this race that we've seen people moving over. I'm not sure whether the cars themselves move over a lot on the brakes, but that to me, he's not braking yet, and he's moved over to the right.
You can't see him behind if the cars are braking or not, because the front of the car in that Porsche does look like it's dipped down. Same with the Audi. I'm not sure if it's just they get on the brakes and the car with the ABS kicking in just squirms a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
If you could see the cars behind and see the brake lights, you would be able to probably figure out what's going on more. As that's tri-racing off the gravel and into the pits, because they already had damage at the rear. And again,
yeah.
it's just so unstable. You can see where that hit is. And I think Sebastian Pedersen will try again through the next couple of corners. And unfortunately, will decide to call the damage too severe. Yeah, you can just see it just goes and decides it's better to tow rather than suffer for an in-lap.
Well, there's a big development already in this race then. So one of the cars that had an issue on the very first lap now drops back down the order again, and will have to try to come back from that damage and that incident. Hopefully they can get the fast repair and get it sorted. The Devlamink car on its way in as well, the McChallenge by DB Audi. But it's got to that time here, Ed, where we're going to take a very quick break for the first time in this race. Everybody in the chat, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to give us a car number that's in the race that you want us to jump on board with for this quick 5-minute break. And then we will ride on board with them, and you get to see a couple of laps from their perspective, while Ed and I just make sure we stay hydrated and, of course, prepare for the next part of the broadcast. Gregory Vrank's actually right now just behind the Porsche Sport 992. You can see the subtle differences between these pair. Kimber Haight asking for us to go on board with the 867 car, which is Hendrik de Grave.
Porsche Sport with the 992, obviously.
Oh, now
saying, never mind, because they're going to be coming into the pits.
Well, that's very considerate of you, Luke. That's very considerate indeed. And to be fair, Hendrik de Grave is in a Lamborghini, so I'm going to agree with that. So, everybody, Ed and I will be back with you in 5 minutes. Enjoy the ride on board the Flemish Sim Sports Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Hello again, everybody. Chaz, Draycott and Ed May here for the DynamiXX Endurance Series 6 Hours of Monza, round 2 of this 2021 and 2022 Winter Series. It's been a very interesting race so far. We have our race leader absolutely disappearing up the road, which is the Sim District GT3 machine. Finished 2 laps ahead of everybody else in the first round of the season, but we are witnessing them doing something very similar right now. They've just not got the lapping done. We'll take a quick rundown of the order for you in a minute, but at the moment, Ed, it's looking very solid from these guys. Everyone else behind him, though, providing some great entertainment for us.
Yeah, they really are. We can just see Stefan Kalbrek in a bit of a fight now, right up behind Jens Goossens, the DynamiXX 1 car, 69. I was saying earlier how much we like their paint jobs. To be fair, we've got 2 very nice ones, BMS Motorsport Esports, DynamiXX 1 battling out together. And actually, funnily enough, that BMW was a little bit better through the chicane, which is really where the BMW would tend to struggle, is getting through the slow speed corners just from the sheer weight and bulk of it. You can see that the wheelbase doesn't really lend itself to quick, sharp direction changes through slow speed corners, but then favours it through these more sweeping right-handers. Seems to be, though, favouring Stefan Kalbrek just a little bit. Although, in my experience of driving this BMW, for some reason, getting the power down, it doesn't like doing it. Doesn't really look like it would struggle with putting the power down, but as soon as you get into the TC, when it starts to kick in, the rear end just squirms around. It feels like it has a life of its own, like it's not actually connected to the rest of the car, which is slightly annoying, slightly irritating to try and deal with, but I'll forgive the car because I like it.
No, I know exactly
its flaws.
I know exactly what you mean, though. I drove the predecessor to this car, the BMW Z4 GT3, at Bathurst in the 12-hour at the start of 2020, and it was one of those where you kick its head in on the exit of a corner, and the traction control just says, no, we're going to go about this logically now, and I'm going to apply this much power, and then this much power, and this much. And it just feels like it digs in, it's got all the torque in the world, but it's almost like you've got some sort of artificial turbo lag, isn't it? Like, you just don't get all the punch in one go. It feeds in gradually, no matter how heavy you are with your right foot.
Like, what I do love, though, is you can see it, I think, clearer than most cars, actually, on this BMW. Just the nose pitching down into the race zone, because it has got a lot of clearance, actually. You can see daylight underneath the front end of the BMW, and then when it comes into the braking zone, the nose pitches down. It's quite aggressive. Actually, you can see it there just from the Porsche at the front of the shot there, just coming through. That's the 315 of, I think, Wim Everts, and then Stefan Kalbrek does the same thing. Car a little bit unstable on the exit. It's weird that you can hardly hear it. You'd imagine, like we were saying earlier, the V8, you could hear something, but you can't over the screaming V10.
Yeah, that's it. Jens Goossens in that DynamiXX Lamborghini making all of the racket at the moment. A quick rundown of your order then. We'll look at the drivers' names on the left-hand side for you so we don't spoil the team names. But Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports are currently leading the way with a 12-second gap over the Decimo.BE Porsche that has been in second place for the whole time. Sandro Marsani is now in third place, some 6 seconds back. That is a difference of about 2 seconds in the pits, so they've lost that time elsewhere on track. Martin Deckens is fourth for DynamiXX Racing Simulators in the number 77 Porsche. They're having a good run so far. Started fourth, currently staying there. Fifth place is Hendrik de Grave in the Flemish SimSports Lamborghini. They qualified 10th, so they've had a great start to this race in the first hour, gaining 5 places. Jesse Hendricks and the DynamiXX Pink team have gained 3 places. Wim Everarts has gained 7 up to P7 in the Team Tice machine. Great drive by them so far. Joint biggest mover in the field. Jens Goossens is currently 8th, as we were looking at a moment ago, in the DynamiXX 1 car. And then the BMW with Stefan Kalbrek, the Sim District GT3 BMS Esports BMW, was in the pits for 1 minute and 11 seconds as opposed to the 40-odd seconds of everyone else. So, big change there. Gregory Vranks in the DynamiXX Simulators Red machine, currently moved up 7 places and is into 10th. Then we have DynamiXX Bellspeed, the next car back. Nick Poylart is 5 seconds behind. Then it's Dider de Vlaming, down 5 places after the earlier contact in the McChallenge by DB Audi. And we have Stephen DeWolf in the X-Swift Racing Events white car, only 2.5 seconds back so far. So that gap could close and create a very interesting battle. Then we have Adri Kirstens in the WPR Porsche, a car we haven't paid too much attention to so far, admittedly, but a very, very pretty machine all the day. Niles de Kuiper's Zenem Esports 2 car is 15th at the moment. Then we have the cars that have been affected by the attrition so far. Ronnie Heyman in the Duct Tape Racing Porsche, randomly stopping on the exit of the first chicane earlier. And then we have Peter Mackay, who is leading the GTC class in the Porsche Sport 992 Cup car, the only car in its class, unfortunately, but still, Peter and the Porsche Sport guys doing a good job. Then, for position at the moment, Tony de Munk is the next car, challenged by DB again. And it's Axel Van Oostoys in the X-Swift Racing Events red Lamborghini, currently 18th place, losing 7 spots from where he started. Amazing Belgium's Keen Cowles, having a tough race so far as well after that incident earlier. And a team that have really had the worst of the luck so far is Tri Racing in that number 3 car. They, of course, had that contact on the first lap coming into the second chicane, and then more contact further on with a bit of moving over in the braking zone with one of the mid-challenge Audis.
Yeah, it was a real shame. It was great to see, though, Tri Racing fight their way up through the field after that incident at the start of the race. Thought for a moment the fortunes would be beginning to turn their way, and then, well, fate or otherwise has put pay to that, unfortunately, for Sebastian Pedersen and the Tri Racing team. But they're still going out, which is good to see. They haven't thrown in the towel. They're going to carry on going and see what they can take out of this race. Of course, it's a long championship, still plenty of rounds to fight for, plenty of points to be gained. So why not go out there and try and see what you can gain for the remainder of this race, and also to put yourself in good stead for the remainder of the season as well. Just seeing the lap times coming through and looking across the board. Bravo Fallon actually up into the lead of the race. So what has happened to Olivier Bulsing? He's gone. Something's happened there. The car is not really responding to him. The rear end going, and I think this could be actually, Chaz, something to do with the tyres. Something's going on with that rejoin from Olivier, trying to get car up and running as soon as possible. Because looking at the pit stop times, I think there's only been a few drivers that have changed tyres. Those being Stefan Kalbrecht and Niles de Kuiper, actually, in 15th place. So it could be just purely down to the Lamborghinis using its tyres. You can see the rear end just breaking traction, spinning it around. Good avoidance here from the car behind. Not sure who that was.
That's the bit that confuses me. Because surely you would have been able to pitch it round and spin up the rears on the grass, but maybe the tyres are that fragile at this point in time that they can't even risk going on the grass for that long to get back on.
So difficult to light. You need to be able to get the traction control, basically turn the traction control off, light up the rears, and then go. Because when you are from that low speed, as soon as you put your foot down, the car does not let you light the rears up and spin around. You need to completely remove all traction control from your car, and sometimes that's a matter of, because I don't think there's a button that turns it off. You need to sort of scroll through all the settings, get it gone. Basically, you have to put it. I think the way it does it is like 12 is off, but 11 is the highest level of intervention, or something weird. So you just only go all the way up, get it off. I think it's only go all the way back down again once you've gotten up and run again, which is very fiddly. Wish there was a way you could just turn it off and turn it back on again. But hey ho, what can you do? Unfortunately, though, that's paid to Olivier Bulsing's hope so far. A little bit further down than he'd be hoping after that incident. Wasn't the biggest of mistakes, but has had huge consequences for his race.
Yeah, indeed. That's probably the biggest development of the race that we've had so far, to be honest. Bravo Fallon and Decimo BE take the race lead then. After an honest mistake by Olivier Bulsing, it has to be said, it was a very, very minor mistake to make. Just lapping some traffic, went a little bit too hot into the chicane and The car just did that horrible sort of slow spin that the Lamborghinis, Audis, and even Ferrari have done previously. But it's been great battling with Follen and Marsani so far. Apparently the iLivery's car losing a bit of time through traffic. But now, Decimo.be lead this race. And there is quite a bit of traffic about, to be honest, Ed. I mean, we'll bring up the track map on the right-hand side so everyone can see it. But the cars are getting quite spread out through the entire circuit right now. We may only have 21, where usually, you know, we can see up to 60 cars at Monza look quite comfortable, but they have spread out very well indeed, haven't they?
Yeah, you can see there's a few little pockets here and there for clear space to run, and then of course you've got these close packs starting to emerge. By Folon looking to get past the 169. Niels de Kuiper, Zenham Esports 2 just up ahead, looking to maybe get past at some point, but Folon doesn't seem to be in any rush looking down the inside, quite content to make sure the move is done safely and cleanly. Goes to the inside now through first of the two Lesmos, and good awareness from 169. Niels not wanting to fight that, and I move to happen nice and safely. Then in behind Olivier Boltinkel, I think maybe be a little bit more impatient, perhaps, shall we say, to get through, considering he was in the lead, and can see that lead not too far ahead now, only by the tune of 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's it, when you can see the race leader right in front of you by only a few seconds, as you say, Ed. It's very easy to just get ahead of yourself a little bit, just push a little bit too hard, overdo it, maybe spin the car. So Olivier just needs to really keep his head at this point now, because right now he's made the odd mistake that has lost him that lead. And I think, to be honest, it's going to be difficult to claw that back, because right now Bavo Follen will feel this almighty gain of confidence fall upon him. And now they're getting through the traffic as well. It's going to be even harder for Olivier Boulting. But he needs the consistency that we had earlier, but that was in clean air. Now we've got lap traffic. Very different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and of course, what damage has been done to his tyres after that little spin, scrubbing them sideways, is not really the way the rubber is supposed to go. So how has that affected Olivier Boulting's pace? Has that affected his confidence to send it through the corners that we were seeing earlier? The gap now actually has come down a couple of tenths now, 1.6, 1.5 seconds between the lead pair. All the while, though, Sandro Marsani not too far behind either, only 5 seconds away from Olivier himself. So Olivier, you can see he's a little bit patient to get through, but now there's no traffic between himself and Bavo Folon. He's going to get a bit of a move on now to try and take back the lead of the race that he lost through that little mistake.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, over the course of a race as long as this, you can make a little mistake like that, and it can make that much of a difference. This traffic, by the way, is fighting for position right now. Niels de Kuiper on the back of Adrie Kirstens in the WPR racing machine. Two very different cars once again. Oh, Niles just using those anti-cut curbs on the inside there, really bounced the car through. But you can see the highlighted, painted splitter on that Porsche there. Looks very bright and prominent indeed, whereas the Lamborghini splitter doesn't look too obvious from the front. It's not quite as long as the splitter on the Porsche, but now look at that. Down the inside, Niels de Kuiper gets a great line through the Parabolica down the inside of the 33 Porsche. The two of them are going to remain side by side down the straight under the famous podium. Oh God, I didn't realise that there was no overlap then for a second. That scared the life out of me. Don't hit the back of that Lambo, Adrie. You really don't want to hit the back of it, because as soon as you lift the rear end of that car off, it is gone and you are going to get in a heap of trouble, sunshine. But still, Niels de Kuiper has made the move and he is through. Here's the battle a bit further up the order here, Ed. We've got Stefan Kalbrecht with Nick Poilart right behind him.
Yeah, Stefan Kalbrecht was looking to try and gain on a couple of cars ahead, but now needs to worry about cars behind. Nick Poilart really putting on pressure into Ascari, but that BMW very stable over the curbs, very stable through that section. Able to hold on and then into the Parabolica. What can Dynamics Bell Speed do to get in behind maybe just see actually how close he's already gotten. 0.2 of a second, the margin as they go into the braking zone for the Parabolica. Stefan needs to get a very good exit to be safe into the first corner. And I don't think he's getting it. Look at how close Nick is now, already going to the inside line, not getting the slingshot. Is that going to make it a little bit harder for him to get the move done? Already down the inside, already with the nose slightly ahead into the braking zone, but don't count out Stefan. He's going to be late on the brakes to try and hold on to 10th place, but doesn't win out the superiority of the Porsche to get the car stopped. Wins out on this occasion, but overruns the circuit a little bit too much. Couple wheels out onto the gravel, and now coming through Curva Grande, Stefan is going to try and go the long way around and then get the inside line into the next overtaking opportunity, the second chicane, wheel to wheel, giving each other plenty of racing room. Good to see that they're going to keep it clean all the way through, and it is Porsche that wins out on that occasion, up into 10th place.
Great battle in between these pair, really good fun to watch. And again, Stefan Kalbrecht now has to try and stick with Nick Poilart, but the Dynamics Bell Speed driver doing a fantastic job of getting through. And look at that, gets a great run out of the second Lesmo. Stefan Kalbrecht was just trying to find a way to look down the inside, and unfortunately couldn't quite make it work there. Slipstream will help him at least stay in touch. Pedersen's done best lap of the race actually for that Tri-Racing machine, 148.6. So obviously coming out of the pits on the fresh rubber has done them some good. Now Stefan Kalbrecht, get it out Chaz, is into the slipstream. Tucked in behind the Porsche, a little spit of flame there on the upshift, hard onto the brakes. Wow, it's like he hung an anchor out the back of that thing. Nick Poilart went into reverse there, but still Stefan cannot carry it around the outside. Can he do it again? We'll go back on board with him as we go down the straight. Great racing so far though, really enjoyable to watch, isn't it?
This is brilliant stuff on board with Stefan. You can always forgive the muted sound from the BMW now. Instead, you're going to be hearing me and Chaz talk wax lyricals. Look at this, down the inside Stefan Kalbrecht. He sent that from miles back.
Lovely.
All of a sudden, how on earth did you get that bulk of BMW to stop in time for turn one? Brilliant move. Let's have another look down the inside. You can see the nose of the BMW pitches down, sends the car into the corner. Good cooperation there on display. I think more than anything, though, you can see that Nick thought that he wasn't getting that BMW stopped in time, but Stefan said, no, I'm going to get you through, sunshine. And he runs a little bit too deep into the corner, and all of a sudden the switchback is on. But coming out of the corner, the Porsche can't get the power down, has to take evasive action. This fight is tremendous, Chaz.
Great stuff, really, really good fun from both of them. Amazing fighting so far. Just carries on, doesn't it? Corner after corner. But Nick Poilart, you have to say, I mean, you said it yourself, to be fair, Ed, great cooperation from him. He knew exactly where he needed to put that car. He didn't overdo it. He just gave all the room that he needed to, and managed to get through the chicane together. Sorry, just had Sebastian Pedersen, after complimenting his pace earlier, has had a spin at Parabolica, and he's kept the rear end lit up as well. Maybe not the wisest thing to do, really, because it'll ruin the rear tyres. But he gets going again. No damage, no issue. But yeah, it's a shame to see it. Although actually, no, straight into the pits for Sebastian Pedersen. Not quite sure what that'll all be about. They might be changing driver. We'll have to have a look. And yes, that to me says driver change. And who is going to jump in? Or are they? Is Sebastian completely out? Is that a retirement?
That might be one.
Yeah, I think that might.
One moment too many, and I think even though the car's been repaired, I don't know if it's going to be an enjoyable race for Sebastian Pedersen and Tri-Racing. So I think they're probably, unfortunately, going to call it a day there, which is a big, big shame considering the fight, the treat they were giving us early on. As the lights have come on actually on the BMW and the Porsche, but it doesn't seem that dark out. I don't know. The lights went on like that before, were they? I think they've only just come on. Oh.
No, they've always been on,
Oh.
I think. Let me check. If I look back at the BMW, yeah, they were
They've
on.
always been on.
Yeah.
For some reason, they just seem brighter than normal. My eyes are going weird again. What's this?
No, I don't blame you, because normally a lot of other cars in iRacing, they do all just come on at the same time when the light gets a certain bit too low, but to be fair, it hides those god-awful yellow snake eyes that BMW has as well. I really can't stand that. Anyway, Stefan Kalbrecht doesn't have to worry about that, because they're on the end of the car that he's sat behind, and right sat behind him is Nick Poylart right now. All over him. Does he get it done? No, again. He's very good on the brakes. Kalbrecht, so Poylart has to back out of that. I'm not sure Nick will be too pleased with that one. Looked like Kalbrecht really did close the door. But he's got a great run on the exit all of a sudden. That Porsche is like a missile. It just squats the rear end down, kicks off, and off it goes. We've had an accident for, well, Axel Van Oosthuis has had an off, and Dominic de Klerk as well has been off. We'll have a look at that in a second. Very close on the brakes here. Poylart this time out braking Kalbrecht. Great stuff by the Porsche. These are two cars. You can see the example side by side right now, where the white numbers are obviously not in the right place due to their underlying liveries that iRacing has on them. Anyway, Axel Van Oosthuis has been off the circuit, and this is on the way into the first lesson. Whoa. That's a very, very fast entry to the Lesmo. That was oddly fast into there. I'm not sure if he was looking at something else, but should break about now. Whoa. That's a big old hit as well, that is. Dominic de Klerk had an issue. Oh, it's where his teammate went off as well before, and he's also hit the wall with that amazing Belgium Porsche.
Again, no damage to the engine because it's in the wrong place, thankfully.
Yeah, indeed. But
This is a great fight, isn't it, Chaz? These two so evenly matched. And there's another one actually brewing up in front here.
fantastic stuff from Bavo Follen and the Decimo BE drivers to be so consistent. I said it earlier, didn't I? They had to push, and they only had about 12 seconds to the race leader. But because it was around just 12 seconds, that means that when there was a mistake, they could actually get in front. And this has now instigated a fight between the two of them. So this is now going to start kicking off properly between these guys. It's our first proper fight for the lead that we've seen. And can Olivier Bultink get this job done? Doesn't actually get that good a run, does he, actually, onto the main straight?
Well, I think that's just maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe just down to slightly aero wash potentially coming out of the corner. Not able to get the right amount of speed coming through. Oh, I fall on. Holds on. But for how much longer can he hold on? Because we've seen the pace on display from Olivier Bultink all race long. Grande right up behind that gap coming down. You can see on the left hand side of your screen 0.2 of a second, but then increases. He backs off, does Olivier. So even though he's lost the lead from a mistake, the red mist not descending. He's being very smart about this, Olivier, realizing that his pace is probably quicker, probably a bit more consistent, but realizes that there's a long old race still to go. Only, what, quarter of the race gone?
Yeah, indeed. An hour and a half so far. So, not even at the halfway point yet. That'll be the next time that Ed and I will take a quick break from the broadcast, is at the halfway point. 3 hours in. But these guys, of course, do not get a break. They are going to be racing all the way through, and that's where they will probably be a bit jealous of us. Obviously, there are going to be driver changes and so on still going on. Peter Mackay, by the way, still out there for Porsche Sport. Niels de Kuiper has had another escapade off the road. Oh! Now, we'll pick that apart. Did he get any help? Now, he did get some very, very big help.
Any help? A lot of help.
But to be honest, I mean, Niles wasn't really eager to move out of the way earlier with lap traffic, was he? You know, there was other cars. Oh, he's tried to get going again, and he's hit one of the other Lamborghinis too.
Whoever that
Clumsy.
Lamborghini was very lucky.
Yeah, very indeed. That's the number 18 car of Axel Van Oosthuis, which had big damage anyway, but doesn't seem to have that much more damage now. Niels de Kuiper into the pits. Obviously, he will have damage from those incidents, but as I was saying, Niels wasn't really eager to get out of the way of other drivers earlier when they were lapping him, and that just sort of, that seemed to reign consistent there as well, if I'm honest with you, Ed. These drivers obviously need to have eyes in the back of their head, as I mentioned before, but it seemed like Niels was just focusing on his own race there.
As well, don't forget, when you are traffic is being lapped, you need to make yourself predictable and consistent. You can't just fall off the circuit out of the way of other cars. They need to make sure that they can make the moves cleanly as well. So it takes two to get a move safe, and it takes two to have an incident sometimes. And maybe it was just the first time for some drivers coming through 4-lap traffic, and a little bit of, I guess, the understanding that needs to be there, the mutual understanding, just wasn't quite there, Chaz.
No, it didn't seem so really, but no matter who it is, that's always something you get in this sort of racing, isn't it, really? I mean, you do always get drivers where they'll be maybe overly eager to get out of the way, and then other drivers that don't want to move at all, you know, that just think, right, well, as the lapping car, you're the one who's got the job of getting around me. But when you're all in the same class, that's not really how it should be. You have to at least give them some advantage by intentionally slowing down, but either way, the situation has occurred now, and we'll have to see how that goes over the race. I just hope it hasn't obviously damaged the third place number 41 car of Sandro Marsani.
You can see the car looks to be relatively clean in terms of damage. Is there a little bit maybe on the right hand side? No, everything looks alright, to be fair, from Sandro Marsani. Maybe a little bit, but nothing that seems to be hampering his performance too much. Lap times still relatively quick and consistent as well, which is key. Olivier Boulting and Bao Fallon, though, putting in very quick lap times. Bao Fallon putting in that car's fastest lap of the race so far. Olivier Boulting as well, not too far behind in terms of pace. So, and all of a sudden, is Sandro Marsani a little bit too deep into the first part of that second chicane. Had Fallon and Boulting still nose to tail here, Chaz. Still separated by, what, 0.2 of a second. So you saw Olivier just backing off a little bit, giving the gap to, say, what, half a second. Now he's piling the pressure back on as they come through Ascari and down towards Parabolica.
Yeah, he is. He's going to try and get a good run out of here. And to be honest with you, I think maybe he's got to a point now where he thinks I can just try and pressure him into a mistake, because then I'm not overworking my tyres too much. I'm not risking anything too much. I'm just doing my own race, and then he's going to fall off because of me, but not obviously with hitting him. That's not quite the way we want it to go. Either way, got a great scrap shaping up here. We'll look back from the Porsche of Bao Fallon at that Lamborghini. Very evil looking car. Wonderful. Absolutely beautiful looking thing, the Lamborghini Huracan. Its GT3 counterpart with an even beefier front end, looking spot on in sunshine here at Monza this afternoon. And the black and green livery really does do a good job on that Lamborghini as well. One way than the other, the matte black with the glossy logos. A little bit of gravel there for Bao Fallon, but not too much. A bit of traffic in front of them. It's a number 10 car. Now that's what you want with a car getting out of the way, isn't it? Look at that. That was De Vlaeminck doing a fantastic job of being lapped traffic, and yet again, Boulting just hanging back a bit there at this point, Ed.
Especially when you see that it's the leaders coming through and their nose to tail, you're probably going to be a bit kinder to the cars going past when you're a lapped car, aren't you, Chaz? Because you don't want to get involved in that fight, because you know that they are going to be going absolutely at each other like cats and dogs. You don't want to get, you don't want to get clawed, do you? No,
definitely not. It always reminds me of, I think it was Martin Brundle that appeared on a segment that Top Gear did a long time ago about Ayrton Senna. And they used to say that because Senna was so banzai with his qualifying laps, you know, when it was qualifying, you'd always be looking in your mirrors for the bright yellow helmet of Ayrton Senna and the day glow white and orange Marlboro McLarens. and you didn't want to be the one person that ruined that lap. You know, you'd have to just dive out of the way. Everything you were doing was focused around not ruining that lap. And I think right now, some of this traffic, while they are trying to run their own races, they are trying to make up ground. They'll have to sacrifice as much as possible just to make sure they don't get in the way of this overall lead fight. Because when you're 90 minutes into a race like this is exactly what you want to see. A fight for the lead outright. The two cars going at it, less than half a second between them.
It's brilliant, and I'll tell you what, Chaz, you were bang on the money about the confidence that's been injected into following on that Decimo B Porsche, because now that he's gotten into the lead, he's been putting in his fastest laps of the race, even though the track is not really in the best of state, still very hot, and he's got some breathing down his neck. He is soaking up this pressure brilliantly. Track has come down just a little bit though, 36 degrees, even though it's only gone like 30 minutes since we last checked, and it's still gone down by like 3 degrees. So very surprising how quickly that's cooled.
Air temp's only 19 degrees as well, so I can't see it getting any hotter now. I think the track will just continue to cool, but the sun has been at its highest, so the shadows will start to get longer and longer now. But this is still a great old scrap. The Decimo.be car certainly showing that it's not always going to be the same this season. Obviously at Zandvoort, the Sim District GT3 car won by 2 laps, I was told. So a hell of a advantage to have by the time the race comes to an end. But Bavo Follan doing everything he needs to do right now in the 451 Porsche. One of many Porsches in this field. But still, as we've been talking about, it's a real staple of GT3 racing. Always has been, and I'm pretty sure always will be. But the Lamborghini right behind it, doing a very, very good job. And, okay, so...
that was it.
Yeah, Duct Tape Racing had to go back to the pits because of a pedal failing. So, absolute nightmare. And now they're down in 15th place overall. They were right up there earlier, having a great scrap. Now they're 15th overall, 10 places lost. They're only a second behind the car in front of them, the WPR machine, but it's not quite where they deserve to be, if you ask me. We've got a car off the road. Hello, that is Tony DeMunk. And he's managed to muck it up. Let's have a look at what happened to him through the second chicane. Oh, he's gone into the back of the 315 car, bit of a tap, and then is he going to just clip the gravel? Oh no, it looked a lot worse than it was actually. It saw all the damage. I think that's just because of hitting the back of the Porsche. But
I think they saw the damage before he hit the back of the Porsche, because it didn't look like a heavy hit, was it? Just the smallest of kisses of the rear bumper from the Porsche up ahead. Very strange incident from Tony DeMunk there, but we can go back to this fight here now and see Duct Tape Racing trying to claw back some places. Heartbreaking for them, considering they were fighting up for P5 within the first hour, and then all of a sudden a one little pedal failure has put pace to their race. You saw, didn't we, Chaz? It was right as all the drivers coming in for the pits, and we thought, hang on, if they made a mistake, if they carried on as the fuel just gone, but no, it was, they went onto the brakes into turn 1, and then for some reason the throttle wouldn't pick back up. It was pressing down and nothing was happening. Unfortunately for Duct Tape Racing, that has really dampened their chances of getting a good result, but they can still fight through and try and take something at the very least out of this race. You can see how close Ronnie Hayman is now in behind Adri Kirstens, looking down the inside into Ascara. It's going to have to be a heck of a send. Do you know what? It was great stuff from Ronnie Hayman. I think there was some definite cooperation there from Adri Kirstens. Saw down the inside. As soon as a car looks through Ascara, you can't fight it because you know there's going to be an incident.
Yeah, it was good stuff by Ronnie Hayman, who sounds like he should be some sort of old British comedian from the 80s. But to be honest, Adri Kirstens, like I said, good cooperation there, just to make sure that there was no contact, plenty of room was given. And that's the thing, let's not forget that this is not a one-off event. This is a championship. This is round 2 of a multiple race season. So these guys still need to take points from each race that they can. They've got a long time left of this race alone, so they've got plenty to at least push for and time to get it right. So it's all just about making sure that you just got to optimise each lap, haven't you? Because even if you're not in a direct fight for a position straight away, you've got to at least make sure that you're putting in a pace that could keep you in contention. I know that sounds really stupid to say, but hear me out, because sometimes a lot of people can get into a situation like they're in now where they'll back off for a while because they'll think there's no point pushing the car that hard. But if you back off and don't push for, say, 3 laps and lose, I don't know, second and a half, that could be the difference for you overtaking somebody as they come out the pits or not.
And Chaz, you've hit the nail on the head, because we can come down to 3rd place. Sandro Marzani, he was, 6 seconds away from Olivier Baltink at one time when he was closing in on Bauer Fallon. All of a sudden, that gap has extended massively and doubled in size to now 12.5 seconds from, Bauer Fallon all the way down to Olivier Baltink, and then down to 3rd place, Sandro Marzani. So all of a sudden, now that Sandro hasn't had anyone to fight, his lap times have just sort of stagnated a little bit. Hasn't been pushing hard to catch up to these two ahead, and as a result has dropped back, whereas these two, locking horns, battling it out, have really pressed each other to go that little bit quicker lap after lap. And we're seeing exactly what's happening now, that gap extending that little bit more, is very good awareness from the 169 to get out of the way. That is liven up the bake. Team Esports 2 giving these battling pair a wide berth through Curva Grande. And we are expecting these two to come into the pits within the next, say, 15 minutes, Chaz. And what's going to happen in terms of the strategy there? Because Desmo B did come in the lap before Sim District GT3 by Vive and BMS Esports. So that tells me that we're probably going to have Olivier Baltic with clear track for 1, maybe 2 laps to see what he can do in terms of an overcut rather than the undercut.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether they'll go for that or whether they will continue to have that 1 lap difference, or even try and stretch it out further. You never know. But sometimes you have to develop as these races develop themselves. You know, you have to adapt to it. So if you do make a mistake and it puts you in a fight that you maybe weren't in before, you have to really check on what they're doing and compare that to what your plan was originally. So there's so much to think about as these races go on. I'm intrigued to see which team does what. But right now it's very clear that Olivier Baltic wants to save fuel and stay behind, because, well, in the long run that's just going to work for him, isn't it? He knows he's got the pace. He's still, if anything, putting pressure on Bavo Follin. So right now it's a bit of a win-win scenario to Olivier Baltic, other than the fact that he's not directly in front of him.
Having a look at some of the cars just up ahead that are likely to be lapped. Next car to be lapped will probably be Stefan Kalrecht, teammate as well, let's not forget, of Olivier Baltic, both Sim District GT3 drivers. And I mean, we've seen teammates put on good defensive driving to help out the other one, haven't we, in recent memory, Chaz?
Yes.
And maybe we could see something come through, but maybe not in this case, considering Stefan Kalrecht will be getting the blue flag. I don't know if we're going to see maybe that level of performance.
I don't quite think he's going to be backing him up that much, to be fair, but even still, I think we're still going to see maybe a bit of tactic in that regard. It wouldn't be completely frowned upon from an entertainment perspective, but we'll have to see. Great to see these two still sticking together, though. Absolutely loving it so far. Really, really enjoyable stuff as they carry on. Trading lap times with each other, still getting quicker and quicker as it goes on. But the track is getting cooler and cooler now. It's down to 34 degrees Celsius, so it's dropped another 2 degrees. Air temperature still 19, but we're getting to 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. A bit more cloud in the air. So it is getting quicker and quicker for these guys, but I think, if anything, that's what's giving them more and more confidence as time goes on. So we'll have to see exactly how that helps them come the end of the race. We've had Dominique de Klerk have an issue. That's out of the chicane. The amazing Belgium is not really having an amazing time so far, is it, Ed?
No, unfortunately not, and it's a shame because the start of the race wasn't too bad for them, but mistakes and incidents have sadly paid to their fortunes, and They need to just basically look after the car and see what they can take at the end of the race. They've already gained one position through attrition. What many more can they try and take away is beating Mackay and Bush Sport have also been drivers that have gained from attrition. Car in the GTC class, first in its class, but also 16th overall ahead of 5 GT3 cars. They're not doing too shabby at all.
No, that's it. It's been a solid performance so far. I mean, we've got, what, 56 laps in the books for them so far, and they have certainly not really fallen by the wayside or had any major issues. There was a bit of contact with the car earlier on, but that was it, really, wasn't it? It was just the number 10 Audi giving them a bit of a tap on the way through, and they've stayed out of trouble other than that. So good stuff from Peter Mackay. Of course, his teammate Luke Holroyd. We've got cars in the pits. That is Team Tice and Dynamics Simulators Red in their Porsches. Already into the second round of stops now, Ed. This is flying by very, very quickly.
Yeah, and we're seeing the pit stops coming in a lot quicker than we were expecting at Sandford, but that's because you spend so much more time flat out. I think the percentage of the laps flat out here at Monza is what? About 80 to 90%, something very, very high, isn't it, here? And it's obviously means that in iRacing, the way that fuel's calculated, we say it time and time again in these endurance races, but it's down to throttle position instead of revs and all of these other things. Like, you can do things in other sims and in real life, like maybe short shifting to gears, keeping the revs low. But in this, it's purely just down to throttle position. So lifting and coasting is really the way to save fuel, and we've been seeing a lot of that coming through from Olivier Baltic in behind current race leader Arbo Follon, who again, look at how much he sends it through that second chicane. That Porsche really bounces its way over the curves, doesn't it, Chaz? But I mean, Arbo Follon, he seems to be able to keep a tight enough grip on it.
Now you can now we definitely heard the revs drop there from Olivier Baltic. Just reloaded the overlay for a second there, everybody, just because I want to make sure that these guys' names all work, and I'm sorry to any of them if they get offended in any way that we are sort of putting the names into one word rather than two or three, but for some reason our overlay doesn't particularly like it too much. But now Olivier Baltic has really dropped off. We'll go on board, Ed, and just see if we can hear a bit of this, because I reckon we're going to get some big fuel saving right about now.
So listen.
No, not so much into there, actually.
Coast his way through, though, and uses the engine braking to slow the car down. As up ahead, race leader comes into the pits, and now Olivier Baltic, clear track ahead. He is going to attack this circuit like he has never attacked it before to try and come through with clear space in front. No cars ahead as well in terms of traffic. In fact, the only car ahead is some ways down the road. Olivier Baltic doesn't have lap traffic to worry about, but he goes a little bit too deep now into the first chicane, so that's going to hamper him, slowing down just a touch. But this is where the pressure is really put on you as a driver in these endurance scenarios, where you can either make or break all that you've worked for a stint can be really made up here at these times.
I was going to say,
bounces over nicely there, so he's making up for it now.
Yeah, for sure. It just seemed like a very, very strange time to do the whole lifting and coasting and dump the clutch, because I would have thought, oh, he'll be braking by now, and then he did that, and then it didn't seem like he was braking at all, and then all of a sudden came off a clutch, sorted the engine braking out, but it definitely looked like it was going in too hot. I think he actually got away with that, really. Looked like it was going to go in a lot worse than that. We've still
Is he going to lift and coast now, though? No, he's got clear track here, Chaz.
Oh, not into Ascari. Definitely will at the end of the straight down towards the Parabolica. We've got Cone Bevers going in the Decimo BE Porsche, but that's taking tyres as well. Should be moving any second now. There you go. So that's definitely a change of tyres. Let's listen again. No, nothing from Olivier Baltic, but to be honest, Ed, I expect them to come in right about now. What do you reckon?
I think he might try and carry on another lap, you know. We're going to see exactly what Olivier's been doing, because he was fuel saving so much before to have these extra laps in hand, and he's carrying on yet again. But now he's going to all of a sudden have plenty of cars up ahead in terms of traffic, so maybe he'll come in this lap with traffic ahead, because obviously when you got traffic to try and deal with, it will slow you down more than what you were doing with a clear circuit. But you could just see the attitude of this Lamborghini is a lot more aggressive than we were seeing it in behind the rear end of that Decimo.be Porsche. So, what is going to come through from Olivier Bultink? Because Robin van Gogh has a mistake. He's only just gotten in the car. Cool tyres, I think, have caught him out just a touch into the second chicane.
Yeah, indeed. Just a little simple moment to have that into there, to be honest. Now,
there's definitely no fuel saving going on.
No, there's not. Oh, we've had Hendrik de Graver's had an issue in the Flemish Lamborghini. Sorry, I just wanted to listen to that. Hendrik just going into the chicane. He's just literally come out of the pits as well. Oh, just loops around on him. Hops it over the curb, gets it back on the grass, and off he goes again. Now then, still Olivier Bultink pushing hard. That thing looks so good through there. Looks really good from that camera angle. Sounds amazing. Little hop over the grass as well on the exit. Gotta love a bit of that. Now then, are we going to hear fuel saving? Yep. The res definitely dropped there. We don't even need to go on board for that. Olivier Bultink, I reckon he might even try and squeeze another lap out of this now. What do you reckon?
I reckon so, yeah. He was saving so much fuel in behind, so why not just go for it? Try and see what you can do, because come the end of the race, your lap is going to be so much shorter than all those around you. So even if you don't make a place now, you'll know that towards the end of the race, you're going to be in good stead, and the points aren't counted of where you are with, 4 hours to go. The points are only counted right at the end of business. But with traffic ahead, could this pay to Olivier Bultink, as Hendrik de Graver again has a moment, this time into a Scari. Oh, and the car, it seems to be really unsettled now on the suspension. It just like bottoms out. We saw it through the first corner, a little bit of a bump that sent the car around, and again through a Scari on a curve that you can take pretty much all race long. Unfortunately, seems to catch out Hendrik de Graver this time. But look at Olivier Bultink monstering it over the curves there through the second chicane, really sending the car through and closing up to those ahead, just in behind the Audi. I think that's Jeremy de Bova just up ahead. I think it might be. Definitely one of the two MC Challenge IDV cars. Flash of the headlights for Olivier Bultink. He's coming through. He doesn't want to get held up any more than is physically possible.
Do you want to know what's
Good
even more impressive? There. Olivier Bultink's done purple sector 1 on this lap. Fastest first sector of the entire race on this lap by Olivier Bultink. He's on it.
On tyres that have done, well, basically up until now, these tyres have been on since the start of the race.
Yeah, it's not got much cooler either. Still 34 degrees Celsius on track, so he is absolutely on a mission now. I don't think we're going to see fuel saving here. I think this will be his last lap of this stint. And it's been an absolute monster of an in-lap, but no, he's dropped it on the way to Parabolica. Oh, that's complete commentator's curse. Olivier and team, I do apologise. Normally it's Ed May with the lightning powers like that, but right now Olivier is going to drag that into the pits. He says, stuff that. I'm not driving this on 20 pence piece tyres now. Let's get it in and let's get down that pit lane. That was heartbreaking for him. What an in-lap that was looking to be.
It was smarter as well to come in on that pits anyway, even if he has an extra lap in the tank, because otherwise he'd be paying for that mistake all the way down the start-finish straight into the first corner. So by doing this, he tries to minimise time loss from that little error. Comes into the pits. I think he's going to hand over to his teammate, you would imagine. Yep, drops out, and now it's Scott McFall's turn to get behind the wheel. And our focus shifts to Jens Goosens, who actually on that last lap did not take tyres, so stayed out on this current set. I think our real focus is going to be on Kern Nevers, Decimo B. What has he been able to do? Looking at the lap times coming through, not as quick as his teammate, but of course he hasn't made any mistakes. Whereas we saw one coming through, didn't we, from Olivier Bultink? Is that going to be the difference maker? Because he was on a mission up until that point through the Parabolica on his in lap. Are we going to see all of that hard work become undone?
Well, Scott McFall is about to get moving in about 10 seconds, I'd say. So where Cohen ends up right now is going to be very, very intriguing. I'm keeping my eye on Scott. Look at it on the left-hand side on the timing tower. It'll say pit exit. There you go. He's moving now. Scott McFall is going to get going, but he's not going to be up to speed yet. And there he is coming out of the pits. So Koen Bevers does jump him. Well, I say jump him. He was in front before they came into the pits. But the gap has got considerably bigger. Now we'll have to see what Scott McFall can do. And right behind as well. Oh, no, sorry, it's not Philip Eckert. It was the BMW, but of course Robin van Gogh a lap down on those guys now. I thought he'd had some sort of miraculous jump up to third. But theoretically, despite him being second right now, Koen Bevers leads this race. Jens Goossens literally leads it on the road. But I think in the long run, we both know that is not correct because he has done nearly 30 more laps on this, and he last pitted on the 34th lap of the race. That Lambo is not going to be feeling too great right now, I imagine.
No, you wouldn't think so. It's Jens Goossens coming into the pits probably any moment now, anytime soon. Jens Goossens for DynamiXX 1 will come in from P1 and drop back down through the order. So in terms of the strategy, in terms of on the road, we will then see Desmo.be up into the lead of the race. And Scott McFall, even after all the hard work and in that mistake from Olivier Bultink, is only 1.5 seconds behind Koen Bevers. Which just shows, doesn't it, the measure of what Olivier Bultink was doing on those in-laps right up until that mistake. He was putting in monstrous times and would have likely came out with a healthy lead had he not made that one small error that had his big consequence coming into the Parabolica. The action is still going on all throughout the field. Thijs Vandenberg down the inside on the brakes. Is he going to get the move done? No, he doesn't. Backs out of it. Doesn't get up into P10, so that is currently held on to by Jurgen van der Peer and Dynamics Belspeed.
Yeah, indeed. Car 315 chasing down car 251. Both part of the Dynamics stable, of course. And Thijs, part of Team Thijs, his teammate Luke Thijs as well. Now we've had another issue, I'm afraid, for Dominic de Klerk. On his way into Ascari, is he just going to go a bit too hot into the first part? Oh, the car just kicks in the ABS and straight lines on its way into Ascari. Car may be green, but it's not been a solid green run for them so far, I'm afraid. Peter Mackay's had a good run so far. The Porsche Sport 992, number 992, ahead of almost half of the GT3 field. So, very strong performance so far. Obviously, one pit stop being the main reason for that, but still, they've had the pace to keep it up there. They might actually pit one entire less time than everybody else because they last pitted. Actually, they pitted on lap 33. Everyone else has sort of pitted around lap 30. So, if you save, there's not going to be 10 pit stops, so you're not going to save an entire stop. But come the end of the race, they might be able to have a shorter pit stop and be slightly out of sync in a way that benefits them.
Yeah, we're going to see how many positions, basically. I think the race for Peter Mackay and Porsche Sport is going to be how many GT3 cars can we finish ahead of come the end of the race.
It's going to be one
to be
so
fair,
far.
on a circuit like Monza, you have a chance to certainly do that, don't you, with this Porsche Cup car? Straight line speed pretty much on par.
Look at it, it's rapid. We'll go on a bit of chopper cam for a sec. I mean, the Audi's got the initial punch, look at that. But now with Peter getting the slipstream, he's not going anywhere. That's brilliant, isn't it? That really does show you the legs of that Porsche, and he's actually started to catch up with him again. I can imagine Peter's laughing his head off right now. He's going to be loving a bit of that. Obviously, very sportsmanlike and getting on the brakes early. He's not going to start a fight with the Audi, but still, brilliant stuff. Joe Leulenbroek is in the pits. That's the Zenith Esports 1 Lamborghini. So they are in for their next service, and they will take tyres. Up it goes on the jacks. So Stephen de Wolf, actually, in the X-Swift Racing Events white Lamborghini, did not take tyres last time round. So that car last pitted on lap 35, and they're currently on their 66th lap of the race. So they've done another 31 since then. Maybe even still some more laps left in this car as well if they push that.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if they're going to be able to go much longer, though. Don't forget they came in for a very early pit stop on account of damage that they accrued on the first lap. tried to go around for a few more laps before inevitably diving into the pits to repair.
Ah, yeah, good point.
So I'm not sure if Stephen DeWolf and Dynamics are going to be ending the race in P4, but they're definitely showing good pace to finish as higher as they physically can following an early setback. They're doing, well, not too bad up 7 places so far, but one of the biggest movers and shakers, in fact, the biggest mover and shaker so far this race. Steph Del News, Dynamic Simulators Red, up 8 places since the beginning of the race. And looking at the lap times, not too shabby, seeing if they can maybe try and reel in Joel Eulenbroek.
Yeah, potentially a battle going on a bit further down the line in that respect. We've got close battling now between the top 2, because for some reason Cone Bevers lost 0.8 of a second on that previous lap. So Scott McFall looking very, very strong right now. And I think it won't be long before he tries to go for a move. Obviously, he's in the same team as his teammates. Of course, that just goes without saying. That's just academic. It's just stupid. But to be honest, he's got a different mindset right now. He's not thinking, I'm 2 hours into a stint, let's not risk anything. He's thinking, right, I'm in the car, let's make my impression early on, let's crack on with this and try and take that lead. But right now, Cone Bevers doing everything he needs to do to hold on to it, but the pace just isn't there, I'm afraid. And there it is again. Scott McFall is in the same mindset, isn't he? More fuel saving. Look at that. The pace of it through there as well.
This is very, very intriguing to see how Scott McFall is approaching this, because for 1 minute we think he's going to go for this, he's going to want to get ahead as quickly as possible. And now all of a sudden, he drops back and does loads of fuel saving, all the while harassing the back of Cone Bevers. And I think this is probably the way that they're going to approach this stint from now on, is stay close in behind, save as much fuel as you can, keep the pressure on Cone Bevers and Decimo.be to find out what you can do in terms of maybe forcing a mistake and getting the position made easily. If you can't, you can stay behind, save plenty of fuel, and then come the end of the race, you'll have short pit stop and you're far away off in the lead of the race and need to fight for it.
I'm just intrigued to see if there's anything that the Decimo BE guys can do, because right now, in this current situation, it just seems like it's the Sim District team versus the world. You know, it's who are they going to send forward? Who's going to be their champion to throw forward at this seemingly unbeatable Sim District team? Yes, they've shown a weakness. Yes, they've shown a chink in the armour, which we saw earlier with that small spin by Olivier Bultink, but it's been a fantastic, fantastic drive by them so far. Cone Bevers and, of course, the Decimo BE guys doing awesomely well to at least be within the vicinity when it did go slightly wrong. But I think, to be honest with you, it's going to be a case of when, not if, Scott McFall at least makes a move. It's certainly been exciting to watch so far, hasn't it, Ed? I mean, we've got this constant ongoing battle, and it's why we love races like this. You know, it's always developing, it's always changing. It's not just a 20-minute sprint where everyone goes all out. You see all these strategies and different pit calls coming into effect and fuel saving like that.
Yeah, I've just been watching Scott McFall and seeing his pace. He's looking very quick, definitely on par with his teammates. Going ever slightly slower, but I mean, for me, it doesn't seem like Sim District GT3 are too concerned by that at the moment, and quite happy to keep things as they are. Fuel saving, of course, different strategies coming through. Are we seeing any fuel saving, though, from Cone Bevers as well? Are they just working together, perhaps, trying to extend their advantage over third place? Just looking at the lap times, they are still roughly similar in terms of pace. I don't know, Chaz. This is definitely getting to the stage of the race. 2 hours in already. But drivers do inevitably think about the long game, about the end of the race, what they can do in terms of strategy to put in the quickest drivers at the end and basically do loads of preparation for a 1 hour sprint to the finish. That's essentially how drivers, and at least in these 6 hour endurance events, will approach it.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all it comes down to. You know, everyone in these races focuses on where you are at the finish. You know, as much as in 24-hour races and even, you know, the longer races like 12 hours, sometimes you get points for your position at 6 and 12 hours, then 24. But in races like this where you don't, all that matters is where you are at the finish. That's what the classification is going to read, and that's the points that you're going to get. So all you're doing here... Whoa, is even onto the brakes there. Scott McFarlane, he's actually got through. He's gone into the lead of the race. Now, is that part of the plan? I think Cone Bevers just went a little bit slower. He knew that eventually he was going to get through. He didn't want to have to deal with all of that pressure. And Scott McFall takes the lead of the race. But what I was going to say is all this is doing is just building up to the final hour. That's all they're doing this for right now. Let's have a quick look.
He got a huge slide through Ascari, did Cone Bevers, and he was slow out of the corner as a result. It was just through the right hammer through Ascari, and he's in behind the slipstream. I don't know if he's going to be close enough to send the move, though.
I don't think he's going to. I think he's just going to give the new race leader a taste of their own medicine, really. I think that's all they're going to do. Just try and stick with him. But is Scott now going to think, well, there's no point me hanging back and playing this safe. I may as well just go for this right now and just try and clear off up the road.
Yeah, and memory serves right from Zenfort. He has that pace in the tank to go for it and to try and build a gap to Cone Bevers. Should he monster it through this first sector, which he does. You can see just how planted that Lamborghini is on acceleration. You put the power down and it just responds, it just goes. Again now, that gap extending to 0.8 of a second already. Scott McFall is definitely putting the hammer down and really going for it.
And look at that, even
trying to break the toe as well. Look at that. Oh, he's really trying to put the power down and clear a margin. Can he do it through Ascari?
I'm just wondering whether Cone can actually stay with him here. I think this might be one of the turning points. Maybe if we don't see other mistakes from Scott McFall and his teammates, I think this could be the turning point. Now they've got in front again on the circuit, I think we may see them disappear off up the road. That Lamborghini has looked good all race, and it was that one mistake that changed things, but even still.
Look at this. He's trying as hard as he can to break the toe.
Still doing everything he can, but this is why we love it. Absolutely love it. So much goes into these races, so much practice and so much time. And to be honest, I think that Scott McFall is doing just as good a job as Olivier Bultink did. We've got another battle further back, by the way. Steph Delnews and Jurgen van der Peer close together once again. Jurgen obviously overtook Thijs Vandenberg before. He's now gapped him by 7 seconds and caught up to Steph Delnews in the process. So Jurgen van der Peer for Dynamics Bell Speed is showing Dynamics good speed at the minute, continuing to catch up to Steph, who is the biggest mover in the field, or at least that team is. Dynamics Simulators Red. They've gained 8 spots from where they started, and look at that, bit of teamwork going on there as well. Steph Delnews lets Jurgen van der Peer through. Thank you very much, he says. And Jurgen carries on his way. So strong progress. We've got Luke Holroyd in the Porsche 992 now, by the way, in the GTC class. So he will be, well, I was going to say trying to stay out of the way of this BMW, but if anything, he's just sort of enjoying being up to pace with it. He does back off just slightly to give Robin van Gogh the time he needs to get back to the apex and go through. But still, it's a shame that there is only the one car in that class, really, isn't it? Because every broadcast I've done on Porsche Cup cars in iRacing, whether it be the older car or this new 992, the racing has always been absolutely phenomenal, and it always will be, I think, in one-mate racing like that.
That's true. You see the Porsche come towards us. Look how much camber they've put on it. You can just see the wheels absolutely cambered out left and right, pointing out the side. That's a stanced Porsche. You don't see that very often.
Well, the thing is, though, I think that that's the way they have to set these cars up. They're very soft cars. They're not as stiff as a GT3 car, and even they move around quite a bit. But when you watch a Porsche Cup car, the way it moves around on the brakes, I mean, you'll see it now, the way it leans into a corner, the way it bounces off curbs. It has a lot of body language about it. It's one of those cars that really gives you a lot to look at and a lot of information visually. And I think that these guys have realised that. They just want to do it for pace, and they want to go out there. They don't have to worry about saving tyres or anything like that. They just need to go out there and just try and pester some of the GT3 cars. Just be quick and just have fun with it. But you are right, that thing is very, very cambered up right now. It looks brilliant for it, though. That's how a Porsche Cup car should be, if you ask me. And Luke currently wrangling it through the second chicane. We've got a battle going on here.
As well, actually, on the teammate rivalry, actually, sorry, Chaz, is between Luke Holroyd and, of course, Peter McKay. Who's going to have the fastest lap in that car? They're going to be fighting between each other to have that last stint, because that's going to be when the track is at its coolest and at its most rubbered in.
Very, very true indeed. This is leaving up the beak in the Zenom Esports 2 car, just ahead of our British comedian Ronnie Hayman in the Duct Tape Racing car, trying to make his way back through the field after their earlier mishap. But it was a quick response by them. It was a real shame that it happened in the first place, but at the end of the day they did what they needed to do to get the car back into the pits and back out on circuit. And Ronnie Hayman now closing in. I'll say that actually. No, on this lap so far he's lost 4 tenths. But on the previous lap, Ronnie Hayman was half a second quicker than leaving up the beak. Axel Van Oosterhuis has had another issue here, Ed. What's gone on here?
Well, look, coming into Ascari. Is it just over the curb? Yeah, just bumps it too sharply over the curb, trains and takes too many liberties with the track, and Monza punishes him quite severely for it. You just see turns in just a touch too early. Usually you can get away with it, but not that much, unfortunately, Sunshine, and as a result gets bumped up in the air and has to take a trip through the kitty litter, but back up to racing speed relatively quickly.
Now Scott McFall has started to break away even more now from Koen Bevers. There is the gap. 2 seconds to the car behind. And Koen still doing a good job pace-wise, though. He's still very, very quick, but he was just about 9 tenths slower on that previous lap. Philip Eckert is in 3rd place at the minute in the iLivery's Vibe Sports car. That number 41 machine doing everything right by the book, but 30 seconds clear of Dries Mousdi. Dries not quite in no man's land because he's only got 4 seconds to Brent Verheyen behind him, but a number of these Dynamics Porsches together in the mid-pack at the minute. Starting to forget which one was ahead of which, but either way, they're all being very consistent so far, doing a good job. Hendrik de Grave is 16 seconds back and 16 seconds ahead of Joe Leulenbroek behind him, so probably the Flemish team right now quite grateful for the fact they've got a bit of daylight around them, because earlier on in the race they couldn't catch a break, could they?
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about the daylight between the top 3 and the rest of the pack is definitely clear to see. Scott McFall, Koen Bevers, Philip Eckert, Sim District GT3, Decima B, and iLivery's Vibe Sports. Oh, really class of the field, you have to say. It's only been those 3 fighting for those top 3 spots. No one else has really had a sniff so far this race. Just shows how strong those drivers and those teams, to be fair, have been. They've all changed drivers, and status quo has been maintained up at the top. He's been in that car for ages, though, hasn't he? I don't think he's ever handed over to his teammate by the looks of things.
Maybe he doesn't want to. Sounds that good. But yeah, Hendrik certainly flying, but has been behind the wheel for a while. And you know, one thing that I always discuss with people is that whenever we all discuss the difference between sim racing and real motorsport, well, I say real motorsport, real world motorsport, is obviously the G-forces and the fatigue and so on, but sim racing is still tiring because it's all tiring mentally. You're focusing in the same way as you would be as if you were doing it for real. It's just that your body isn't being exerted to the same G-forces and so on, unless you have a ridiculously powerful motion rig. But it still does take a lot out of you to do this. You have to focus, you have to do the inputs. Yeah, a lot of wheels on the market aren't as strong as a real car putting those forces through you. Brake pedals and so on aren't quite the same, but you know, you still have to do it. It's the same muscle memory and the same sort of inputs from your body that you're putting through the sim. So it really can take it out of you. I remember doing think I was in the car for 4 hours at Daytona through the night once because one of my teammates didn't wake up, so I had to do 2 hours of his stint after doing 2 hours of my own, and it was absolutely demoralising. Like, it absolutely killed me. I could not get back in the car later on in the race, and to do me a favour, my mate did get back in because he'd slept through his planned stint, but it really does kill you off. That made me jump. It really does kill you off, but I think we need to consider that later on in the race, dependent on how much time these drivers have already put in. This is Ronnie Hayman on the back of leaving Up the Beak now, and he is right with him. He's been catching him bit by bit over the last couple of laps. Last time round he was 4/10 quicker. He's going to be in the slipstream down the straight right now, and it's the Zenemy Sports number 2 car that we saw getting in a little bit of trouble earlier, the 169, but he's managed to continue on pretty well so far, outside of the top 10, but I'm sure they're not too disappointed in how it's been going. But Duct Tape Racing have been on the back foot since quite early on, recovering from earlier incident. And Ronnie Hayman now trying to push that Lamborghini to one side. Well, right now, it may be a bit of dirty air going on here. GT3 cars aren't that bad for it, but you do get a bit of aero wash chasing them down, as you see there. You feel the understeer on the way into the chicane there, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought both of them were running just a little bit too deep, to be fair. Ronnie just getting the worst of it, but right in behind still keeping in touch. Ahead, there's more fighting going on as well, I think. Over, and is that Kobe Kleiss, I think, in a bit of a battle with a Porsche Cup car splitting the pair of them, going through a sky, which has put pay to that fight just a touch. I think, of course, that Luke Holroyd was doing to purposely get in the way. That's just sometimes the way that traffic goes. So Jeremy Bover has a little bit more breathing space, but again, no breathing space between Dr. Vic and Hayman. Battle for 14th place brewing on as they come down into the Parabolica. And what can Duct Tape Racing do to get the better exit through here? You can see it take a tight line through, get on the power nice and early, but run very wide. Almost all 4 wheels one side of the white line, and that actually is a slower run out of the corner as a result. Had to probably back out of the power just a touch to keep the car steady from spinning around, and given again a little bit more space between the 2 cars.
Yeah, you'd have thought that Ronnie, based on the earlier pace, would have had this done by now, but just getting to that point where he's getting stuck behind the car in front and can't quite get the move done. He's just not able to completely overtake him. He gets close every time he tries, but that's all he can do. We've got 9 cars on the lead lap of this race at the moment. Steph Del News, the last one of them, as things currently stand. And there is the race leader just behind in the back of the shot, Scott McFall, just ahead of Koen Bibbers. Philip Becker still 3rd, Dries Moosty still 4th. Those 4 drivers and teams are where they started this race. So that has not changed since we got going. We've got the 2 challenged by DB Audis together on track at least. One of them in 17th place, the other in 12th, separated by a lap. Almost looked like a pair of Red Bull cars coming towards us with the yellow and red. A bit of miscommunication there as one goes one way, one goes the other. And that's going to help Kobe Clash right now, who's in the X-Swift Racing Events white car. We'll have to update that and get Kobe in the file. But, whoa. Scary moment there as, again, maybe a bit of miscommunication between them.
Yeah, but I think the favour is being repaid now because you can see the Lamborghini has to try and get through, staying well out of the way, almost trying to avoid giving the slipstream. Is Kurt Van Hoornacker backing out of it, though, allowing the move to come through nice and cleanly. So, didn't really hamper the pace of Kobe Kleiss too much. Before we were saying earlier, Chaz, about the pace difference between Scott McFall and Koen Bibbers, they're only separated by 2 seconds. Still, after all that we've been talking about, all that we've been seeing. So it's good stuff from this movie to keep the gap as it has been. Maybe this isn't over yet, you know, for the lead of this race.
Yeah, potentially not, actually. It could still change because Scott McFall... lap times Yeah, off what they were before, aren't they? For sure. Interesting. You've got to wonder how much of that is to do with the traffic, though. But I still do think that Scott, when he does get the clear traffic, does have the pace advantage. But I think it's going to take more than just doing a bit of that for him to extend that lead, or at least more than just banking on that. Let's say to extend that lead.
Yeah, it's going to take more than just pure pace to win this. You need to be very smart with how you approach the strategy as well, how you approach the future hours. Basically, all of the time spent in the car, you need to be thinking about what's going on at the moment, but also thinking about what is going to happen in the next few moments, in the next few hours that are still to run. Got now 3.5 hours essentially still to run here at Monza. Guys, look at how close the pair of them are. 13th battling with 12th. Right in behind, but not going for the move down the inside. Instead, for a good exit touch, which isn't forthcoming. You can hear those V10s screaming their way down through Curva Grande. Harry Clyde's been putting a lot of pressure on Jeremy over these past few laps, but if there is any pressure being put forward, I don't think it's being felt by Jeremy at this moment in time. His lines seem good. No mistakes seem to be forthcoming. Touch wood, we're in for a great fight.
Kirby Class is hoping that his name's going to be changed to Jeremy Move Over, not Jeremy Dub Over, because he's just going to be shouting at him, "Get out of the way, son," but he's like, "Nah, I'm alright, mate." Car 10, my racing number. Well, not mine, but obviously it's the number that I run. But I think maybe that's why he's so quick. See, car 10. And I did used to have it on my Audi as well when I ran in the World GT Championship. Another great league of GT3 racing on iRacing. Not quite as long as this, though, the races. They were 20-minute sprints, 40-minute features, and then we had 1 hour 45-minute endurance races. We've done nearly 2 of those at this point. 2 hours and 23 minutes through this race. And we are on lap 79 so far. Another battle going on further back. Ronnie Hayman has finally got past Leven up the beak, but Leven's not leaving it alone. He's coming back at him side by side down the straight towards the Parabolica. That Lamborghini's got some good legs in a straight line. But then the Porsche a little bit later, and good respect there from Leven up the beak, and he leaving a lot of space down the inside. But then again, he tries to come for a cutback. Can he do it? I want to take a quick look back at the move that originally did this, but this is a fantastic little scrap going on.
Oh, the two cars wheel to wheel now, giving each other plenty of room. You can see clear daylight between the pair of them as they go into the braking zone. You can see leaving up the beak, leaving plenty of space, leaving the room. And I think he was probably saying to Ronnie, "Hey man, I know you're quicker, I'm not going to hold you up too much longer."
Just noticed something that I wish iRacing would do. Now, to me, that Porsche looks amazing because it's got yellow tyre writing on the tyres. And the Lamborghini doesn't. It's just got solid, boring black tyres with no writing on them. And I think the Porsche looks so cool because of said tyre. Tyre writing looks awesome on race cars, and it should always be there, and it should always be highlighted. I mean, at the end of the day, it's used to identify what compound of tyres cars are on in a lot of open wheel series. But still, I don't know why they've not all
even
got
just
it.
Open wheel, isn't it? It's the same in ATCC.
That's very true. I don't know why they've not got it. Obviously, the thing that confuses me is I thought Porsche had some sort of affiliation to Michelin for not specifically Porsche, sorry, but the Porsches because of the series they were picked up from. But either way, that's surely Pirelli's with the yellow
Pirelli's,
sign on. Yeah. Anyway, away from me being picky and being a bit of an idiot.
I think you get it on the Audi as well. Actually, is there side writing on those tyres? Yes, there is.
See, looks great.
Fits as well with obviously the Belgian tricolor. Yellow on the car, yellow on the sidewalls. Very nice.
Maybe the Lamborghini they scanned just had boring wheels.
Probably, yeah.
Oh well. Anyway, Jeremy De Bova still in front of Kobe Clash so far. Oh, there you go. There's the commentator's curse for you. There you go. That's how you do it. The invoice is in the post, Kobe. Flipping heck.
You've been full of them today, Chaz.
Oh,
You've been
mate.
absolutely full of them. I don't know what's gone on.
What is that? Like, oh, there you go. Cheers, mate. I'm so sorry to Jeremy DeBova. I'm going to have to go and donate to the McDonald's charities now, aren't I? But either way, Jeremy is not going to take that line down, and I'm sure that I'll get a complaint in the post. Thijs Vandenberger. He has got Robin van Gogh all over the back of him. And to be honest, if there was a word to describe how the front of that BMW looked, I think the word is Gog. Because it's god ugly is the best way to put it. Either way, good scrap going on between these pairs. And you're right, though. Look at how stable and flat that BMW is through there, even though it looks like a Lexus from behind. But it's still really going well. Pulls out to the right-hand side now. Don't look at the front of it. Look at the back of it, though. It's very pretty at the back, I must admit.
I love it. I don't mind the front. I like it.
No, Ed, we're not going there.
We are,
Through
Chaz.
the
I mean,
back.
the side of it looks boring. The side of it's boring.
The side looks
Front.
weird. The wheels look
Front's
too
exciting.
small.
Side, back, ooh, exciting. And then it's the thing. Like, I love the BMW. I don't understand why, because every part of it says you should hate it. But when you drive it, when you race around with it for so long, I think it is just Stockholm syndrome, and it's a properly fun car to drive. It has its faults, it has its flaws. You can see it here coming through the slow speed corners. A little bit weird, especially getting the power down. The car doesn't want to respond. It takes ages to do anything you want it to.
Sounds like me.
But I love it.
That's you know, I'm a bit slow, a bit weird looking. You don't know why you like it, and then you know, my missus and me have spent lockdown together, and she loves me. They are.
Yeah, but the difference is I'd rather listen to you than I would the BMW. There you go.
Oh, I'm blushing greatly. Scott McFall will be blushing greatly right now because he is going to be so concentrated in that car, pushing more and more to open up that gap to Cohn-Bevers, which is currently sitting at 3.4 seconds. Then they have got 17 seconds, nearly 18, over Philip Eckert in third place. But this 41 car has been doing a great job so far at holding its position. Same with Dries Mujdi as well and his team in the Dynamics Racing Simulator 77 Porsche. They're all doing a really good job because with how competitive this series is, to hold your position and keep the pace up like you have and still go through the traffic unscathed, it takes a lot to get right. As whoa, we come back to Thijs Vandenberg doing a bit of Paris-Dakar practice on the exit of Ascari. All over the shop there, but luckily gets away with it. I think he's going to watch Robin van Gogh disappear up the road a little bit now. Jeremy DeBova has not lost Kobe Clash right now, though. He's staying with him. Maybe down to the slipstream.
Could be down to the slipstream, you're right. We're going to see, though, how close he can get going into the Parabolica. Staying close in behind and then trying to power down. And so I can see that Lamborghini up ahead and bigger out the front windshield. Gets a good exit, a little bit squirrely though on the power. That's the classic Audi oversteer, isn't it? When you're coming out the corner of the rear end, wanted to break traction. It's a feisty little beast. But you can retain it just about. Jeremy DeBova lost a bit of time though. If it wasn't for that little correction he had to make, he'd be right up the back and pressuring him into turn one. But for the moment, cars stay as they are. Lies ahead of DeBova.
Really good looking car, that's McChallenge by DB Machine. Really does look strong. Again, another very bright, bold, beautiful, asymmetric livery. Of course, if we go to the chopper cam, you can tell exactly what all that car is all about. The golden arches adorning the roof. And still, he's looking good behind this Lamborghini, actually. You know, he's really chasing on well. The Lamborghini of Kobe Clash having the endurance light bar on the front of it. Very bright indeed. Very annoying when they're chasing you in the middle of a pack in a night race, but
That's why I have him on.
I thought you might. You just sit there grinning because you know you're blinding the car in front of you. But
Yeah, plus I think I tend to have these little things on my car. If I'm doing an endurance race, I put the light bar on. If I don't, I take him off. It's just a little button you can click on the setup, and it's all right.
it does actually change the location of some sponsor logos as well. I remember being part of a league that was that involved the Lamborghini, and we were talking about obviously including the car and the fact that you can change the light bar on it, which does change the placement of some of the logos at the front end. So you have to have something that works with both, and it didn't actually. It didn't turn out to be that bad of
of a thing to fix, but yeah, still, it's one of those little things that you have to consider as a as an admin of a sim racing league. There's a lot to think about.
Well, you can see that Jerry DeVoe given a lot to think about to Gabby Kleiss down into turn 1. He holds on though, great stuff. They were so close together. You can see that Kleiss was holding Jeremy DeVoe narrow into the corner, which gave him the confidence around the outside to swing it on through and hold on to 12th place.
Yeah, I was hoping that Jeremy wasn't going to move over on the left-hand side there like we saw earlier with Peter Mackay, but fortunately there wasn't any of that, but still close, hard racing from the both of them. Both of them with that beautiful sounding 5.2 litre V10. Basically the same chassis, these cars. Just different bodywork and different badges, same engine, same running gear. That's why they do sound pretty much identical. The Lamborghini, I've noticed, even in the real world as well, it's a little bit more raspy. It's got a bit more of a throaty noise to it. Usually it pops and bangs a little bit more than the Audi does. I'm not quite sure why that would be, if I'm honest with you. I would love to tell you, but they do both sound absolutely stunning indeed. I was grateful enough to be at the Red Bull Ring to watch the GT Open around there, and the echo of that Lamborghini going down the main straight at the Red Bull Ring, when you stood on the media centre balcony, the echo of that thing going down there and up the gears was just absolutely biblical. And I hope
GT3 cars in general are just sound amazing, though, don't they, Chaz? I mean,
oh yes.
I was saying, I think I said it on the broadcast last time when we had a little bit of time to talk about things, that I went to British GT, Snetterton, and those Lamborghinis. Oh, they sound brilliant. The same with the Astons, actually. I wish we could get the Astons involved in iRacing. I've been crying out for an Aston since I joined iRacing back in 2019, I think, actually, now. Oh, my word. Not been on it too long. 2019-18, I think. And yeah, I've been crying out for an Aston ever since I joined. Not got one yet, but I'm crossing my fingers one day.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I have to sing iRacing's praises, because since I joined iRacing, it was only ever the Kia Optima, which was actually built as a GT car. That was our only option of going touring car racing. So many people tried to replicate the British Touring Car Championship. BSRTC in primary force was the one for that. It was the biggest league on iRacing at one point.
Big ups BSR.
Yeah, indeed. And after that, you know, we got the Audi, which was brilliant. Yeah. Everyone went away from the Kia. Then I did the stupid thing and ran a league with the Kia. But, oh, hello, bit of a blink in and out there by Kobe Clash. We are watching this, by the way, everyone. But after that, of course, we had the Audi, and while it's nice to still have a proper touring car, it was still one-make racing, and it still felt a little bit hollow. But now we've got the Hyundai and the Honda as well. You know, they're all very different cars. The Audi is like a small saloon. It's meant to be a hatchback, let's face it. It's an Audi A3. Why companies do this, I don't know. But it's a small saloon. You've got the Civic, which is a hatchback. A bit of a long one at that, but it is a hatchback. And then, of course, you've got the Hyundai now, which is a full-blown saloon. And it's a very, very big, long car. And they all have their own different sounds, their own different characteristics, despite, obviously, still all being very equal under the TCR regulations. And it is just fantastic to have. And I think GT3 Racing has done that as well recently on iRacing. Of course, with this Lamborghini we see here. The Audi is about 6 years old now on iRacing. It's been around for a very long time, and by sim standards anyway. But we've obviously had the Porsche recently. We've had the M4 just last year. So it's been great stuff from iRacing recently. They did promise to focus more on the European side of things and the road racing side of things more than their Yankee ovals, and we have been very grateful for it. I mean, to get a circuit like Knock Hill on iRacing that most people in the world haven't heard of, other than everybody in Scotland, it is fantastic to have stuff like that. I mean, it's got Alton Park. I live 9 miles from there. I've spent my life there. That's the reason I got iRacing, because of Alton Park. I genuinely did.
I was the same. I was very, like, the reason why I got is pretty much into sim racing. I got into it through Project Cars, and that had Snetterton. And I was like, wow, that's brilliant. It's got Snetterton, a circuit that I'd only ever driven on one of the old BTCC games on the Tokatori. What was it? It was, well, I can't remember what it was called now, but it was one of the old Toka touring car games on the old PlayStation. Right, when it was Super Tourers and everything.
Yeah, Toka 2 touring cars it was.
Oh,
And that was mega. That was really good to. I think we've just had someone infiltrate our comms box, Chaz. While we've been
no, I've
talking about all sorts of. I think what you did is you mentioned Knock Hill, and all of a sudden, a Scotsman's joined us.
Yes, we do indeed have our very own Peter Mackay from Porsche Sport with us. Peter, we've been obviously watching your ventures so far. We'd be a bit stupid not to. Being the only car in class, maybe a bit of a sour taste, but it looks like you're having fun out there.
But apart from that McNugget on lap 2 or whatever that was.
Well, yeah, very, very true. It's
What was that all about, boys?
Oh.
That was appalling behaviour.
not a clue at all. But it's been one of those races where we have seen some of the cars moving around a lot on the brakes, obviously with the speed they're coming down from as well. You know, they have had a right wobble on it, but you know, you guys, other than that, you know, you've kept your noses clean so far. How's the car been feeling?
Lovely. It's an absolute honey, this car. It is just lovely. I mean, it's I don't know if it comes across on the stream, but there is places where the car is really, really good compared to the full-blown GT3 car, and yeah, it's just so good. I mean, I did a double stint there and was on the same tyres, and I think it was maybe 3 laps before the end of my double stint I was doing my best lap of the race. So
Wow.
it's a wonderful car. I mean, for what's meant to be a sprint racing car, it's a fantastic endurance weapon as well. So yeah, we're having fun. Our job is just to try and just have a bit of an upset. In some of the practice races, we've ended up on the podium. But seriously, we've ended up on the podium a couple of times in the practice race because they've been an hour long and the GT3s had to pit and we didn't.
I love that. I love that.
So that we're just trying to play the pit strategy game where we're not we're in the pits for less than the GT3s.
Yeah, I was speaking to Ed about this earlier. Actually, we were considering that you won't save an entire stint based on everyone else by like how many laps longer you can go, but it's the fact that you are in there for less time when you do stop, so you can sort of get some advantage from that, and maybe you'll be out of sync in a way that actually puts you right in amongst it again. Do you reckon a top 10's on the cards?
Well, that's what that would be. Yeah, we'd be delighted if we could get a top 10, top 15 minimum. But yeah, top 10 would be ideal. That requires a bit of attrition, but there's a lot of drivers that have already taken their fast repairs, so we'll see how that goes as the day carries on. But we'll definitely have one stop less than the GT3s. But we really could do with 2 stops less. But we're thinking, you know, this is going to be the story of our championship. You know, with Brands Hatch is going to be painful for us. But like places like Montreal, feeling pretty good about that. Our car is so good on acceleration, and you know, lots of opportunities for big bursts out of corners and fuel save there. But also 12 hours of Spa. If we're on the long pit lane there, we could have a couple of stops less there and save ourselves some time. So yeah, it's a different way to go racing, but it's quite fun being the plucky underdog. But when you're Scottish, you're used to that, you know.
Well, yeah. I mean, you said it, not me, mate. But yeah, it's been interesting to watch so far. We really enjoyed it, and you know, it's just great to see that car out there, and it's good to have that direct comparison of what it's like with GT3 cars, as Scott McFall does the fastest lap of the race, 1:47.2.
That's just showing off.
It is. We actually caught you earlier slipstreaming one of the Audis and actually staying with it down the straight, and I said that you'll probably just be giggling to yourself behind the wheel there. Is it as fun as it looks?
Oh yes, especially when if someone's maybe in a bit of bother and you pull away from them, you think, how do you feel now? Yeah, it's. I actually, when I did my 2 fastest laps, I luckily did one that matched it in clean air, thankfully. But when I did my quickest laps towards the end of the double stint, I was taking huge big lifts and coasts and still maintaining the lap time. So if there's any GT3s who want to be good Samaritans and just hang off a bit and give us some more tow, we'll be very grateful. But I don't know about you chaps. It's obviously got a few hours to go, but my job behind the wheel is done. So given we're racing with a lot of people from Belgium, etc., I'm going to have a St Bernardus beer. I'm going to enjoy a St Bernardus 12.
Not a shoe for a Duvel.
Well, I did have a left last night, but I do like a Schoof or a Duvel. But in fact, I've got some on order at the moment that are arriving in the next few days. But St Bernardus 12 tonight.
Lovely stuff. Absolutely lovely. Well,
we've got plenty more racing to look forward to, Peter. Obviously, Luke's going pretty well at the minute as well. It's been great to have a quick chat to you. Thank you very much for joining us, buddy, and good luck for the rest of it.
Have fun, chap. See you later.
Cheers. There we go then. Our wonderful colleague, Peter Mackay. Fantastic character as ever. Obviously, understandably, rather annoyed about the contact earlier in the race, Ed, but I think anybody would be, to be honest. You're just driving along a straight line onto the brakes and suddenly the car next to you hits you. It's not a situation you want to be in, is it?
Not really, no, but on the bright side, of course, that didn't end their race and they've been still able to carry on. Just frustrated and slowed them down a touch, which I guess all things considered isn't too bad for them and their chances. So far as we're seeing pit stops coming through now across the field. Van der Peer in to the pits. That is Dynamics Bell Speed coming in as Dynamic Simulators Red also comes into the pits, and I think that's Brian Van Uitven taking over control of the 284 as we see side by side battling action. Kobe Klies and Jeremy DeBova yet again. They have been inseparable, haven't they, for the past 20 or so minutes that we've been following this fight while we've been nattering on to Pete Mackay, and also between ourselves, Chaz. It's been a real good backdrop to what has been a really good race so far, and we've still got over half the race still to come.
Yes, indeed. Half the race gone, using the name of our good friend Hasaremo as well. But yeah, great scrap between these guys. The Audi and the Lamborghini both giving it absolutely everything. Just seen in our what we call our event viewer that Jurgen van der Peer has made up another position in the field overall. He's just being replaced now by Jesse Hendricks, I believe. And I'm just going to... Oh, no, sorry. Jurgen van der Peer has just been into the pits recently, so that's why he's dropped down. But Joe Leulenbroek has had an issue. Oh, that... You know what? That is a highlight, everybody, at how unforgiving not just iRacing, but motorsport is. Isn't it, Ed? I mean, a lot of people I know, admittedly, they complain about iRacing when they come here from another sim, saying, oh, there's no grip, you know, you always spin, but it's just how it is. You hit a curb, you upset the car, around she goes.
Yes, almost like it's a simulator that simulates how a car would respond in that situation. It's unfortunate for the old oil and rope in that scenario, but of course,
oh my God, that's
they're
loud.
unforgiving. Motorsport's unforgiving yet. We're just hearing the screaming V10, deafening both me and Chaz, but
sorry.
behind, we've got Jeremy DeBova closing in, looking to the outside now to find a way through, and these two aren't working together. They aren't trying to save any fuel. They are properly going at it. But you can't put the power down. I thought Jeremy DeBova, slightly better line, would get the power down and try and challenge into the second chicane, but nothing coming through. So Cody Plays can hold on for a little while longer, probably up until both these two need to come in for their next pit stops. Cody Plays came into the pits lap 66. Jeremy DeBova came in on lap 60, so expect Bova to come in first.
Just seen that Ronnie Heyman's been off the road. Whoa, that's a big old moment on the way into Ascari. Unfortunately, he's not going to save it. Wait for Jurgen van der Peer to go through. Bye-bye. There he goes. That was a big old moment.
So much worse.
Whoa. It was a good save to begin with, and he did try and slow it down and get it straightened up, but no, unfortunately, he just wasn't able to get it straightened up. Let's have a look at how high that went off the ground again. Look at that, all four wheels off the ground. Big old bounce, really up and settles it. Spits one way, and then the other. Duct tape racing. They're going to need some duct tape on the bottom of that car. Now, Cone Bevers is in the pits from second place in the Decimo.be car. Scott McFall continues on. Robin Van Gogh brings the horrendous BMW in for a facelift. I'm not saying their BMW is horrendous, just I do not like the M4 at all, so trying to remain unbiased. And this battle still goes on.
I'll make sure it's unbiased by just professing my love for it every time you try and slag off my precious Bimmer.
There we go. Love it. See, balance is restored, everybody.
There we go.
Kobe Klass then is hoping that some sort of balance is restored to the back of his Lamborghini, because if it's not, he's going to wobble out of the way of Jeremy DeBova. Jeremy's doing a good job, though, at sticking with him, because, to be honest, earlier, it really did look like Kobe had the pace, closed up to him really quickly and was going to disappear over the horizon. But that has definitely not happened here, Ed. He's got past him, but that slipstream has definitely kept them together.
Yeah, it has, and there are times where if Jeremy Dover gets a good exit coming out Parabolica, you'll think it could be a case of sooner rather than later that you can get back up in front, even though Cody Klaus is doing a good job so far of staying up in front. All it takes is one little mistake, one little error, and that pressure to prove to be too much for him to handle, and all of a sudden, Jeremy Dover will be right back up in front into 8th place. While all of the pit stops are going on around us, Scott McFall extending his stint a bit further than Kevin Evers and Decimo.be. And this could be where the race, if it hasn't already turned, will turn even more in the favour of Sim District GT355 and BMS Esports because of virtue of just how long they've been able to keep the car going, keep his pace up, but also looking after the fuel and, of course, the tyres, because by fuel saving, you don't put as much pressure on those front tyres on the brakes, slowing it down, scrubbing the rubber, and you can not only save fuel, but also keep the car in good condition towards the end of what will be probably your second stint on that set of tyres.
Yeah, you need to think about the long run every single lap you do in this sort of race. Jeremy DeBover has thought, yeah, I'm not going to bother chasing him down much longer. Into the pits comes the Audi. Scott McFall, though, certainly not in the pits. Look at the way that thing's moving around the second of the two Lesmos. Absolutely wringing its neck in this race so far is Scott and his teammate as well, of course. Olivier Bultink earlier doing a great first stint to hold on to that lead. Yes, he may have made the mistake that cost them the lead, but still, Scott then got back in front. That Lamborghini has returned to its rightful place, I must say. Again, remaining unbiased, but still.
You can't argue with the pace they've been showing, though. They've been... Yeah. I don't think anyone would disagree with you there. They have been well and truly class of the field. Sure, they've had a couple of mistakes here and there that early stint. Maybe not the best from Olivier Bolton, but again, another fastest lap for good measure from Scott McFall now. Almost creeping towards that 46-second mark. 1 minute 46 is probably going to happen sooner rather than later in this race as the track temperature probably falls a little bit further down. You can see the shadows lengthening there, coming across Cava Grande. And how much longer will Scott McFall go at the, 3 hours, 10 minutes still to go. How much closer can he get to that magical midway point before the car comes into the pits for what will be its third stop in this race?
Yeah, and the fact that we've already got to 3 stops feels odd. Again, it's absolutely flown by. Usually it feels like there's a long time between each and every pit stop that we get, but here that is not the case. Now, Joe Eulenbroek, of course, in that Xenon esports machine, was on a different tyre strategy to everybody else. Took tyres last time, but has actually filtered out in front of Martin Deckens in this Porsche, who is pushing hard to get back into its rightful place in 4th position, because that's where they started this race. Joe Eulenbroek in the Xenon car started in 8th place. Quickly shifts down to 5th, and through goes Martin Deckens in car 77. That Porsche going very, very well indeed so far. Out of Ascari they go. Love that shot of them going out of Ascari. You see the way that the curb just sort of makes the car hop up a little bit and just do a little wiggle, and then it gets flying on down that straight. Into the pits comes our race leader, Ed.
Yeah, Scott McFall has done a good job on this first stint. Came out in 2nd place, took the lead back against Cohen Bevers, and then extended his advantage. Now coming into the pits, maybe not extending his stint as long as we saw his teammate Olivier Voltink in terms of the fuel saving, but he's been able to build that gap, which is what they need at this stage of the race. Coming in, not taking tyres, of course, going through and just waiting stationary for the fuel to get poured in and for them to get back out into the circuit. It is slightly awkward, though. Obviously, get the advantage of pole position starting from the front, but then your pit box is right at the end of the pit lane when you're at the awkward angle because of that exit wall.
Yeah, that's actually a wall I've hit before, I'm not going to lie. I came down the pit lane very, very quickly. I was just trying to be quite funny, actually, driving through all of the other cars that were in there, and then didn't really notice that the wall stuck out that much, and then all of a sudden, yeah, I was in it. Anyway, we've got Jesse Hendricks in the Dynamics pink car, currently in 6th place. Now, interesting fact, I'm going to try and word this in a way that makes sense. The cars in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th all started in the order they're in right now, but have all gained 3 places each. So these 4 cars were together on the grid. Joe Leulenbroek in the Zenom Esports 1 car, Jesse Hendricks in the Dynamics pink car, then Flemish Sim Sports and X-Swift Racing Events white. Those 4 were together on the grid. However, they were 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Now they're 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Moving on.
And moving on, we can go to the front 4 and say that they were also in the order that they started.
Yes.
And that hasn't changed.
Yes,
First, second, third and 4th. But that makes you think, oh, this has been a boring race, but it's been far from it, haven't we? We've seen great battling all the way up and down the field, not the least for those podium places. It's just so happened that at this stage, the pretty much halfway point, the order hasn't changed since qualifying.
Very, very true. And to be honest, the top 4 have been the most consistent, definitely. I mean, the fact that they're still in those positions says it louder than any word possibly could. But this is quite close right now. There was a weirdly slow run on the exit of the first chicane for Martin Deckens. And Joe Leulenbroek is trying to sweep around the outside. That car's done well to get up there, to be fair, considering that they had the tyre strategy earlier. I thought it was a bit of a risk with not taking the tyres when everyone else did, but it's balanced out.
They do need another pit stop though. Came in lap 65, whereas Martin Deckens, the 77 car just up ahead, came in on lap 89 and we're on lap 95. So tells us that the 69 car in behind, very light on fuel, and probably due for a pit stop any moment now.
Yeah, that's it. He's going to hop in soon, I imagine. Most recent pit stop was on lap 93, of course, by Scott McFall, our race leader. That is carrying on.
Interestingly, actually, I think SMOB's stint was 1 lap longer than Scott McFall's was. That's in District GT3 car, currently leading this race. Don't forget the advantage that was accrued. I think it was around about 3 laps longer beforehand. All of a sudden, that's now 2 laps longer in this race for what's in District GT3 car. So Evers has clawed back a lap in terms of the fuel strategy against our race leaders. As we see Joel Leulenbroek, he looks to the inside. Light fuel means he's quicker in a straight line, but tyres means that he isn't so confident on the brakes.
No, that's it. And this is the thing. When you are on new tyres, a lot of people think that it's all about just mid-corner grip and holding on to the speed, but it's the punch you get off the corner. It's how well you can manage the car on the brakes into the corner. It adds up to everything the car is doing, not just mid-corner pace. So, if I'm honest with you, sometimes you see drivers overlooking the importance of that. I know it sounds really daft to say that drivers overlook the importance of tyres, but some of them do. If I'm honest with you, they really, really do.
Especially in endurance scenarios, people do. They don't realise how strong it is to put a fresh pair of boots on, but also how much time it hurts you by putting on that fresh set of tyres. Around 25 seconds to 30 seconds, depending on the car. And of course, when you're at the stages of the race where every second counts, you think, is it worth taking that time, getting a fresh set of boots on and going for it? Or is it worth just staying out on this set, have that extra advantage, and then hope you can hold on? Of course, remember that you're not going to be racing on a clear track. You're going to have cars around you. So if you do get fresh tyres, you might not be able to go full chat all the way through, and you're not going to be able to hit those lap times that you're expecting every single time. But then that can also affect the cars around you, and sometimes it is just about having a roll of the dice.
There's a roll of the dice that is still being done, I'd say, by Joe Leulenbroek. That team sticking with their strategy all the way through. Just trying to see now if anybody's making any big advances on the car in front. Kobe Clash, to be honest, just a lot quicker than the car in front. Kimber Haight in the Flemish Sim Sports car not on the same pace at all, if I'm honest with you. Kobe Clash doing a great job, though. We've seen Kobe before on Sim Races World TV, and we know just how close he can be to the front of the pack on most occasions, really. Very, very quick indeed. But again, it's different mindsets for these sorts of races, and what we get to witness is these drivers sort of competing in a different way to what we're used to. So we can sit here and say so-and-so is quick, so-and-so is quick. But that's not always the case, because they may be quick over a sprint race, but put them in an endurance race, they might behave completely differently, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. It is a different mindset, a different driving style that suits these endurance events than it does to a sprint. And we have been... This is why I enjoy all of these events on Sim Races World that we get to broadcast, because we see some of the same sort of faces, but in different machinery, in different scenarios. And it really is interesting to see how they fare. Obviously, Kobe Klei's, like you mentioned, you've seen him around the block more than a few times. Now he's behind the wheel of a Lamborghini GT3 car over a 6-hour endurance event. And he's really putting the pressure on another driver we've seen around more than a few times, Kimber Haight of Flemish Sim Sport. Getting a good run out of Ascari, already side by side. And I don't think Kim is going to be too aggressive in his defence. Nope, slotting in behind already with the overlap. And let's not forget, while Kobe Klei's is ahead, he will be coming into the pits very soon. In fact, I think he's going to be coming into the pits right about now.
Yeah, you could say that move was a bit pointless, but if I'm honest, I don't think it was. He just needed to at least get the message across that Kobe can be that quick, because no matter how many drivers you come across on track while you are out there putting your pace in, you have to show them how quick you are. And then as soon as they see, oh no, so-and-so's got back in his car, then, you know, if you're in a fight with them, then that can sort of mentally affect the other drivers around you. We have a car there just getting out of the way. That was one of the Porsches. Was it Bram van Uytven? It was. Yeah, Bram just moving over in the Dynamics Simulator's red machine. 13th overall at the moment. And Stephen DeWolf still in the pits then in the Swift Racing Events white car. He's going to come back out in that Lamborghini, taking over from Kobe Clash. But Scott McFall now has a 13.7 second lead. Starting to look a lot more promising now for Sim District after what was a shaky middle stint, you could say, because of that mistake. It certainly threw the result up in the air temporarily, didn't it?
Yeah, it has been a bit of a surprise to see, well, this team not dominating, really. I think it's been fair to say the way they performed at Zandvoort was, I think, truly a big shot in the arm for a lot of the other teams around to get themselves into gear, and they've kept them honest, but they haven't been able to keep them behind. It's been a really good performance so far as we do approach now, in a few seconds, the halfway point of this 6 hours of Monza. Scott McFall and his teammate Olivier Bolting have been very strong indeed, all the way up at the front of the field. Even with a few mistakes here and there, the pace has been such that they've extended their advantage now in this race for around about 14 seconds. Probably not going to be able to put a lap on the field that they did in Zandvoort, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them still standing at the top step of the podium when all is said and done.
Yeah, it's all just about that consistency, isn't it, that we mentioned, so they need to keep that going. And I don't doubt them at all, to be honest with you. The Lamborghini, just the way it looks, you know, it's like the car's got a facial expression on it with the lights. It just looks like it's so determined anyway. It looks flat, it looks stable, it looks under control. And Scott McFall is doing everything he needs to do. We're one lap away from lap 100, and Ed and I are going to just take a quick break in a second. What we're going to do, though, is we are going to take you on board with the car in second place, which is the Decimo.BE Porsche.
being driven by Cone Bevers, car 451. They've had a fantastic race so far. May have dropped back a bit recently from your overall race leader, but they've been doing a sterling effort. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with you, everybody, for the second half of the DynamiXX Endurance Series, round 2, 6 hours of Monza. Don't go away. Hello again, everybody. Chaz, Draycott and Ed May here for the DynamiXX Endurance Series. Round 2, 6 hours of Monza. We are halfway through this race. 3 hours in the books. I hope you enjoyed that ride there with the Decimo.be Porsche. We saw them putting a lap on the X-Swift Racing Events red Lamborghini of Pieter Dennis. To look back, though, at the order very briefly, Scott McFall leads the race for Sim District GT3. They're about 15 seconds ahead of Decimo BE, who we were riding on board with there. Cone Bevis at the wheel of their car. Philip Eckert is 23 seconds back from that in the iLiveries Vibe sports car. And Martin Deckens is 4th in the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Porsche. Now, all 4 of those drivers and teams are currently where they started this race as well. They've all done great to stay in their respective positions. Jesse Hendricks currently just rounds out the top 5 in the DynamiXX Pink car, the 2 closest cars together on track. And of course in the GTC category, it's Luke Holroyd of Porsche Sport with his teammate Peter Mackay that have led this race so far in that class. The only car in class, but still great fun to watch. It's been a really, really strong race so far, Ed. A lot of very consistent drives, a lot of teams having to sort of come back from being on the back foot early, but Monza's one of those circuits where you do get a bit of chance sometimes to just maybe not relax, but you can just chill down the straight a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of time to rest yourself, maybe stretch out your fingers, make sure you're not getting RSI, all of that good stuff. After constantly shifting up the gear, shifting down the gears, gives you a chance, doesn't it, to sort of refresh yourself as well, refresh your mind, but make sure that your focus is firmly on the braking zone that does come at you still relatively quickly. The speeds you're going at here at Monza, you're never too far away from a braking zone, are you, Chaz? As we see Kim Hayet coming into exactly that first corner. Right to the nose of the Lamborghini, pitching down, sending it through. Nice to see that so many cars are still running, even though Monza is a circuit that we have seen a decent amount of attrition. Still plenty of cars out on the circuit rotating, and there's still plenty of battles still going on. So we've got, I think, a fight for 4th place, Martin Deckens. Jesse Hendricks right up in behind. 2 DynamiXX drivers going against each other. DynamiXX Racing Simulators against DynamiXX Pink.
Yeah, it's good to see an inter-team battle like this, to be honest. I really, really enjoy watching them, especially when you've got sort of teams that have multiple cars out there that are also cars with multiple drivers in. So it's not just that this is 2 drivers going against each other. This is 2 sets of drivers going with each other. Hendrik de Grave in the chat, and Adri Kirstens as well, saying, yes, I drove 2 hours and had fun in the race. Hendrik had 3 hour stint. Really good fun. I've changed one of the words in there. Some nice fights, and yes, it certainly looked that way for the Flemish Sim Sports Lamborghini. They're currently 29 seconds off this battle, but we've got our 2 lovely DynamiXX Porsches going together here out on circuit. One's got a massive pink pig on its face, the other one hasn't. Martin Deckens on the outside, just about cuts across the nose of Jesse Hendricks. You could see he was cutting the fat a bit close there, but right now Jesse Hendricks is going to try and tuck in again. That shows you, doesn't it, Ed, that these guys are not playing ball with team orders or anything. They want to have a good old scrap on track.
Oh, this is great. DynamiXX Pink were one of the star performers, getting a podium last time at Zandvoort and pulling off some brilliant moves, but what can they do here to get one over on their teammate? 88 versus 77 for 4th place. Not quite a podium at the moment that they're battling for, but there's still a long way to go in this race. Anything can happen to some of the front runners. Jesse Hendricks now just going through the second Lesmo, getting a good drive through the corner, but out of the corner, it's more in favour of the 77 Martin Deckens. The race they've been flying, they're both in the same bit of kit, both pitted on pretty much the exact same lap, so pretty much the same amount of fuel in as well. It's just the battle of driver now and track to try and come out on top. Coming out of Ascari, it's a good run from Hendricks, who's going to close in, heading towards the Parabolica, but then it's more important to get this corner right because of the long run into the real overtake opportunity. Slightly wide of the apex there, the 77, Martin Deckens getting it slightly wrong, and is this going to open the window for Jesse Hendricks to really send a move to go down the inside or the outside. Which way will the 77 force him? Holding the middle of the circuit. Holding to the left-hand side. Two teammates battling it out wheel to wheel. The 88 very good on the brakes. And gets the move done.
Absolutely
lovely stuff.
That was a great move.
Sliding out at the rear, nearly losing out, but I think he's going to be able to hold on coming through Curva Grande to stay ahead, Chaz.
I don't know, I think Martin's going to get a good run here. He's going to try and get around the outside. If Jesse doesn't move over to the left now, he's not going to be able to cover this off. Is he going to do it? No, I think they are going to play the team game now and just rein it in for a second. Further back, we've got one of the other black, red and multicoloured Porsches. Team Thijs Vandenberger behind Dieder de Vlaming. And currently, the gap is about 0.8 of a second. I think Dieder's actually passed. Yeah, Dieder actually passed Thijs on this occasion, so that will not be getting closer by the look of it. And Peter Dennis has had a long old slide and a spin at Parabolica. Does the right thing and gets out of the way before getting the car back onto the circuit, but he's going to go back into the pit lane. I think he might have had a bit of an issue, you know. We have had a couple of cars.
Didn't look that damaged before, did it?
No. Not sure if this has anything to do with it. No, the wing's already bent here. Oh, he's had another spin there. Oh, and he has hit the wall, so I'm wondering whether that's hurt it. Stefan Kalbrecht has had an issue in the BMW. Long old slide. Oh, he does hit the wall with the front right. Thijs Vandenberg also had an issue. He's just going to run a little bit wide, I think, out of Parabolica here. Yep. We've seen that
bit
before.
wide.
Yeah. Leaving up to Beek in this 169 Lamborghini. Oh, he was late on the brakes. The car didn't turn in as he wanted it to. Maybe that was just in avoidance of the Porsche in front, which we've not seen too much of, if I'm honest with you. It's the WPR car. Mike van der Veer is going to veer clear of any trouble as his stint goes on.
Love that.
But he's 15th at the moment. I say he. The team is 15th at the moment. They started 18th on the grid. So car 33 has gained 3 places. So doing a fine job. If you finish ahead of where you started, then that's the job done, if you ask me. Very interesting livery on the car. One of the only blue cars in the field. We do need to go back further up the order, though, because this 77 Porsche doing a great old job here and back in front of Jesse Hendricks again.
I was about to say, we've seen that swapped around, and how on earth did that happen? Was it another move perhaps into turn 1? Let's have a look. Yes, it was the slipstream. Very strong here at Monza, as you can see. Trading places. And there's definitely no team wars going on now. They were very close to contact there. This is great, though, isn't it? We're being treated to a real fight between, maybe not teammates, but definitely dynamic stablemates. As this was another moment for leaving up the bake. And wow, that was certainly some great evasive action being taken by the Audi.
I think he clipped him, you know. The Audi did clip him. Clipped the left rear of the Lamborghini. It's just as it catches the gravel, it goes around. But listen, there is a touch. A tiny touch. I'm not sure if that was the number 10. No, it wasn't the number 10 Audi. It was the other McChallenge car. So it was Jürgen Knockhart.
So I'm not laughing at these. I've just seen Peter McKay in the chat
yeah.
cheering on P1.
P1, Sebastian.
Also,
P1.
Also last.
Yeah. Wow. Glass half empty approach there from Ed May. But yes, indeed, Porsche Sport first and last, and every car in the midfield. So
just shows the domination of this field, doesn't it?
Exactly, mate. That's it. There you go. There's the glass half full approach. But we've still got these two Porsches battling away. No change of positions on this lap. Jesse Hendricks still within half a second of Martin Deckens, but the two of them now, I think, probably just going to work together in moving forward. They overtake each other down the straights because that's the easiest place to get it done, isn't it? Peter McKay says not last. Yeah, very true. Not last overall.
I'm still going to call it Schrodinger's Porsche, simultaneously first and last at the same time.
Schrodinger's Porsche. I like that. But these pair now, they're in a strong position because when you're together on track, you can work together in a more obvious way for both parties. So both of these guys in these cars, if anything happens to them or if they lose time, gain time, you are right with each other so you can see it in a more obvious way than if you're like 30 seconds apart and at opposite ends of the circuit.
So I think it's really, really good that we've got them like this. And I think for their sake as well.
Oh God, he's given it a name.
It's called Cassandra.
Giving it a
the
name.
cup car. I like that.
That's what 3 hours does to a man who's not got anyone to race.
Cassandra the cup car. I'm a big fan of that. I'm just trying to look at the time. Sorry, I have these moments where I realise I'm a commentator and I probably should be speaking, but I'm just looking at the times to see if anyone is matching the race leader's pace, and they are not at the moment. Scott McFall doing 48 zeros, everyone else doing 48 threes, fours, and then into the 7s and 8s. 48.8 by Dieter de Vlamink. He is a couple of tenths quicker than Stephen de Wolf, who is chasing at the moment in that number 10 Audi. So don't forget, they were one of the cars that was involved in the issue on lap 1 at Lesmo 2, because they had the contact with, funnily enough, with, was it Stephen de Wolf? It was, wasn't it? It was that Lamborghini. They had a bit of a slow entrance into the Lesmo. Stephen de Wolf hit the back of it, then got hit himself and went straight on. And the two of them are still glued together in terms of their overall position now. So the chase is on. There's 3 seconds back to Thijs van den Bergen. But that's getting bigger and bigger because Dieter de Vlamink got past him very recently and has continued to open up that gap. I must admit as well, I want to compliment. Oh, hello. I want to compliment the decals and the decal pack of this championship. The number boards with the bright blue look absolutely lovely on these GT3 cars. The big Dynamics windscreen banners as well. That's how you should do it. It makes all the cars look like they're part of one unit, which is the championship itself. And they're easy to read number boards. You can see a clear sponsor on the windscreen banner. You know, it looks great. Looks absolutely great. And it appeals to the broadcast as well. You know, it all works.
Yeah.
So big fan of that. So hats off to whoever did those, because they look spot on. Look at this.
Yeah. Again, I was about to say, when you look at the times, I was looking at that gap coming down, and they're battling together, while in the background there's a BMW muscling in on the picture. Great stuff, though, from the 88, sweeping around the outside into turn 1. Jesse Hendricks now back up ahead into 4th place. But I don't think that's the end of this fight between the two dynamic stablemates. And these two evenly matched on pace will be scrapping it out for a little while yet.
Yeah, definitely. And to be fair, they'll be really enjoying the scrap as well. It's the fact that you get to fight against essentially one of your teammates. You know, you get this little battle with somebody that you know exactly how they're going to drive, what to expect from them. And it makes you that more confident just to have a bit of a push and get really close with each other. And yeah, I think Monza is probably one of the best places to have a battle like that as well, to be fair. Because at the end of the day, you've got long straights to slipstream each other on. You've also got hard braking zones as well. Bit of everything. And if it's someone that you're really confident racing against, that you know inside out, then perfect combination, isn't it?
Yeah, couldn't agree more, really. It's a great venue for a great battle. Being treated to, again, there's just nose to tail, 0.3 of a second separating them as they come into the Parabolica for what will be the 111th lap so far in this race. Are we going to get the 200 laps though, Chaz? That's the question. We were very close, weren't we, at the, I think, halfway point between getting to 99 and 100 laps. Are we going to see all the cars, or at least the leader, complete 200 tours of this Monza circuit?
I hate to say it. I don't think we will. I think we'll probably get 198. You know.
No.
Because we were as we ticked over to 3 hours. Although I suppose if you consider
track temperature cooling down.
Well, that and the fact that we'll probably get an extra lap, because obviously the clock hits 0 and then it's until the leader comes round again. So we could get up to an extra lap. We may actually finish like bang on 200 in this one, but my prediction's going to be 198 for now.
We'll find out, I guess, in
Yeah, it's one way to
around
find
about 2.5 hours. And we're going to be finding out as well who will be coming out on top. Will it be Cinder GT3, who have, up until this point, had a few mistakes in the first couple of stints? It's fair to say, Chaz, it hasn't been the smoothest of starts, but they're maintaining a good gap to second place. Desmo.be 17 seconds, the margin between first and second, but over the course of 3.5 hours, if you think of that in sprint racing terms, that is nothing between them.
No, definitely not. I mean, at the end of the day, to have that sort of gap after this long in a race just shows how close and competitive it is. I mean, Jesse Hendricks right now and Martin Deckens showing us really, really good racing. The gap may have opened up a bit over this last lap or so, but maybe you can attribute that to traffic, or even just maybe being distracted by said traffic. Not necessarily the actual overtaking of it, but it certainly has been a good battle for them, and I do really like that the Dynamics livery with the pink on it as well. The pink pig face on the front of it as well. Looks really, really good like that. Although, to be fair, the Dynamics livery, one that we've seen a lot on this channel, they've had metallic versions of it, they've had matte black versions of it. It's always looked good, and it certainly suits that Porsche as well. It's a very bold design, isn't it?
Yeah, so yeah, they do a very good job of painting these cars, these Dynamics boys. Going through now into Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2. And Deckens, Jesse Hendricks. I think Jesse is slightly getting the advantage now, extending the gap just over a second. The first time we've seen that gap more than 1 second. And then coming down into Ascari, the more advantage he pulls out, the less the slipstream assists Martin Deckens in closing back up. So I think this could be a turning point, at least between these two Dynamics cars and this fight and this stint.
Yeah, definitely.
What a great fight they treated us to, Chaz. Like, that was brilliant battle in between the pair of them. Shows just how teammates can and probably should race against once another, because I mean, they were hard, but they were very, very clean with how they did it.
Yeah, definitely. You know, there was a bit of movement here and there where they wanted to just sort of pressure the other driver into making a potential mistake or just overdoing it on the brakes, but they weren't over the top with it. You know, they weren't putting too much pressure on each other. They just did it to the right amount where you can at least get in the other driver's head without risking crashing into them or just knocking them off the road, or even just putting them on the grass where they then can't stop and can't get it slowed down. It's just an easy situation to be in when you suddenly think, I'm going to pressurize this guy and then I'm going to push him off the road by accident. But either way, we've seen it before. But yeah, as you can see though, that gap is now going up. And to be fair, you can actually see a very bold example of the slipstream as well, where it does come down the odd thousandth on the straights, but not too much. It seems like that slipstream works up to about 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, it's when you really get a healthy amount of it. The slipstream will give you an advantage pretty much all the way up to around about 1.5 to 1.8 seconds is what I've noticed, but you get a real gain when you are about, well, under a second. See that gap come down a lot faster. So yeah, you can see the gap on that right hand side in the little battle box slightly extended, but that's on account of, and then it starts to come back down again. The slipstream assisting you just a touch, but maybe not so much when the car in front blinks in and out of existence. What I call the lag switch approach of blocking a slipstream. When you blink out of existence, suddenly the car behind gets hit with a big brick wall of air because you're not punching a hole. Then all of a sudden you pop back out and you're like, oh, I'm still here. But you're not giving the toe to the car behind because, well, you're not really technically in front punching a hole in the air.
It's very true. It's very true, and it's something that a lot of people haven't considered before about sim racing, is that if there's no car there, sim isn't going to generate those physics and generate the graphics for it. You know, the car doesn't exist as the server is concerned because it's not receiving the information about it. So, yeah, if no car, no slipstream. That's just how it goes. It's physics. I mean, even if it could happen in real life where the car suddenly appeared and disappeared, you know, it would be exactly the same. So, as you said before, Ed, it's almost like it's something that's trying to simulate real life. You know, they do an incredible job on iRacing, and you know, I think unfairly it comes under a lot of fire sometimes. But I don't see why when we have races like this and events and series organised like this, I really do start to question it. Why people do slate this sim, but you know, everybody has their own favourite, and that's down to personal preference, isn't it? But anyway, away from that, we've got Niels de Kuiper in the pit lane in the Zenom Esports 1 car. Now that's not simulating real life because it's floating in the air, but either way, he's taking tyres right now. He's going to get moving in about 3, 2, 1 and drop down and go. It's almost like I know how long the pit stop's going to be, isn't it? But that very, very pretty Lamborghini is going to make his way out 16th, or is it going to be 17th? Yeah, it's going to be 16th, unless Jürgen Knockaert can fly through here, actually, because there he is, down the straight. Hello. Very, very quick indeed. And through goes Jürgen. Nice stuff. Fastest lap of the race as well for that car. So they do their personal best. Love it with the yellow wheels on it as well. That's good branding. But Jürgen now into 16th place overall. Now is the Kuiper chasing him down, but fresh rubber on that Lamborghini. This could get quite interesting between these two. We'll have to see how this manages to pan out. Sounds phenomenal either way. On their way down to the second chicane. We'll go on board with the Lamborghini and just show you. Whoa, he's pushing hard on this opening lap, isn't he?
Really is just pushing hard, not only because he's got fresh tyres, but also to get heat into those fresh pair brakes he's got underneath him. Mr. Kuiper really, really going for it, but I mean, why wouldn't he, you know? There's a lot to go for in this race. It's all about getting the best outlap possible. Put yourself in good stead for when those around you, before you came to the pits, make their next pit stops. And to get that track position, maybe also build a bit of an advantage. If you did have a car right up behind you, try and break that toe and clear off into the distance. Speaking of the toe, not seeing any of that between 4th and 5th now. Gap well over 2 seconds. But there's a bit of toe going on now between Philip Legan for Duct Tape Racing. Right behind Ryan Van Uytven. Dynamic Simulators Red just up the road as getting out of the way was the amazing Belgian car. Very, very scary though, isn't it, when you catch traffic in probably some of the most awkward points going through the Lesmos. Thankfully they all got through unscathed. Legan though, right up behind Van Uytven into Ascari. It's all about getting a good run through here. Set yourself up towards Parabolica to power out nicely, right up in behind and go down into turn 1.
Yeah, he's got a good run there as well. He closed the line off on the exit of the corner. And now you will see some weaving potentially from Bram Van Uytven. Doesn't even bother, he knows what the situation is. Less than a tenth in it now, they're side by side. And all of a sudden, through goes Philip Vliegen. Nice
Has
stuff.
he gone too early though to make that position? Is he
Yeah.
going to get caught out by Bram in the slipstream?
Suddenly Bram gets said slipstream. It's like deja vu in the battle box all over again. Now, is he going to be able to get completely past him by the time they get down
He's
to turn
lifting
1?
off.
Yeah, he is. He is lifting off indeed. Nicely spotted. Good battle in there between the two of them. Great fun to watch. And the Dynamic Simulators Red driver just staying behind for now. Not pushing over the limits to try and get back through. Let's take a look at the track map for a second, show you how the field is spread out currently. And anyone that's paying proper attention will notice that you cannot see a blue dot. That'll be Luke Holroyd, because he's there, he's hidden in amongst this GT3 traffic. That if we were to click on, oh, I don't know, for example, the car in 10th place, which is Dieter de Vlaming, suddenly Luke has disappeared from the map. But he is there, I promise you. The Porsche Sport Machine does still exist. But again, the field not as spread out as it was earlier. But I mean, if we look at the number 1 car at the very top of that track map there, Ed, just going through the Lesmos now, and then the number 2 machine coming into the chicane, that shows the really big lead that these guys have got here, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've been put on a brilliant middle phase to this race. Scott McFall taking over from Olivier Wiltink and has done a really good drive. No mistakes coming through from the British driver. Coming into Ascari now, you can just see this car looks so good, so flat through here. You can see the line he takes. Car just seems to be doing everything he asks of it. And when you're a driver and you get that feeling, there's nothing better, is there, Chaz? When you just go for a corner, the car responds. It's brilliant.
Yeah, when you've got the car hooked up, it's just amazing, and it's just a joy to drive it. It then gives you the confidence to push it that little bit more as well. And you can just open up any gaps or close down on drivers in front of you. It's a great, great feeling indeed. I only had a couple of rounds in the Audi in the World GT Championship where I felt like I had some proper pace behind me, and the car was just on fire, and it just gives you that really, really good confidence to go out there and enjoy yourself while you're doing it. And it all culminates into one thing, into one effort. Now, I want to point something out, and we're going to go in slow-mo again for this because Chaz is getting picky again, although I think the shadows are against us here. Yeah, the shadows are against us here. Now, I want you to look at the tyre writing on this Porsche, which is being driven by Philip Vlagen. Now, that, if you can see it, is yellow tyre writing. And look at the car behind him. That is white and blue. I thought Michelin earlier, and I think because this is the Porsche factory livery underneath, which is why the numbers aren't really there and they're in white. It's got Michelin's on it rather than it being the GT World Challenge car or IMSA car, which has got Pirelli's on it. So iRacing goes to that level of detail, which is good. But it does mean that we then get these cars with mismatched numbers. I mean, if you look at the Lamborghini, for example, and look at the style of the numbers on the side of this car, they look like the old GT World Challenge numbers where they're all sort of rounded off and all digital looking. But now we get these big blocky numbers on the Porsche and the Ferrari that aren't the same.
And another thing, if you look at Philip Vlaegen, another thing I've just noticed, actually maybe it is on the other, I couldn't see it for some reason, but I think I can see it now, is the position board markers on the sort of right-hand side of the windshield, or on our left as you're coming through. I don't know if the other car, when it has...
Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
The other numbers... Does he have it there? I can't quite see.
No, it doesn't.
So he doesn't have the position board markers on his windshield.
That's a really good spot, Ed. Fair play. I did not notice that, but yeah, it's just one of those things. And you know, I see
it on the oil slick Porsche as well, just up ahead.
Yeah, with
no
with how picky I am about stuff like that, it's kind of frustrating. Because then you've not got cars that have all got the same numbers on them and so on. But the way people get around this is by doing the whole car _ num thing. That the same.
And then I think the same issue is seen on the BMW. I don't think that has the number board either. Numbers on the windshield either. Which I need to be impartial. I need to say how much I love the BMW, but that really annoys me.
For some reason, the stream has just died. My connection has died. Just bear with me, Ed, 2 secs. If you can.
But we get these little things with iRacing. It's not going to be a perfect sim. No simulator is. If there was, then there wouldn't be any point for any of the others to exist, would there, Chaz? So then we have Scott McFall at the moment, just down into the Parabolica for what will be the 119th time of this race that's been going on for nearly 3 hours 40 minutes here in Sim District GT3x5 BMS Esports. What a performance they've been putting on. Expect to see them into the pits within the next 10 or so minutes. But they've been really a class above the rest. Coenbev is in behind for Decimo, but he has not been able to answer on this middle stint of the race. I think it might just be purely down to the tyres, the way the Lamborghini is quite light on its feet. But then again, so is the Porsche, Chaz. The Porsche is pretty much renowned for being able to stop on a 5 piece, but also baby the tyres, look after them. The weight distribution obviously aids with that. Not sure, though, how much experience you have with these newer GT3 cars. I know you're obviously more of a touring car driver, also taking part in the Sunday Drivers MX-5. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to get involved in some proper big boy action in these GT3s?
A bit of World GT Championship, which was a GT3 only league for a while. Well, always has been. They did a few GTE seasons, but the GT3s, they're very, very difficult cars to drive sometimes. They can be very, very difficult indeed. But to be honest with you, there's certain ones that are really enjoyable, other ones that aren't, and it all comes down to personal preference. And if I'm honest with you, I'm just terrible in general, so I don't really have any specific personal preference with them. But as long as it's not a car that's, I'd rather have a car that is unstable or oversteery on acceleration rather than deceleration. Because if you're having trouble while you're trying to get the car stopped for a corner, you've got more of a problem than trying to get it at least out of the corner, I'd say. We are, unfortunately, everybody, having some technical issues with the stream at the moment, so I'm going to just go and sort that. I will, for Ed's sake, leave the cameras will be on some sort of automatic mode for a few minutes. I'm just going to try and sort these issues out with the stream, everyone, and I'll be back with you in a minute.
Okay, so while Chaz is a very busy boy in the background trying to make sure everything is sorted out for us, you know, we've had some slight technical issues, but we can soldier on anyway. Rolling rope, just navigating a little bit of traffic here. Xenon Esports Lamborghini. Just no car doing a very good performance. Up 2 places since the start of the race, but as well, we've seen pit stops coming through. Damien's now taking over the Decimo.be car, potentially up until the end of the race. We'll see how that pans out, of course. Plenty of opportunities for strategies to come through. Different drivers coming through towards the end of the race. Usually you want to have your fastest driver start the race, your fastest driver end the race, but of course sometimes drivers or teams put in different strategies. They maybe have drivers in the middle, try and load up the middle of the race to get themselves in the best possible position towards the end and hope that they've done enough on that phase of the race where things usually calm down a bit to then have the advantage, have the buffer for final mad hour that tends to occur in these endurance scenarios. Just watching through the whole of the field as well, just to see, we can find out that Gimbahay Flemish Simsport also comes into the pits from 3rd place. That has made the most places out of anyone so far this race, up 7 places into 3rd. Will probably drop back though on account of the pit stops. But to be fair, that Flemish Simsport car, we've always seen it up towards the top end of the field, battling around quite some time in those top spaces, but now will drop back.
I am back now, everybody. Apologies.
And Chaz has
yes.
joined us. Hopefully everything seems to be sorted. I'm just seeing the stream looks nice and good. Everything seems to be back up and running.
Yes, basically, for anyone that knows my internet, it is that fickle in terms of bandwidth that when I am uploading, I'm pushing about 8 megabytes a second. Our internet is capable of about 9.5, so we're very close to the limit. So as soon as anything else is going on, it does absolutely kill a lot of frame rates and other things. So I really do apologise, everybody, but all it was is that Beth had got back home and was basically doing some Christmas shopping or Christmas wrapping, and she's got a spreadsheet of what she was doing, but it's on Google, so she's opened a laptop and all it's done is it's just sort of uploaded to the cloud where it was and synced everything. But while it was doing that, obviously it was unfortunately killing the frame rate. So you can all feel sorry for Beth and what she has to put up with when I'm broadcasting and the lack of internet that we have in our house. Download's fine.
Blame Google as well.
Yeah, download's fine. You can watch Netflix, do whatever you want. But as soon as you have to upload anything or cloud sync anything at all, I'd rather you didn't. But yeah, Beth puts up with a lot, and that's one of the things. So I appreciate it.
I mean, I'm lucky to only have to put up with you for these broadcasts.
Exactly, that's it.
Dread to imagine what she has to deal with on a daily basis.
Poor
Dear
thing.
Lord.
I know. It's unbelievable.
Deserves all our sympathy, all of our thoughts and prayers.
One like, one prayer. Right then. Joe Lowland, bro.
Hey, get us likes, everyone.
Yeah.
Every like is a prayer for Beth.
Yeah, one like is one prayer for Beth. We've got to that point now. We've got to that point, haven't we? Where we're just, we're going to slowly slip into insanity now. Anyway.
Descend into chaos. I haven't even opened my can of Monster yet. I need to...
I'm on bar Cherryade this afternoon.
Oh.
Now, something...
Living the good life.
Oh, yeah. Always. That cheap Cherryade. It's actually really good, to be fair. It was Dan Macaulay.
I love Cherryade.
Dan Macaulay introduced me to it when I went up to Scotland. Wesley Geelhode has Geel pulled over.
He's moving now. That was very strange.
I think he didn't do the clever thing you've done, actually, Ed, and he's not ordered a Chinese when the race finishes. He's ordered it for now.
Has to come to a stop. I mean, he does it off the racing line, which is credit to him. How long does he spend stationary? He spends a good while. And yeah, Chaz, you mentioned my Chinese. Now I'm really hungry. Before I was only slightly hungry. Now I'm just ravenous. Ugh.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what that was. I really don't have an answer for that. Hopefully one of his team members or somebody can inform us on what happened there. But either way, Wesley is back up and running. Race leader into the pits. Trust me, he's there. There he is. Scott McFall's done a fantastic job in this race so far. Really, really strong job indeed. And we are 3 hours and 45 minutes of the way through. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes still left to go. And look, the way they're positioning this car to come straight out of the box. I'm surprised they can get away with that, actually, because sometimes iRacing can be a bit picky with your positioning in your pit box, and it's Olivia Bultink getting back in the car. But, yeah, going back to that, I'm surprised they can get away with that, actually, Ed, are you? I can't hear Ed all of a sudden. Now I'm wondering if...
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Is everything good? Sorry, just to scare you like that. I was an idiot and muted my mic to have a gulp of my drink, and then all of a sudden forgot to unmute it. But yeah, I think that's what I was going to say, and what I was saying is that there is a sort of a set zone, I think, in the pit box that the car has to be in. It doesn't matter the orientation of the car. I think you could theoretically probably go in backwards and get it served, but I haven't actually gone and tried it. I don't know if I'd want to.
No, I don't think I'd risk it in a race scenario. I'd maybe try it in qualifying or something. But either way, we're currently just sat staring at a stationary Lamborghini when we could be looking at Jeremy DeBova, who's had an issue through the chicane. Oh, just has a bounce one way then the other. Has to ride those curbs. Get back
Jeremy
on with
wants
it.
to go back to the stationary Lamborghini after that, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, there's the... it's nice to show you that iRacing have got their camera location spot on, as you see there. But back out on track comes Olivier Bultink, and he has not lost a single position. We've got Hans Damians next up. He is showing us 1 minute 54 seconds back, but that is not true. When he crosses the line, it will update. And the gap
seconds,
is,
I think.
Yeah, about 20 seconds, isn't it? It will update shortly on the timing tower on the left, everybody. And there you go, 23.4 as it was last picked up. So Hans Damians in the Decimo.be car. It's the first time we've seen him in this race. We'll have to see what his pace is like as he goes on. We've got a close battle going on here, though, between Brent Verheyen and Joel Eulenbroek. Lamborghini versus Porsche once again. Seems like all the battles we've had, actually, Ed, have been Lamborghini versus Porsche, haven't they?
That's because those are the only real cars on the track, isn't it? It's all Lamborghinis and Porsches with, like you said, a couple of Audis and that one lone BMW. Good to see, though, that the fighting is still going on even, 4 hours into the race. Speaking of the BMW, there's a bit of a fight brewing on here. Robin Van Gogh in behind Jeremy DeBova. Pulling over Jeremy DeBova around the outside. Looking to find a move into the Parabolica. She'd be able to go for it, but isn't quite able to pull it off. Just about here, the BMW trying to put the power down.
I was going to say...
If you listen very, very closely, you can hear the whispers of that V8, which is very strange to say.
And the BMW trying to ugly its way past, which it probably could, to be honest. But you can see the different shape of it. One thing I must absolutely commend BMW for in the last, I don't know, 11, 12 years, is the fact that you're coming up against people like Audi with the R8. You're coming up against people like Ferrari with the 458, the 488. You've got McLaren with the 650S, the MP412C, the
720S, cars like that. These are all sleek rear-engine supercars that look like really sleek supercars. They look the part. BMW send things like the Z4, which is just a normal everyday coupe. They send the M4 for GT4 and now GT3. They send the M6. They are big boys, and never mind the M8, that's a boat. But they send what would normally not be a conventional sort of supercar into a racing category that is for cars based on supercars. And they make incredible racing cars out of them. They always do it, and I absolutely love it from BMW. And to be fair, you know, companies like Lexus have done the same. The BMW and the Lexus look very similar. Hello. Very close indeed there, Robin van Gogh, to the back of Jeremy Debova. But the BMW and the Lexus look very similar in terms of their shape. They're big, beefy, sort of coupe-shaped cars. But cars like this and the Bentley and the GTR, they work in GT3 because they've got the mass spread out. And they still have that sort of planted stability. It means they're really good in the wet as well, actually, as I've learned over on Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Oh, the Boatley. It swims through the ocean.
The Boatley.
I love it so much. I'm really, really a big fan of the Boatley, and it's good to see it still out in action, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that'd be another car I'd like to bring to iRacing. Oh my word, look at oh my god. Well, that was a brilliant move down the inside. He just started to the inside at the latest possible opportunity, slammed the anchors on, got it stopped, slung it through.
Wow.
That was brilliant. We've got to look at that again, because that caught us both off guard, I think.
Did indeed. I was just having a cheeky knick-knack and I nearly choked on the thing. Look at that. Chucks it to the right, late on the brakes, slides just along the Audi, squeezes him to the left. Bit of sort of give what you get. Fantastic stuff by Robin van Gogh. Now, you mentioned the Bentleys. I'm not sure if I mentioned this on the last stream, but I live close enough to the Bentley factory that I can see it from my bedroom window. Now, this is Joe Leulenbroek trying to hold off Brent Verheyen. Brent trying to push his way through with sheer pressure right now, but another great fight between these guys. That pink pig on the front would scare the life out of you in the mirror, I'm sure. But the Lamborghini itself is a very menacing looking machine. Fastest lap of the race last time round, by the way, by Olivier Bultink. And if you look at the weather, we've dropped 10 degrees since we looked at it a couple of hours ago, so certainly coming down now. We've lost 1 degree in terms of air temperature at 6 p.m. in the sim. So the shadows are getting longer, and there goes Joe Leulenbroek into the pits. So Brent Verheyen is relinquished. But in a way, that's actually not good, because he's got no slipstream now, has he? He's just got to punch through the air himself.
As he's all by his lonesome. Might be sad to no longer have DynamiXX stablemate alongside for the ride, but it's good to see. I do love the pig on the bonnet. It is
great, isn't it?
It is a great little car, that DynamiXX pink car. Seeing it battle its way through the field as well. Real treat as Jeremy Debova still staying in behind the BMW. Battle of true German grit and power. Which wins out, though, V10 or V8, BMW or Audi. Battle that's going on ever since these two companies really existed, haven't they, Chaz? And it's great to see him still out there on the circuit, battling it away into the chicane. I thought for a moment we were going to see a very similar dive to the inside this time, though, from Debova, which didn't quite come to pass.
Bit of gravel there as well, actually.
Van Gogh, sorry. Their lap time in different areas though as well, Chaz. Don't forget, BMW more geared up for this sector now, and then through, of course, Ascari. You can just see how pliant the car is. It extends its advantage just marginally, but then the slipstream brings the gap back down. And then Jeremy Debova, the direction change really aids him coming into both the first and the second chicane, powering out as well. The car applies its power very smartly, very stably. Oh, just look at how stable the BMW is, though, coming through corners. As unstably coming through Ascari.
Oh, fair play. Dominiak didn't hit anything. Fair play. And he does wait patiently for a chance to get the car turned back around and gets on with it again. But we've seen a few little spins like that for that car. They've struggled in the latter stages a bit more, I'd say, than earlier on in the race. But they're still pushing on. They're plugging away. They've carried on with this race. And that number 232 Porsche
is 19th overall, the last runner so far. As it looks like Pieter Denis is out of the race as well. Actually, I missed when we lost him from this race, but 22 laps ago, so quite a while ago now, I'm afraid. That's a real shame. That means we've had our second retirement from the race. This is when he... was it just after his spin? Yeah, I think the car was done for anyway. He comes into the pits at this point because he just spun, hadn't he? We looked at it at the time, and it seems like that was the last moment of that car's race, unfortunately.
Yeah, which is a definite big shame. It was going to be a great fight up until that point. But, I mean, it's been a great race all along, hasn't it, for a lot of these drivers so far to carry on for nearly 4 hours. No mean feat. Even if they've not had the cleanest races, such as Amazing Belgium, that have definitely suffered the worst of the incidents. Then we have some of the best of the racing up in here with Robin van Gogh, Jeremy de Boven, fighting the way through Ascari. Look at that. The stability of the BMW through Ascari is amazing. Not only the car that looks just as stable is actually the car that we just saw in the background, Olivier Bulting, now behind the wheel of the Simdristic GT3 by the BMS Esports Lambo.
Now here comes the Audi then creeping up on the BMW, trying to use its sleek shape to tuck in behind the big towering nature of the M4 to get some solid slipstream here. Looks like it's working for him as well. Moves over to the right hand side of the BMW. Audi goes to the left. Still nothing doing here. Into the right and then the left. Suddenly appears again, but nice stuff from the BMW. Good movement by Robin van Gogh. Put the car in the right place. And he's kept his position for it. And that's the thing really here. If you're in a position where you get a good run out of Ascari and out of the final corner, then you just have to make sure that the car is placed properly for the chicanes, and you're all good, and you can defend. But look how close they get to the grass there on the way in, Ed. That is really, really close indeed, because all you need to do is dip one wheel onto that grass and you're around, isn't it?
Yeah, as I found out all too painfully from my time in the Sim Race World BMW Trophy when that was going on. I did that more than a couple times. It was painful, but I'll tell you what, it was still fun. The first 2 rounds I'll always take with me from getting that car hooked up in the sweet spot. What you were mentioning actually, Chaz, from you said you did a couple races in GT when you had it hooked up nicely. That was me for the first 2 rounds. Silverstone, Imola, in that BMW car. Oh, so good, so nice. And actually, fair enough, I was racing in another GT3 league the other day, and one of my first races in a while, Silverstone again, came out on top. Was brilliant feeling. I think there's just something about this BMW. Hey, it's brilliant. Silverstone especially. I don't know if we go there this season. I can't remember. I don't think we do, unfortunately, for the lone BMW driver, Robin van Gogh. That's in District GT3 BMW won't be able to go around the circuit that suits it, but it will actually go around for the finale at Spa-Francorchamps, which I think will probably favour it a little bit more. Maybe as well, though, the Audi could try and come out on top as he tries to into the first corner, but not able to muscle his way past the big bulk of the Bimmer.
Yeah, still can't do it. Great chase though by Jeremy de Boven, and it's not Boven yet because he's going to stick with him. Sorry, Jeremy.
That's one of your best ones on stream, mate. That was a cracker.
He's still chasing him down. Lovely on board here as well. You know what? For someone who does this broadcasting quite a lot, I really underuse what they call the suspension cameras in iRacing. The left front, left rear, right front. They just look brilliant. If we go to the right front suspension now, switch sides, or try to. There you go. And the sound travels with it as well, which is one of the best things about it. Because the sound is obviously in stereo, it sounds like the car is on the left-hand side now, and then suddenly it's going to be on the right-hand side.
Oh, I want to see through Ascari now, see the suspension fully load up. Here we go, over the curves, over the bumps.
On the left, on the right, on the left. And then down the straight we go.
Suspension working its magic, aren't you? Especially over that final part of Ascari. great to see. And then look at that in the background. Oh my word, Olivia Bultig, he's not hanging about for anyone. He's absolutely wringing the neck of this Lamborghini.
He's loving it, isn't he? Absolutely loving it. Great to see it going so strongly as well. 29 seconds now, their race lead over the next car back, the Decimo.be machine. But what you were saying there, Ed, to see that suspension working, that's one of my favourite things about iRacing, and one of the reasons that iRacing is one of the best simulators out there, is that, don't forget, that it's communicating all of the info and the inputs from all of these drivers. As late goes Jeremy DeVova. Tries to get it around the outside. He tried so hard there, fair play to him, but he has to try and do it all again now on the following lap. What I was going to say is that iRacing is communicating all of the inputs and information from all of these drivers, simulators all over the world into this server live like this, and doing it as smoothly as this, but also it's able to render the way that the car's suspension works, the body roll, how the curbs affect the car, all of that in such quick real time. I mean, look at that. You would think it was real in the way that it all moves and behaves, and that's one of the reasons iRacing is the best. There are other sims out there that the cars always look flat, they just drive over the curbs, or they bounce and move in a different way. But for me, iRacing and the way everything moves looks the most realistic, for sure. I'm not just saying
from
that.
a broadcast point of view.
Yeah, and the TV cameras, they've got camera dampening, so the car isn't always just fixed in the middle of the shot. I mean, look, it's slightly over to the left now, it's in the bottom third, makes its way up to the middle, and then the car will move over to the right of the shot faster than the camera pans, and then the camera overtakes it, and then vice versa again when you get on the exit. Those little details that people don't always pick up on are some of the details that make iRacing so much more pretty to look at from a broadcast perspective, like you say.
Yeah, the same with not the prettiest sim in terms of textures and qualities, in terms of the circuit geometry.
Shadows.
Yeah, and sometimes the weird, yellowy tint as well that iRacing has that you can also you can change yourself. I think we've got it on the broadcast where we've sort of tried to negate that tint as much as possible and pretty up, but you do have to do a lot of work, don't you, to make the game look as close as you can to other sims that do it all naturally. ACC is one of them, which graphically is very nice, but demanding an absolute pain in the neck to try and broadcast. As I've heard, you need about 4 computers and a degree in...
And Mike Yao.
Yeah, and Mike Yao. Yeah, basically. That's where I got my info from. Mike Yao, who just... There's a lot of stuff in the background. Right, lad? He just does a brilliant job, to be fair to him.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Getting ACC to somehow work. I don't know, and I wouldn't care to know because it sounds terrifying.
Yeah, it's a very, very great time to be in sim racing with the sims we've got, the fantastic content that's always coming out. They're all getting quicker and quicker at fighting
just
one
mentioned
another.
content.
Hello.
W12.
Oh yeah. Well, I've not driven it yet, but it's the fact that we have a Formula 1 car in the sim while it is still competing like that in the modern age is just unbelievable. And obviously we're going to get next year's car as well from Mercedes. It's a shame about the whole painting scenario, but at the same time it's understandable. It's to do with licensing.
Yeah, you can see
licensing.
why.
Yeah, exactly. It's frustrating for people that want to run leagues with it and so on, but that's just tough. They've given us the car to drive in as great a detail as they can, and with iRacing's quality of cars, that is amazing, and it's a godsend, and we're very, very pleased about it, and we thank iRacing for it. But it's the trade-off that we can't.
I just find it funny how a year before, or a little while before, iRacing put out the IRO1, wasn't it, to basically have an open-wheel Formula car, because they couldn't quite get Formula 1, so they had to make their own version of it. And then all of a sudden Mercedes rocks up, here, have ours. So then all of a sudden I don't know if that car's going to get run as much anymore.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true indeed. We'll have to see. I'm really enjoying watching this Audi. I'm not going to lie. I've not clicked away from it for a reason, because I just love the look of this McChallenge by DB Audi R8 LMS GT3. Gorgeous looking car. Obviously there's a new Audi R8 LMS. Is it the Evo Ultra now, or the Evo 2 it's called?
I think it's the Evo Ultra. I can't remember, but I think you're right first time.
I think
something. They named it some. They named some custom silly things.
It's the LMS Evo 2. So if anyone knows that the GT2 version of the Audi, if you look at the supports for the rear wing, they're the swan neck supports that go over the wing from the front, which most GT3 cars have now. It's been proven to be much more aerodynamic for these wings rather than just coming straight up out of the body. You can make it into like an aerodynamic plane to guide the air over the top of the wing. But what they've done now is they've actually set the wing supports to sort of join from further forward, but they lean back, go behind the wing, and then round over the top of the back of it like the GT2 car. It's an incredibly strange looking wing support, but I think it looks absolutely gorgeous, and Audi obviously hoping that that's going to be just as competitive as their previous cars as well. It's got the longer sort of front snoot on it compared to this car as well, which has a very flat front end with those fog lights in it. They've got more vents and all sorts on the newer cars, more canards and so on. But still, this car right now doesn't really look out of date, this Audi. It's still a gorgeous looking bit of kit, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's just such a nice car, and of course it is one of the slightly more newer models of R8, of course, because back when the R8 first came out, it doesn't. I just think the older R8, you can see its age, whereas the sort of, I guess, the second generation of R8s, whatever you would call them, they still look as new as even the newer lot of R8s that are being pumped out now by Audi. So I mean, credit to them. And then you compare, obviously, the R8 that we're seeing on track to its real-life counterpart. Not too much of a difference, really, is there? It's still roughly the same shape. But then you compare the BMW M4 just up ahead to what you see in real life, and oh my word, the less said about the real-life counterpart of that BMW, the better. Because oh my word, if you think that the GT3 looks bad, ugh. Ugh.
Well, yeah. Either way, it's all personal preference sort of stuff. I know people that absolutely worship the good old Morgan Aero 8 GT3 car. I think it's great, but yeah, people love it. Now, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that too. The back of that Audi suddenly, yeah. It suddenly looks like it's...
The front looks slightly skewed as well, actually.
Looks like it's suddenly had a baby Audi. Now, has that just... this intrigues me. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be in a position to go back and look at that, but I think he just went over the curbs at Ascari, you know, and it's just clipped the front and it's just clipped the rears of them big sausage curbs that we've got.
We don't want to do we can't do the cardinal sin as well of rewinding to have a look. Right, can we put a splash screen on and we can pretend that we haven't rewound it?
I wish.
And then come back.
I honestly wish we could. But that's intriguing because it wasn't there a moment ago, and then suddenly he comes out of Ascari and it's there. I'm wondering whether that's going to affect it in a straight line, because the BMW's got a little bit of damage as well. But we've seen by now that Jeremy DeBova can't quite overcome it and get in front of that BMW, so only time will tell, I suppose.
Upset the balance of the car as well through these corners now. Through the slow speed, it won't affect it too much, but then through these next corners, Lesmo 1 and now Lesmo 2, the car seems to be stable still, even with all of that damage done to the rear end.
Now that could be a development for further down the line, because in the long run that might hurt more than just sort of every lap. As well, he's pushing hard again. That is where I think he did it last time, you know. I think he really overdid it through Ascari on that first curb, because it looked like the car was out of shape again, and he's lost even more ground now. So Jeremy DeBova may be needing to just rein it in a little bit.
Does he even know that there's damage? You could see it if it was something at the front, the bonnet getting pressed up, but you can't see what's behind. You need your teammate to let you know, and sometimes teammates are in views where you can't see it. If you say on chopper cam, you might not be able to see all that damage done sort of more towards the rear and the lower end of the car, which is very intriguing. You can see now not really gaining anything in terms of straight line speed either.
No, I think that's probably going to require a fast repair if they've not already taken one, because don't forget they had damage early on. They had contact early on. I think it's just the one fast repair in this series as well.
It is, yeah.
So that might be a lengthy repair, because anything that can warrant enough bodywork damage usually is a few minutes at least. So that won't be all happy meal at McChallenge by DB right now. But even still, whoa, hello, Olivier Bulting. He don't care about curbs or damage, does he? He's absolutely wringing the neck like we said before, Ed. He's just on it here. Let's go on ball for a lap with Olivier Bulting, because I reckon this will be a right laugh.
He's going to throw actually up ahead. The Audi is suddenly caught back up to the BMW as well, so it might not all be over. That little fight going on just up ahead. Give me a dream for that battle for 11th. Might still go on board with Olivier, just coming through Ascari, because you can see just how much he's been pressuring those tyres through. Look how much he's lifting off, clutching in. I don't even think he's braking for the corner. I think he's just getting out of the power, using the engine to slow it down. That's over the curves. He's driving like it's a qualifying session.
He is absolutely on it, isn't he? Really pushing hard. We will go back to this, though, because like you said, very rightly, Ed, this is suddenly closed up again now. We've all of a sudden got the BMW of Robin van Gogh with Jeremy de Bova right behind him. Down the straight we go once again. But yeah, look, the slipstream not doing much, is it? It's definitely hurt it in a straight line. Either that or he's
a lot slower than he was before, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's certainly affected it. The livery makes it look a bit more skew-with than it actually is, but even still, that's not a happy Audi right now. He'll be grateful for the fact that Robin van Gogh lost a bit of time in that middle sector, though, because that's put him right back into it. However, the slipstream not as effective as it was before, so he's going to need some blinding middle sectors right now, isn't he? But as you said before, Ed, that's where the BMW comes into its own, all the way up to Ascari.
Then looking at the lap time just coming through from Jeremy de Bova, that was his personal best of the race. That car's fastest lap, when it was actually about 10th and a half faster than Olivier Bulting.
Oh. What?
Yeah.
That's really strange. See, I've got that car's best lap is a 1:48.0, and they did a 48.6 last time
I
round.
see they did a 1:47.8.
That's Jeremy de Bova. Oh, that's what you mean, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, Jeremy
Yeah,
de Bova's
sorry, I
got
thought you meant
got
Robin
damage
van
at the
Gogh.
back of the car.
No, he's
But-
going faster than ever.
That was his fastest lap of the race.
That's, yeah. So it wasn't necessarily Van Gogh losing the time. It was de Bova finding it.
Yeah. I don't know what's been going on there, but that's been monstrous stuff, even with that damage. But I think Bova now has started to drop off just a little bit more. Either that or Van Gogh suddenly found the time. This is how these races tend to go, though. A little bit of cat and mouse game.
Yeah, motorsport's confusing, kids. Don't do it. Very confusing.
We like to
indeed.
pretend that we know what we're talking about, but the secret is we don't. We have no clue.
No, I don't. What car's that again? The ugly one?
The one with four wheels.
Ah, thought you were just going to say, yeah, that's the BMW. Jeremy de Bova still
It's the
chasing.
German one.
Yeah. In a field of German ones. Speaking of German one, the German one's in third at the moment. This is Marcus Bublak. We've not seen much of Marcus so far, but again, this is one of those situations where no news is good news for these guys. They've had a very, very quiet race up to this point, and they've got Martin Deckens just behind, about 8 seconds back now, so it may be worth keeping an eye on lap times there. Martin Deckens did a 48.99 last time, though. It was a 48.1 for Marcus Bublak, so looks like that gap may open up. We'll check it this time, though, as they go across the line. Bublak will put his time in now, 1:50.4. That's a strangely slow time compared to the 1:48.6 of Martin Deckens. So 1.9 seconds quicker there, Ed. That's odd. Not sure what Marcus has had go on there, but clearly not the cleanest of laps for him. Something going on. As, oh no, Paul Rieger. Paul Rieger is the third driver in the Porsche Sport 992. He's known in the Porsche Club of Great Britain as Paul Anchors Rieger because he's really good on the brakes. But he's unfortunately started his race off with a bit of a mishap on the brakes. Oh, it just bounced, didn't it?
Tell you what, gets it stopped, lives up to his name, gets it stopped, doesn't he, before doing any damage up to the underside of the car.
He does indeed.
Great stuff from the Italian. At his home circuit, of course, Monza.
Yeah, indeed, it is actually. Certainly is.
Yeah, I know my geography. I know where Milan is on the world map.
I know where Italy is.
I mean, I hope you do. You've been there.
Yeah, that's true. I went 4 times this year. Still don't know where it is. But Robin, I'm joking, I do. Robin van Gogh, just about fed up of having this Audi in his rearview mirror right now. 4.25 hours into this race. Still 1 hour and 45 minutes left to go, and it's Olivier Bultink still doing rapid times indeed, 1:48.1s. Hans Damians did a 1:48.1 as well, actually, only 100th of a second slower than Bultink, so the gap's still got bigger, but not by much at all. Marcus Bublak doing that 1:50.5 though, that still confuses me from his previous lap. There you go, that's a bit better, 1:48.0 for him. Now let's have a look at what Martin Deckens does, 1:48.5, so yeah, there you go. Bublak opens up that gap once again, but still we have Jeremy De Bova chasing down that BMW. Look at the slide there, the way he just controls that. Very beautiful indeed. But he is foot flat to the floor, and he is not catching that BMW in a straight line. It's such a frustrating situation to be in. Starts to catch just at the end of the straight where it's not going to be enough. Jeremy nicely smooth that. Look at that, he's counter-steering already. It's set up that loose. Here we go.
Brilliant drive out of the Parabolica, but now he's going to get hit with the wall of air. How bad is the damage? How hard can Jeremy De Bova stamp on the brakes? The two cars come very close to contact. Great defense again from Robin van Gogh, using all of that BMW's girth down into the first chicane, and he's able to stay in front, and it's so difficult for Jeremy De Bova to try and find a way through.
It really is. I mean, you've got to drive about 15 minutes around the town centre. There's a ring road for each of these BMW M4s, I've been told, but he's doing a great job at attacking, and the thing is, he's not overdoing it either. In a situation like this, it is really easy to push the car so hard and completely overdo it and chuck it off the road, or even chuck it into the back of the car in front, and he's not doing that so far. I mean, there's a lot of that BMW to hit. Girth is definitely the word of the moment, let's say. We're not going to overuse it though. But Robin van Gogh,
how about thick? Can we use that?
T space H space I space C space C. But yeah, Robin van Gogh doing a smashing job at holding on ahead of Jeremy De Bova right now. You could argue that the aerodynamic damage is what's helping him, but even still, he's got to put the car in the right place at the right time and still defend it, and that's what he's doing. Not quite the run this time from Jeremy, but these guys are giving us some fantastic entertainment over the last sort of half hour or so, haven't they?
Yeah, and even though these two are battling for what is 11th place, they haven't really been reeled in by Olivier Bultink, who's in the lead. We've been seeing that Lamborghini in the rear of the shot for quite some time now. He's not been able to make any inroads, but of course, Olivier Bultink is still probably one of the quicker cars out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah,
it shows that.
Sorry,
he's not slowing down, is he?
No, he's only lapping about 1/10 of a second faster a lap than these guys at the moment, so it's not much. His last lap was a 1:47.8. That was much quicker. These guys doing 1:48.4s and 1:48.7, so he was nearly an entire second quicker that time round.
I think that was because they went side by side into turn one, don't forget.
Yes, very true, very true. But the laps before that, yeah, he was only a 10th faster than Jeremy De Bova last time. And look at the little Audi. It looks so small compared to the M4. It's just like, let me by, please, sir. I want some more. Give me this slipstream. I think Jeremy had to back out of that then for a second. Over to the right goes Robin. Hard onto the brakes into the chicane. Now, Jeremy's playing this really clever because he's taking a bit more of a reserved approach into the corner to make sure he gets the run off it, and that is the best way to try and attack someone. Put some sort of fake pressure on the car, make a little sort of dummy down the inside, get back on your own racing line, and then try to undercut them or do some sort of cutback on the exit of the corner. Just focus on your own lines and you'll do absolutely fine. But right now, I think Bultink's probably just enjoying the show. He's got a 34-second lead, so he's not got too much to worry about in terms of that. There's still an hour and 40 minutes of this race left to go. Ed and I will be taking one final break in about 10 minutes' time, and then we'll be with you for the final 90 minutes at Monza in the DynamiXX Endurance Series. Big thanks to Dynamics as well, obviously the title sponsor of the series, and of course for the ever ongoing support of Sim Racers World and Sim Racers World TV, and of course their partner Track Racer as well, for also being on board for this season. We really appreciate it. And right now, we've got some incredible fights going on. Porsche Sport always with the love in the chat. We love you guys, honestly. We love you guys indeed. Oh no, Luke Tice is off. Luke Tice is off right in front of our cameraman here, down at turn 1. Not quite sure what happened to Luke there. Let's have a look. Oh, he's actually been off track again. He runs wide at the Parabolica. Is he just going to dip a wheel on the gravel? Oh, yeah, he does. Wesley Gilherd also went off circuit as well recently. He did the same thing down at Parabolica. Some of them just pushing it a little.
It's the Porsches we see more, because obviously they can't turn in too sharply with the sort of weight distribution.
Oh no, look at this.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Teammates, come on.
Oh dear. Oh no. Olivier Boultink, of course, teammates with Robin van Gogh, the Sim District GT3 teams with Vibe and BMS Esports. This would not be kosher right now if Boultink holds up this Audi. I wouldn't be too much of a fan of that. He needs to just go past his teammate, or his teammate needs to let him go.
I don't think Boultink wants to overtake his teammate just up ahead, though, because by doing so, that forces him offline, and all of a sudden,
yeah,
he could lose out on a position. So he needs to do it somewhere smartly and also safely. I'm not sure where he could try and do it, though. Perhaps into turn 1, if he has enough of an advantage and he knows the car behind is not going to pressure, which seems to be the case for the moment. They have enough of a gap in behind.
Oh, I don't know if he's got to have enough there. Let's have a look. We'll go on the good old chopper cam so we get a good look at it. Because it looks to me like Van Gogh's going to have to back off a little bit to give that place to him. Yeah, he's not got enough in the tank there, surely. Oh yeah, he's lifting as well. You can hear him. Fuel
Van
saving.
Gogh going to come into the pits as well. Next is the next thing to think about. Not really in a short while, I think. As we get reports, there's a party going on in the
yeah,
in the weight room, Chaz.
I've just let Luke know. We'll just see how this battle unfolds, and then we will have a word with Luke Holroyd of Porsche Sport in just a sec. But this could get very, very spicy indeed between these guys. Olivier Boultink obviously doesn't want to get involved in too much here, Ed, because he will throw away the race lead if it does backfire on him at all. Van Gogh is right there as well with the Porsche in front of him, which is Bram van Uytven, and that is for position. So that's probably also why he's not had a go at him yet, because that is a Porsche that he wants to overtake for a spot in the race. So it's all starting to boil over a bit. Van Gogh down the inside into Ascari. That's going to hinder all of them. But then he's going to try and get the run out of Ascari onto the straight. Van Gogh over to the left. Boultink over to the left with him as well.
Pop drafting.
Jeremy DeBove is trying to push him. He needs to be careful with the nose of that Lamborghini so it doesn't pick up the back of the BMW. Now he goes over to the Porsche. Well, imagine that. The race leader favours you a Porsche over your own teammate. Down the inside. Oh, Van Uytven's got in deep. And look at that by Van Gogh through the middle. Lovely stuff by Van Gogh. 2 positions down like that for Bram van Uytven. Loses out. Now is Boultink going to disappear up the road? What is Jeremy DeBove going to do? Because he's not going to have enough slipstream.
What can the Audi do to try and get through?
Oh, I don't think Jeremy's got enough right now. He needs to be careful about Van Uytven behind him now as well. Boultink's going to go through.
Gogh being slow.
Not quite able to there. Fantastic battling though from all of them, and obviously these 3 all together for position on track now. So very, very enjoyable to watch from those guys. Someone else that's been enjoyable to watch in this race so far has been the Porsche Sport 911 Cup car. Of course, Paul Rieger at the wheel at the moment, but we have Luke Holroyd with us in the commentary box. Luke, you certainly look like you will have enjoyed yourself out there in that one. It looks like a great car to drive around this circuit, especially with the straight line speed you've got.
Yeah, it was really enjoyable actually. Obviously, it's a little bit boring when we're out on his own, but this is like the only opportunity we get as drivers, really, especially me and Peter, to have a race in a championship. Obviously, all the other guys in the team are pretty quick, and we're never quick enough to participate. So it's been good fun. It felt really, really comfortable, the car, actually. We were double stinting the tyres as well. And we just tried to keep the X's down to let Paul's obviously the quicker driver in the team. Not that we're actually battling for anything really. We tried to keep the incidents down so Paul can just go out and set some flying laps and see if we can get up there into a, I don't even know what's realistic. It depends on pits for the others, but maybe a top 15 overall. We'll see. I don't know how the GT3s are running on stints, but
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. It was good. It was clean. It was good fun.
And I mean, this track as well, it's a legendary circuit. Obviously, the Temple of Speed, it is all about that top speed. And there were a few moments where we saw Peter earlier as well, sort of pestering some of the GT3 cars in a straight line. It must make you feel pretty good when you get a chance to do that.
Yeah, I'd almost say, some people might disagree, but I think the 992 is a little bit slow compared to these. Like I've seen the 991 compete with GT3s on certain tracks in straight line speed. Obviously, the 992's got a little bit more aero. Yeah, I think we're about on par, maybe a little bit quicker depending on where people are on fuel strategies. I want to say in real life, maybe 992 would be a little bit quicker in a straight line. Again, depending on setup, but it's good fun. Obviously, we've yielded a lot to the GT3s coming through because they can just brake so much later and with so much more downforce in the corners. But it's been good. You know, we've pulled the toe quite a lot where you've let them past and then you just sit on the back of them and they pull you along. So really good. It's just a shame there's not more 992s. And as I said, if we'd have probably gone into GT3 class, the likes of Austin, Jacob Toffs, Ryan's raced in this, but all them guys had probably wanted to get on board, and like I said, me and Peter wouldn't have had a look in. So it's good fun for the podcast guys to have a go, and Paul's there just to help us along as well. Have you had fun in the booth? It's a long slog, it's 6 hours.
Yeah, we've been loving it, to be honest with you. It's been a really good laugh so far. Plenty obviously going on out there on tracks. So many drivers pushing their limits and maybe sometimes overdoing it slightly, but the racing overall, other than the odd tiny bit of contact, has been very, very clean. You know, it's been great racing to watch. And
you're welcome to cut me off for this battle for 10th and 11th. If you really want.
No, it's all good. It's been fantastic to watch these guys, to be fair. And you know, they're going to carry on until the sun goes down. They'll probably go on until after the race when they run out of fuel, but very, very feisty. I mean, like you said earlier, it's just a shame you've not got guys like this to fight for yourselves in that class, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is. To be honest, I thought there'd be more, given that the 992 is still a relatively new car. I think you always find that the faster class always gets a bigger uptake. And we're not bothered, you know. It's we want to battle some people, but it's a good fun. Like me and Peter earlier, as you can imagine, he's talking a lot during his stint about all sorts of facts and figures. It's like being on the chase.
Yeah.
While he's driving.
It is, mate. It honestly is. I think we ought to do some sort of episode where Peter's driving around, but you've got to quiz him while he's driving and taking part in.
I mean, he does that himself pretty much.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know how he does it, but it's been good fun. I'm just wondering, do we have Chase in the rest of Europe? If not, everyone's thinking, what is he talking about?
Oh, bless him. Well, he's a very, very funny man and a very, very knowledgeable one at that. But
and he's quick. He's really quick. I think he surprises some people. His pace is up there. He's quicker than me. So.
Maybe he should be in the PCGB then and get on with it rather than being in the commentary box with little old me.
I think we need a guest appearance from Peter and yourself one round.
Well, we'll have to see about that, won't we? We'll have to see. Either way, Luke, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you, mate, and hats off to you guys as well for chucking the entry in for this one and getting out there and giving it all hell that you can on track. It's been really, really good to see that little Porsche cracking on and you guys having a clean race. Hopefully, we'll see you obviously take the win in class, but we'll hopefully see you get a good result from it in the overall standings as well, buddy.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, thank you, and well done on the comms. It's been a good listen.
Cheers, boy. Nice one. I don't know why I said cheers, boys, as if you were going as well there, Ed, but that was Luke Holroyd from Porsche Sport. Fantastic to speak to Luke as ever. Really, really nice guy. And of course, behind the team that we see on screen right now with Paul Ankers Rieger running the car around the circuit. Now, Robin van Gogh has broken away from Jeremy de Bover a bit after an intense battle, but
unfortunately, everybody, it is that time where Ed and I are just going to nip for a quick break. Just have our final loo break, make sure we're topped up on drinks and so on else. There you go. Make sure I reinstall my vocabulary.exe. To be honest, I think really, Ed, it's only fitting that we go on board with Jeremy DeBova, don't you?
I think so, yeah. Just see a wonderful view that has been the rear end of this BMW. But maybe not for too much longer, Chaz. As soon as we're going to go, we might see the positions swap around side by side into Ascari. BMW down the inside. Look at the Audi sweeping his way around the outside. That is brilliant. The rear end kicks out. Oh, Jerry DeBova, take a bow, sunshine. What a move that was.
Absolutely amazing stuff by Jeremy DeBova. Just outbreaks Robin van Gogh. You've got to say Robin gave him great space as well. Really respectful stuff. Great from DeBova to give him that much room around there. Really well controlled by the pair of them. Awesome. Absolutely awesome driving that. And they continue this battle now. The BMW with very little damage on it. Look at the size of it compared to the poor little Audi. No. I just feel sorry for the little Audi and Jeremy behind the wheel. Is the BMW going to be better on the brakes? They've got traffic in front of him in the form of the 315 car. Around the outside, Robin van Gogh. That's not the first time he's done that tonight. Lovely stuff. Robin van Gogh back in front. Right, everybody, we're going to go on board with this Audi. We may be a few minutes, but we will be right back with you. Enjoy. Hello again, everybody. Chaz, Draycott and Edward May here for the DynamiXX Endurance Series 6 Hours of Monza Round 2 of the 2021 to 2022 winter campaign. And my goodness me, Ed, we left these guys having a battle throughout the whole break, to be honest. I have still been sat here, nipped to the loo and then came back in, but they have not stopped fighting at all. It's been incredible racing, this.
It's been madness. There's been some great fights going on. This has got to be one of the ones that is going to carry on probably up until the end of the race. And I mean, this beggars belief how close these two have been able to fight lap after lap continually. They both trying. I thought for a moment they were both coming into the pits at the same time. Jeremy DeBova trying to get every little minuscule amount of slipstream as Robin Van Gogh peels his BMW into the pit lane, brings it into that fight. But I think, Chaz, we have a few replays to look through because while we were on our break, there was some things going on.
Yes, there was indeed. Olivier Bultink went off the road with Jürgen Knockaert going off the road as well. Jürgen just lost it. And look at that. Ooh. Big old hit. That's Wesley Gilhoed. And that happened just in front of the two cars that we were racing with. Now, I think, judged on the look of that Lamborghini, he's got away with that. That doesn't look damaged at all. At all. So, Jürgen Knockaert was the one that... now. I think Jürgen went in a bit deep, did he? If we do this... yeah, Jürgen's gone a bit deep trying to... Is he lapping that? No, actually, that was for... No, it wasn't for position. And then there's just the tiniest bit of contact between the two of them. Jürgen gets to go on with it. Goes to get on with it again, I say. Slams on, and then suddenly... Olivier just smacks into one and then the other. But spins the Audi round.
Not really much, Olivier. I mean, he sees the incident happen ahead, but he's already kind of committed to the corner by then. As he's trying to slow down, decides to go around. That's what you can see on board from his point of view. Sees the car going on, thinks to go around the outside. But the car's sort of come to a stop very suddenly ahead of him. Not really much Olivier can do in that situation, but he's gotten away with it because there isn't really any damage done to the front of his Lamborghini.
No, he's got away with that for sure. There's a moment for Dominique Declercq. Having another little spin there. Wim Everarts has had an off as well. Whoa, that's the Team Tice car. Oh, wow. He went on a real ride there, to be fair. And he's gone on... He's come back on track and then lost it again, actually, straight away. Oh, nice. Stops it to make sure it doesn't hit anyone else. And that was the Flemish car going through. So, still, a few bits going on. Obviously, the McChallenge by DB car now in the pits getting some repairs after that hit. So, looks like Olivier Bultink's car's fine. He's done a 1:47.9 last time around, which is only 8/10 off his best lap of the race. So, the pace is still absolutely fine. They lead the way by a minute and a half currently to Decimo.be, but they have pitted more recently, so that gap will come down. Third place is the iLiveries Vibe Sports car, currently driven by Louis Klinkhammer. Then we have DynamiXX Pink in fourth place. Started 9th on the grid. Great drive by them so far. Dries Mujdi is in the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Porsche in 5th place.
Battle out the pits here, Chaz. Battle out the pits as we have Robin Van Gogh and Didier De Vlaming.
Sorry.
Battling it out. They've stuck together, and actually now the Audi's ahead.
Oh, the Audi in front of two. I didn't note that Van Gogh was in the pits as well. Apologies there. I completely missed that. And then behind them, that's not a battle for position, but we have two Lamborghinis side by side. Niels de Kuiper in one of them. I believe the other one, is that not his teammate actually, Jens Goossens? It is. Yeah. It's the two Zenem cars. Although I have both of them down as Zenem Esports 1 based on their driver information. So one is 1, one is 2, but both are 1 at the moment. Put that together. Anyway, we currently have this epic fight still going on between this Audi and this BMW. The two of them not taking tyres in that previous stop either. And now it's Didier De Vlaming that is behind the wheel of the McChallenge by DB Audi. Robin Van Gogh still driving the BMW. An hour and, 18 and a half minutes left to go now in this race. Not too long at all. Oh, look at Van Gogh all over the back of that Audi now. Surely this has got to change very soon. Robin very much in the flow of how this BMW works right now, Dida has to try and get back up to speed with it, and it might take a bit longer than he would like because Robin's going to try everything he can to get through.
How narrow Dida went into the corner. He's still going to come out just about on top. Lamborghini fancies to get through. Trying to get through this lap traffic, of course. Jens Goossens up in 6th place on the road. Meanwhile, this fight is between Robin van Gogh and Dida developing for 10th place. Look at the BMW trying to push the Lamborghini through and follow him through into the first corner, but thinks better or it doesn't want to have an incident. Very smart thinking. Power nice and early. Gives a bit of a punt up the rear. Bit of a hurry up. Flash of lights. Not sure what he was thinking he'd achieve from that.
No, he went for the cutback and it just didn't work. Yeah. That wasn't on Dida's part. That was just Robin van Gogh. He tried something really good, but unfortunately just got it wrong.
Oh, look, Olivia Bulting's on a bit of a charge. Personal best sector 1, purple sector 2.
Yeah, he is absolutely flying. Oh, he's crossed the line and it's not an improvement, but it's a 47.3. So still absolutely rapid all the same, but this goes on regardless. And like you said, Ed, I think this will probably go on till the very end of the race unless something very dramatic happens.
Good to see, though, that Fleming still as quick as his teammate. Still giving Robin van Gogh a lot to work for to try and get through ahead. As they come now into Ascari, you can just see the difference in car, the difference in stability. A lot of the time, the Audi, same car essentially, but the Audi has to fight a little bit of oversteer. You can see little minuscule corrections when we go on board. I'm going to go with Robin van Gogh. You should see the steering inputs a lot more consistent. Can't actually see any steering inputs there from that camera. Whoa!
Oh, way up now. Now that wasn't stability, was it? Yeah, sorry. I do that. I always say A up. Whenever I'm losing it or like having a moment, I go, oh, way up.
The Flemings into the pits.
Yeah.
Incidents potentially there. They only get 25 before they have a drive-through. And that could be big for the race. There was a bit of a hit up the rear. Was that a 4X that suddenly tipped him over?
Yeah, I reckon it was. Because they've obviously had a number of off-tracks as well due to the damage. So I think, unfortunately, that is the moment I mentioned that is going to change this battle. That's a real shame to have happen. But at the end of the day, that's motorsport. It's
Jeremy
not always...
confirms it. Drive through 4X contact and coming out of turn 1, coming out of the chicane as we do dip into the 46s by some margin there. Olivier Baltink improves on his time by half a second.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Olivier Baltink has just been an absolute machine in this race. So is his teammate as well, Scott McFall. Absolutely awesome. Both of them properly on it. And the fact that they are, yes, the track is getting cooler and getting maybe a bit faster, but the fact that this far into a race, after doing this longest stint as well, Olivier Baltink can still deliver. It's just no wonder that they are right at the top of the table and absolutely dominating this race as well now.
Yeah, and I mean, Olivier, we saw him in the chat actually after his first couple of stints saying that he didn't do a great job, but I mean, he only had a couple of mistakes. Those were late on with cooked tyres. He still gave his teammate a good position to come through. His lap times were very quick, and now all of a sudden he's got back in the car, and he's showing exactly that same pace that he was showing in those first couple of stints, and he's probably going to be in the car all the way to the end of the race, you would imagine. And look at the advantage all of a sudden that Simdistrict GT3 has over SMO.be. It's almost a full lap now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's... No, he's yet to pit, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
Thomas Schmetz in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Thomas is always a fan of our work here on Sim Racers World TV. He's a really top bloke as well. Good to see you, buddy. I think Olivier Baltink's going to maybe do one more lap, or is he coming in now? No, it's this time round, isn't it? He was still fuel saving right to the end, so I didn't know if he was going to do one more, but even still, another mega stint by Olivier Baltink. Wondering whether we're going to see him change over. It's Bavo Follen back in the Porsche in second place. He was the driver that started the race in this car. Had a great scrap as well with the iLivery Vibe Sport car. Cassandra is grooving. She is, mate. Sandra is absolutely grooving so far. Doing absolutely fine at the hands of Paul Ankers Rieger for Porsche Sport. It's been a great effort by them guys, to be fair. Really, really strong effort. Considering that there's no other cars to race against as well. They could have just parked it, but they're just enjoying the race and getting on with it. And this is the thing that we've always got to praise, really, isn't it, Ed? Because even in a situation like this, we all do this because we love motorsport, we love sim racing, and these guys are the epitome of that right now, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job. Currently 17th, seeing what they can do to get a few more places. So we did have a chat, didn't we, to Luke, seeing what he's thinking that the position they could get come the end of the race. It's at around about 15th place, so you can see what Rieger's doing. But yeah, like you said, Porsche Sport in the chat, Rieger is definitely flying his way through the Temple of Speed, some circuit, and keeping up with some of the GT3 cars just ahead of him. See the speed differential now between the Audi in behind, Porsche up ahead. Not really too much in it.
No, there's not. It's fantastic to see it. I'm just looking at lap times as well. He's done a 150.0. Wim Everart's did a 148.9. We do have cars that are doing 149.5s and 149.8s.
Hang on a minute, Chaz. Robin van Gogh, I think, has slowed down that last lap to allow in behind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did a 202.5. That could be one of the most ultimate forms of sportsmanship that I've seen in iRacing.
Mate, that is brilliant. Because I don't think he's had an incident. I'm not seeing anything on the in-event viewer. He's definitely slowed down.
Yeah, I think
to
he
allow
has.
this fight to continue.
Let's just have a look at.
Oh, he has had a moment, has he?
No, I've just gone back to just see him. Is this the lap that's just finished? It is, yeah. So apologies, everyone. Let me look back to when. Did he come in as well? I think he might have had a drive-through.
Did he have a drive-through, or did he just do one himself? I don't know if he served one, had a penalty to serve.
Oh yeah, he was in the pits for 24 seconds.
Oh, so maybe they both had drive-through penalties.
Yeah,
And they both got the 4x contact. It was just because you have obviously a certain amount of time you can serve it in. It's around about 3 laps from information getting to you before you have to serve it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, what we thought was a fight coming to an end is suddenly a fight erupting again. And I mean, look at Ronnie Hayman just up the road, duct tape racing.
Yeah,
1.5 seconds. We could have a 3-way fight, maybe even a 4-way fight, because Steph Delnou's still within around about 6 seconds now of Robin van Gogh. It's all coming together here.
Yeah, there is Steph in the other Porsche. The Dynamic Simulator's red machine. 13th at the minute. So it is all falling back into place. Something that isn't quite falling into place is the amazing Belgium race. Dominic de Klerk's just gone in a little bit too fast into there. Manages to save it. Big slide. Manages to not have the car completely loop on him. But yeah, that was unbelievable. Olivier Bultic says that was a brown moment for me in the second chicane. Happy I could avoid it without contact. Well, on our side of things, there was contact, buddy. So we think you got away with that damage very, very much so. Either way, this battle in the middle now between Robin van Gogh, Dieder de Vlaeminck and Steph Delnou's still going on. It must have been a drive-through penalty for Van Gogh as well. He just didn't want to give up that battle straight away. He wanted to see if they could both carry on.
Yeah, 100%. This is a great fight, though, that we're going to be treated to, I'm sure, because Robin van Gogh, even if he's quicker in clear air, he's going to come up to Ronnie Hayman that isn't going to give up this position so easily. They're going to battle. They're going to slow each other up. DJ de Vlaeminck is going to arrive on the scene. They're going to all start the fight, and then all of a sudden you'll start to see Steph Delnou's come up as well. And what a way to round out a brilliant race here. The second round of this DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Championship. I think the second season we've been able to broadcast this championship on Sim Race as well TV. I'll tell you what, this second season is definitely proving to be a real hit. You could just see the level of competition. I think the transfer over from multi-class where we had LMP2s, we had obviously GTs and then GT3s. I think having GT3 and of course the Porsche Cup format definitely is showing that it's working well.
Yeah, oh god, yeah, for sure. It's always been a really strong formula, to be fair, since GT3 came around. I believe, now don't quote me on this, but I think the first ever homologated GT3 car was a Maserati Gran Turismo or Gran Sport. That was the first homologated GT3 car. I remember in the late 2000s seeing the good old Dodge Viper GTS GT3 car, the big beefy ones in 2008, dominated the British GT Championship in 2008, which is when James Gornall won it in a big white and blue stripy Trimite Viper. But there was a good 6 of them, I think, in the series at the time, along with Lamborghini Gallardos, Ferrari F430s, and an Ascari KZ1R. Now that was a good sounding car. I'll tell you that for free.
There have been some brilliant cars though coming through the GT3 homologation. I mean, I still can't believe there was a Morgan.
Yeah, I know.
Car made of wood, basically, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it was the de Havilland Mosquito of GT3 cars. Now this is an interesting little moment here because Ronnie Hayman is going to go down the inside of Paul Rieger in the Porsche. Robin van Gogh, oh, just as I expected, he gets held up slightly on the apex of the corner. Nothing Paul Rieger can do about that. He's just running his own race, but interesting that the traffic, the one piece of traffic, has actually had an effect. But look at the Porsche in a straight line. Look at it. He's actually going to... Oh, no, he's backed out a little bit. But it was as quick as the BMW. We've got the 2 McChallenge cars. Teammates in the background here. They look great when they're together like that. Absolutely love it. De Vlaeminck just in front of Jürgen Knockaert in the 273 machine. Oh, apparently there was contact as well between the Porsche and the BMW, which is a shame. I can't see any damage on it. I think there might be a tiny scratch on the right rear in that corner of the bumper, maybe. The Maserati Coupe Grand Sport Light has the badge GT3001, apparently, according to Thomas Smets. Thank you very much, mate, for getting that info. But yeah, what a fantastic car that was. They sounded good as well.
There's just been some brilliant cars coming through GT3 class. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to have GT3, hopefully for the foreseeable future, because it's such a good sort of, I guess, homologation, isn't it, of competition across all championships. I think, actually, aren't they trying to homologate as well what was GTD and GT3 together?
I think it's,
or
yeah,
something.
GTD or GTLM or whatever it's called now.
Yeah, yes, GTLM or something, because I think, aren't they going to get rid of GT and replace it with GT3s?
I think so, yeah. Either way, Ronnie Hayman's trying to get rid of Robin van Gogh and it's not working. The duct tape racing car can't hold it together. So, at the moment, he's now in 11th place, but he wants to be in 10th again by the time they get to the end of this straight. And if these guys carry on fighting, Dieter de Vlaeminck behind them is going to be able to catch up and then try to overtake. But look at this, the Porsche and the BMW, 2 more German brands that have been at it for a very, very long time, still at it now in this race. Even in the virtual world, they're still going hard at one another's throats right now. But Ronnie Hayman just behind. As, oh no, into the back, Robin van Gogh into the back of the WPR Porsche. That's Wesley Giel-Hoed. And look at that.
Worse, though, was the duct tape racing car somehow throughout everything that went on. It was like a Newton's cradle of cars coming together, and unfortunately, Ronnie Hayman bore the brunt.
Yeah, out of all cars that would have lost out in that, I wonder what happened to the WPR car. We're going to get a good view of it here. Did he just have a slow exit, or did he just want to stay out of the way of these guys?
I think we're top the rear.
Oh, he was just really slow on the exit. And like you say, the car that lost out was the duct tape car, because he went off the circuit. It went one way, then the other. Thomas Smets has sent a message that's just full of abbreviations, all beginning with GT. So GTD is already GT3 and GTLM, and will be replaced with GTD Pro. The only difference is that GTD, an amateur driver, must be present, with GTD Pro could be like an all-factory lineup. Okay. So...
I think I understand.
Yeah, so GTD is GTD, yeah?
And then it's GT3 GTLM? Or is GTLM replacing GT3?
I think GTLM
is replacing GTD. No, GTD Pro. Right. Anyway,
Don't get me started on GT2.
Oh, I commentated on GT2 this year with Mr. Addison, and I can happily say that in my lifetime I have commentated on Hans-Joachim Stuck, which is absolutely. It was until I was writing a piece on my website about it the other day, actually, which I've not finished yet. But I wrote it down, and I had to sort of sit back and go, oh yeah, I've not really thought about that much, but yeah, I've commentated on Hans-Joachim Stuck. GT3 will replace GTLM. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And what's happening to GTE?
Oh, GTE's all been set on fire and, you know... Yeah.
Burn in a corner that we don't care about.
Yeah,
Put in the bin and set on fire.
Yeah, it's just GT3s with skinny wings, isn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, no ABS.
Very true.
Disgusting.
Oh, no, I like it with no ABS. I prefer driving the GTE cars.
Maybe I think it's unbiased, but that's probably because I've got Logitech, so I don't have the load cells, so I can't feel the brakes. So I like my GT3s because I can drive them. Can't do a GTE, or at least consistently do a GTE.
Yeah, fair point. But yeah, I like that with a car with no ABS on, you can snatch that inside wheel if you want, but the car will carry on turning. It doesn't straight line and go away from you. It still tries to, you know, it still digs in and turns. But ABS just feels horrendous to me. Anyway,
the best way to drive these GT3 cars, it isn't how you drive in real life, but how you drive them in iRacing is you try and keep away from using the ABS as much as possible. You sort of get right on the limit of it cutting in, whereas when you drive it in real life, you absolutely slam the anchors on and let the computers let all the ABS do all the work.
Yeah, fair point.
Because it does it better than your human foot could, so you use it all.
Wim Everart's had another issue at the chicane here. He's not having a good time down there at the first couple of corners, is he? Tries to come back on, just behind race leader. Does it nicely indeed. We're looking at Jesse Hendricks, though, because the Pink Pig pretty much on its own at the minute. 27 seconds behind Louis Klinkhammer and 21 seconds ahead of Dries Moosty. But one of the main things to note, Ed, is that we are just about to come into the final hour of this race here at Monza. 163 laps in the books. We might get those 200 laps.
We might do. It could be close. We're going to see if we can get to those able 200 laps of racing here at Monza with an hour to go. Who's going to be coming out on top? Don't forget as well, it's the season of good cheer. In 1 week's time, it's going to be Christmas. Who's going to be filled with Christmas cheer and general cheer come the end of this race, and who's going to be feeling as miserable as the Grinch after all's been said and done after the next 1 hour of racing here at Monza, Chaz? Because for me, this has been a real treat, a real gift. I think this race, you can agree, it's been brilliant to be covering. But what else is in store for this final hour?
I think there's going to be a motor race.
Are we going car racing?
Yeah. Oh,
do we go motor racing?
Oh, Toto, we're going car racing. But Scott McFall's been racing, and so's Olivia Bulting. The two of them have been supreme in this race so far. They, of course, lead the race overall. Leading the GTC class is Paul Rieger in the wonderful Porsche Sport 992 Cup car. They still go on, and I still don't understand why they put those horrible crosses on those lights at the front, but anyway.
Makes you think of stock car racing when you sort of see them all crossed out.
Well, it's like when you see it in classics as well, like at Goodwood, where they have the cross of
minis.
tape. Yeah, that's exactly. I can picture a green Mini with a cream roof and them crosses on it, and just a big circle.
You see it in like old classic rally cross as well, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And it's obviously, we know why it's there, to stop all of the any glass or plastic going shattering all over the place, holds it in place. But yeah, it's.
Don't tend to see it on brand new.
No, it just looks odd. But I think that's just to do with the headlights and drivers not blinding each other in the races, I think. But
True.
Anyway, currently, we look at Jens Goossens because he's another driver that's kind of on his own. He's got Nick Poylart 8 seconds in the background there, actually. But Kimber Hayes 47 seconds off up the road in front of him. So not really much to do at the moment in terms of catching him. that can be done very easily. It will take something for that to change around that is quite substantial as this race goes on. Here's the WPR Porsche, which is very second-hand and very grumpy at the back now, with Wesley Gilherd at the wheel in car 33. But again, another team that's had a bit of misfortune in this race that is just still pushing on and cracking on with the job at hand, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really plugging away, getting the laps under the belt. Give them big credit, up in 15th place at the moment. And they're still putting themselves in position to capitalise on any mistakes up ahead. You can just see Niels de Kuiper, 20 seconds up the road. And looking at the times coming through, not the biggest the difference is. You can just see Niels now coming into turn 1. Look at that. Zenemy Sports 1 car, lovely. I think it's the Zenemy Sports 2 car, actually, the 169. 69 is Zenemy Sports 1. Very nice, though, nevertheless.
Yeah, indeed. Really good-looking car, to be fair. In the mid-pack, by the way, we've got... I'm hoping this will work if we do this. No. Brilliant. Okay. Well, maybe if we do this. Ah, it's even worse. Right.
Ugh.
I want to try and get it so that... There we go. No, it's not working because of the traffic, unfortunately. The battle box picks up traffic, so we can't have nice things. But
SDK, come on, what are you doing? what are we paying all this money for? Come on.
Robin van Gogh is 2.2 seconds, move on quickly, ahead of Ronnie Heyman in the duct tape racing car. And then Didier de Vlaeminck is currently 2.4 seconds back from Ronnie. So we've got this trio of cars. And then again, you know, Steph Delneu's less than 4 seconds back as well. So we've got this quartet of cars that are very close together. And any bit of just misfortune with traffic, a mistake here or there, could completely throw this around and give us a very, very strong battle to the final, maybe even, say, half hour of the race.
Yeah, we are expecting, of course, one more pit stop from all the drivers now at this stage of the race. With 55 minutes still to run here in Monza. Who's going to come out on top in this fight? Because any one of them, really, can do it. The pace is equal all across. Steph Delneu's probably one of the faster ones, just from the last lap alone. Personal best being set at the moment. I know it's Simulators Red on what we would consider a heck of a charge at the moment.
It's just great watching these cars power their way down the straight at Monza. It's just a hell of a place. And the long, long straight. It's just unlike any other. You've got obviously the buildings and the crowds all around you and all of the beautiful scenery here at Monza as well. The actual park that is Monza is gorgeous, wonderful place to be. And it's just one of those circuits that has so much character. It's not a circuit I always particularly look forward to driving the most. If I'm ever thinking, oh, hello.
Whoa, no.
Well, Steph Delneu's is saying Steph Del no right now. Just go straight into the back of Wim Everarts. Now, Wim was a bit slower in some previous corners, but the thing is, you have to be ready to compromise for these drivers, and I think the more and more I see it, there's less sort of comprehension from these drivers that the lap traffic they're chasing is going to be slower. It's just like they don't. I mean, it's that they know that they should adapt to it, but it doesn't cross their minds in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's unfortunate because that has probably deprived us of one more car getting involved in this close fight. So what was once 4 is probably going to be down to 3 now. Robin van Gogh, Ronnie Heyman, Didier de Vlaeminck, all close together, all separated by 2 seconds to each other. We're only following Robin van Gogh right up in behind Babo Follum, getting a nice helping of slipstream from the car in the second place. Tell you what, it's been great credit to all of the drivers. Even though we don't have one of the biggest grids, we've still had some of the best racing. I think you'll agree, Chaz. It's been a real humdinger of an endurance race. Never really been a dull moment.
Yeah, it's been great. There's been so much going on all the way through the pack. You know, we've had some incredible battles. The battle between Robin van Gogh and the McChallenge by DB drivers, that's something I'm not going to forget. That was epic stuff to watch. Even when we were on our break as well, you know, there was still absolutely together. Really, really good fun to watch. And I hope that we can maybe see another battle like that before this race is done. But the guys now into that final hour, into the last window where people are going to be pitting. This is the time where they really either need to be very careful or push very hard.
And I'm certain that one of those two things is going to happen. I'm not sure which one. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But we are definitely going to see some action. That's something we can definitely guarantee here, because when cars are all so close into these final stages of the race, with an hour to go, fireworks and drama are usually bound to ensue. Ronnie Hayman, for the moment, Duct Tape Racing, like you've been saying, Chaz, doing a great job keeping it all together. But I don't know if he's able to weather the storm, because he got passed by Robin van Gogh, not forget, and has been dropping back slowly but surely, I think, into the clutches of DJ Dave Lamink. Having a look at the lap times coming through, they are pretty much even and equal. But DJ is just taking a little while to, I think, bed in. He's new in for this final little while, this final couple of stints. I think now we're starting to see the pace come through for the Audi driver.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see more and more now. We're getting to that golden hour. The shadows are getting lower. The showers are getting lower, obviously, but yeah, the lighting now very much that yellow tint as we get towards the end of the day. If we bring up the conditions to show you on the right hand side, it's now 7:20 in the evening. Race should finish just after 8 p.m. in the sim, and that will be roughly 9 o'clock or just after 9 o'clock local time IRL. But 21 degrees Celsius on track now, so it's nice and cool. So they've got some really fast conditions underneath them. Just depends on how the cars have lasted up to this point, doesn't it? Because a number of them, as we see here on the McChallenge by DB number 10 Audi R8, there are some battle scars on some of these machines, and some of them, like the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Porsche, looking very clean indeed.
Yeah, almost pristine. Just a slight scrape at the front and a couple of scrapes at the back, but other than that, it is a very clean-looking car. Trees and his teammates have done a great job keeping it safe up until now. Just got 50 minutes to go up to the end, and it's if you've got your endurance commentary bingo card for these iRacing endurance events, you can tick off the rain, because we've just seen that in the chat. Imagine getting rain in iRacing. We've been talking about it for so long. With the addition of Knock Hill, Scottish track, it's only right to add rain, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And sheep.
Add sheep to iRacing. I don't think it was something I'd be thinking of. But
The only thing that can bring out a safety car automatically on an iRacing road course is a sheep on the track.
Well, if Bathurst can have kangaroos on the course,
yes,
why can't Knock Hill have sheep on the track?
Or a Highland cow. Something of that sort.
Q.
Anyway, Highland Q. Anyway, we need Peter back in here. But,
get him back in, so we can hear his lovely dulcet Scottish tunes.
I would literally love to see Peter just pop into the interview waiting room, just so I can get him to say the words Highland cow and then just drag him straight out back again.
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean, to be fair, he's been drinking his Belgian beer, so
oh god, yeah,
maybe it's best to leave him.
You never know. But either way, rain is on its way for iRacing. I just feel so sorry for everybody that's not going to have a 3090 by the time that the year comes to an end, because I mean, I don't have one. I've got 2070, but yeah, for those of you
I've
that
got 1070.
Oh heck! But for those that I mean, obviously graphics cards and parts for PCs have been a nightmare to find. I've said 3 times this year I'm going to build my third PC. I've not done it yet, but I just really hope, and I'm confident in iRacing. They take a long time to do stuff because they test it and they get it right. Yes, some things don't always work on launch, but sometimes things don't work.
Hang on, have we just seen a moment? We have. I just thought for a moment I heard some tyre squealing. Robin van Gogh, huge incident coming out of Ascari. How damaged is the car? Has it fared better or worse than an incident we've seen before others? Did he hit the soft tyre barriers? This was it. I think it was just the bounce over the curb. Yep, unsettled.
Oh.
Thankfully, he hits the green soft tyre barriers into the front. Has that damaged the engine? As that damage the front end, seems to be okay. It can take a fair beating, this BMW, but now all of a sudden he's lost 2 positions and needs to work really hard to try and gain them back.
Well, that's a nightmare for Robin van Gogh, just pushing that little bit too hard, went onto the apex, it chucked the car in the air, upset it, and then threw it back across into the wall. It's easy to do. If you say you've never done that, you're an absolute liar, and I don't want to speak to you. However, Hendrik de Grave raising the very important point that GPUs are terrible price-wise. That is true. I actually, I don't know if you've got it over there, but in the UK we have a place called CEX, Computer Exchange, where people basically, it's like cash converters. You sell stuff and then they'll put it up for 60% more. And I went in there the other day because I was looking for an Elgato capture card, but not any of the newer ones. One of the really old ones that you can plug your PlayStation 2 into. Yes, more on that later. But I saw two 30 series graphics cards. One was a 3080 Ti, I think. One was a 3090. Both of them were over £2,100. I was thinking, no.
I mean, I saw a 3060 Ti on sale in there. Just literally, I was going around Christmas shop and thought I'd pop in, just see what there was.
Oh, you've always got to have a look.
Always got to have a little goosey gander, see what's in there. Saw a Stream Deck that I was very tempted to get. I got a Stream Deck that I was looking at, tempted to, but thought better of, and just thought I'd probably buy it cheaper from somewhere that isn't CEX. And there was a 3060 Ti on sale for 800 quid.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I feel bad for one of my mates because my mate had his graphics card pack up and died in literally the other day. I had to go and they couldn't repair it, so then he bought I think it was a 3060 Ti for around about 700 quid.
Oof. And the thing is, cards like that, they were meant to be less than £400, weren't they?
They were supposed to be like
380.
I mean, I got my... Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, to be fair, all graphics cards have been marked up for price. I think at 1070, because of how power efficient it is and because it's used by Bitcoin miners, it still retails for more than it costed when you would first buy it, I think.
Quids in.
So I could technically sell my 1070 and have a profit, but then I'd have no graphics card and I'd be,
yeah.
be begged.
You won't be here.
Yeah.
Well, someone that doesn't have to worry about graphics cards or the prices or inflation or Bitcoin right now is Scott McFall. He's doing an absolutely awesome job. 38 seconds out front. It might not be the 2-lap lead that they had at Zandvoort, but they've got 45 minutes of this race left to go, Ed. And they are absolutely on rails right now in that Sim District GT3 car. Hats off, of course, though, to Bavo Follen in the Decimo car and, of course, Louis Klinkhammer and his team in the iLiveries car. These guys, to be honest, pretty much all the guys chasing them down, everyone's been so consistent in this race. It's been a joy to watch them, but it has to be said that this Lamborghini at the front, with the pace that it's had and combining that with the consistency, has been insane.
Yeah. Quick car, 2 quick drivers is a very difficult combo to try and beat. That was a huge moment over the curb. Spine snapper as it comes back down.
Oh, it's Jürgen.
Yeah, knockout. Very grateful that he doesn't have a motion rig, I think. Hopefully he doesn't have a motion rig, because that would have shaken the fillings out your teeth.
It would have indeed.
Or shaken the teeth out your fillings.
Wait. Would have done. Well, he got away with that, I think. It didn't look like it was too badly damaged at the back. But we've seen a few drivers get away with some pretty hard knocks in this race, to be fair. I think the main one being this Sim District GT3 Lamborghini, when the two cars came together in front of them. I think one of them was Jürgen Knockout, was it not? With the WPR Wesley Gilhode car. But we've had a lot of moments in this race that could have thrown the result completely the opposite way, but it's been a fantastic display of drivers overcoming those moments and pushing on to the very end. The very end is still 45 minutes away there, everybody, so make sure you are strapped in and ready to go for this final whirlwind, I'm sure. We should probably have one more pit stop out of some of these guys now, because the last time this Lamborghini pitted, for example, was lap 156. We are now on lap 173. So it won't be too long until we see them in again. It's usually between 20 and 23 laps, is it not, Ed?
I think so, yeah. So it isn't going to take too much longer before we see Scott McFall peel off into the pits for what will be that car's 6th and final pit stop. Well, this race has, to be fair, absolutely flown by, hasn't it, Chaz? We've had some great fights all the way through. Could still see something come through between Van Gogh and the Vlaming. Just seeing the lap times come through. I think Van Gogh has suffered a little bit of damage, and his lap times have definitely started to trickle away from him, which is unfortunate because he could have been treated to a really intriguing fight. But of course, could also just be down to traffic, the way the race is going. It ebbs and flows. Towards the end of the race as well, different strategies come through. Some drivers took tyres early on, some drivers haven't. Some drivers might opt as well for a late tyre change and go for an absolute banzai charge into these final 45, or now probably about final 40 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sure this will fly by as well, to be fair. There's not much in the way of using all of the fuel when you look at Scott McFall. He's certainly saving quite a lot there. Hard onto that clutch pedal on the way into the braking zone. Listen for it again here. We'll go on board. Oh, listen. Oh, he selected the gear on the way down. That sounded naughty. That sounded absolutely naughty.
Was beautiful.
Oh, I love that little clink. And that's the details in the sim, you see. That is a moment that if the sim was rubbish, we wouldn't have heard that. But it was that real drop of the revs and just that little clink. You know that he's selected the gear, then he's just going to whack the clutch back up and off he goes. Amazing stuff. And another lap in the books by our race leader. Dries Moesti's just been off circuit very quickly, but Wesley is off again at Ascari. That was very close to contact with somebody there. I think that might have been Bravo Folland. No. Yeah, it was the duct tape car. Nicely spotted. And now he's getting flashed as well by the Audi. It's a bit of a troublesome race for the WPR car. Now, he should really have got out of the way there, but he's not.
To be fair, the first couple hours, we didn't really see much of him, did we? And all of a sudden, we've seen probably a little bit more than we would be hoping for in terms of the amount of incidents they've been involved in, which is unfortunate to see. The rear end definitely has seen better days.
Yeah, it has. Definitely seen.
BMW is going to be rapidly approaching the aforementioned rear end of the car in 16th place. I don't know though if it's going to really help out Robert Van Gogh. That little bit of traffic.
Not sure it's going to have enough effect really, but 2-second gap. It could certainly disappear quickly. All it will take is just one little moment in one of these chicanes, a slowdown penalty, something like that. We've seen it before, haven't we?
Shooting your pit box, yeah. Any small little error, any small mistake from the Vlaming, and all of a sudden, Robert Van Gogh is right back in the fight.
Yeah, that BMW certainly looking menacing in the background as well. No matter how ugly it is, it's always menacing and it's going to be right there.
It's beautiful. It's a lovely, lovely car, and I will not let you slander it. I feel like a protective mother. It's probably a car that with a face that only a mother could love, but I'll be that mother. It's a lovely, lovely car.
It's certainly a very stable car. I mean, it's what we've spoken about lots over the course of the race, but you're right. It really does look stable. It looks planted.
On rails, yeah.
It has been for the whole thing, really. And
aside from that moment coming out of Ascari that we saw, 5 or so laps ago for Robin Van Gogh, that car has been just so consistent, so strong through, this final sector.
Yeah, that's it. And to be fair, I mean, we've also seen the downside of this car sometimes, where putting the power down out of the chicanes doesn't always work as intended either, but it does seem like it's got too much traction for its own good or something. Dries Moesti's had an issue from further up the order. Another spin into the Parabolica. I say another, not for him, but of course
for a Porsche.
Spin. Yeah, it's on the downshift. You see, the Porsche and the Cup car is sometimes rather feisty when it comes to snatching gears and sort of spinning up the rear end. It does happen quite a bit.
Very similar to a Pro Mazda, as I've been recently finding out.
Yes, that thing. That thing. The
that lovely beast.
For anyone that doesn't know the Pro Mazda, it's basically the old Star Mazda, the rotary engine little formula car from iRacing. and I'm going to be running a series in the new year called Formula One, based on off the back of the British Boring Car Championship. It's going to be Formula One, and we're running the Pro Mazda with 1997 liveries on it that me and James Leggett have made, and it's going to be a bunch of them, including a Mr. Ed May.
Hello!
Who's going to be racing in the championship. So, if you've not seen that yet, go over to my YouTube channel and have a look at some point. It's great fun. Anyway, we'll have a quick look.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Jakub Szymanski as well. He's going to be involved. I think I've seen him in the chat.
Yes, indeed. Szymanski is going to be in that one as well.
Sorry, I dragged into iRacing actually from an Arma 3 community that I was a part of. I was talking, I was in an Arma 3 community, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I really want to get into sim racing," and I was telling him about that I do commentary and I do all this sim racing, this, that, and the other, and he was looking at getting involved. Told him what to do, coached him for a little bit through his MX5 days, and then let him loose on the Sim Racing World Formula 3 series, and yeah,
he's champion.
Yeah, exactly.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. I was going to just have a quick look through the order if we can. Scott McFall leading the way at the moment in the Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esport Lamborghini. Then it's Bavo Follen in second place in the Decimo BE car. They've been there, well, since about half an hour in. Maybe even longer than that. Louis Klinkhammer has been in third place for a very long time as well in the iLivery's Vibe Sport car. Jesse Hendricks and the DynamiXX Pink Pig. Brilliant drive by these guys. 5 places gained from 9th on the grid up into 4th. The only car in the top 5 that has actually gained a spot in this race that started outside of it, I should say. Dries Mujdi is currently 5th for Dynamics Racing Simulators, taking it nice and carefully around that final corner now. Kimber Haight is in the Flemish Sim Sports car in 6th place. They've had a very quiet run recently, 15 seconds off the car in front, 49 seconds ahead of the car behind. Then it's Zenom Esports 1 in 7th place, and the car behind them actually, Dynamics Bell Speed, has just come into the pits. So that Porsche on its way in for its final stop. I think we're probably going to get these final ones now, to be honest. And now Stephen DeWolf shows us Dynamics down there, but he's actually in the X-Swift Racing Events white car. And then challenged by DB, car 10 P10 in the form of Dida de Vlamink. And then outside of that, Robin van Gogh, 3 seconds back, Sim District GT3. Then it's Duct Tape Racing in 12th, ahead of Dynamics Simulators Red. But we've got a number of cars in the pits now, actually, at this point, Ed. This could be the moment where this Porsche Cup car comes true, because they last pitted on lap 166. That's 11 laps that they've done.
Could hold on till the end, you know. I think
maybe
they're probably able to carry on probably until the end. If not, they'll have a very, very short final stop.
Yeah, it's not going to be much, is it? It'll be a splash and dash. But still, great performance by these guys so far. Still pushing on. Stephen DeWolf, actually, in that Lamborghini.
Is there more damage on that car than there was before?
Yeah, it's had a hit at some point. I can't remember. Oh, game on, no more pits, says Porsche Sport in the chat. So there you go.
There you go.
They're going to go to the end. Paul Rieger is not going to be on the anchors. He's going to be flat to the floor. You are right, though. This Lambo looks a bit more beaten up than it was, for sure. But I think... oh, wow, they didn't even brim the tank. Wow. But this front left looks like it was before. However, it was the left rear that was more damaged previously and now isn't, which leads me to think they've had some sort of fast repair or something.
I could have sworn they had a bonnet. But that's missing as well. Not sure what's going on there.
It's very, very strange. But still, the car seems to be going alright. They started 11th on the grid.
Bonnet or not, they're carrying on. Probably weight saving, to be fair. Get an extra few kilograms off.
Got Van der Peer just behind them, though. Can he make a charge and get through inside the last hour of the race? Lap times 1:52.9 by Van der Peer and a 1:49.0 by Stephen DeWolf. However, they literally pitted on that last lap, did Jürgen Van der Peer, so that's not an accurate representation. To be honest, so we'll see what it's like this time round. The gap at the moment is 1.9 seconds. In fact, because they are right near each other on track, we can show you this. And I feel that DeWolf is losing a bit of time in the faster parts of the circuit here because of that damage. big hop over the curb there by Van der Peer. Yeah, that gap is coming down corner after corner, isn't it, for Jürgen?
Well, it's not coming down as much through the Lesmos.
No, actually, that's the point. It's got up to 2 seconds now. But then on the exit
But that's
of here...
just down to the car, I think, as well. It's down to the Porsche not being good through those corners. Rest of it, though, seemingly working in his favour.
Yeah, he's gaining a couple of thousandths there. He's had a nice run out of the Lesmos. Look at that now, really coming down into Ascari. Let's have a look how it goes. 1.9 on the way in. Great exit on the way out. Gains a 10th there. It's not much, though. It's floating around the same sort of size. We'll keep it there and keep our eye on it. Jesse Hendricks into the pits in the Dynamics Racing pink machine. Great job by them so far as well. Started 9th on the grid into the top 5. And that was a quick splash and dash as well. Now they know that they don't have to brim the cars. The pit stops are getting shorter here, so the way that this pans out and the way that these drivers all end up on the circuit together is going to get very, very interesting in this last hour, Ed.
As if it wasn't interesting enough already. We're going to be in for a real treat here. Like we said, getting closer and closer is actually going straight across. Getting all sorts of out of shape.
He stopped it.
What? He has. He stopped it.
Not sure what's happened there. Now the bonnet for me disappeared part way through that. Now the bonnet was on the car a minute ago.
Oh, for me the bonnet was not there for a while, and then what? Just vanished for you there.
Yeah,
That was very strange.
That's really, really odd, and looks like no one getting back in that car yet. No, it's a very seemingly quiet Monza right now from where that camera angle is. So, unfortunately, looks like Stephen de Wolf is going to completely drop off that one. We'll have to wait and see where they end up in the X-Swift Racing Events white team when they come back. Wonder whether you can keep your eye out in the sim for me, Ed, and see if they completely disconnect. Whether there's any other issues there, but here's a driver and a team that's had a very busy race. The number 10 Audi still pushing on, the first non-Lamborghini or Porsche in the race, this car, at the moment.
Still have a look. De Wolf hasn't disconnected. They're all still there. De Wolf. Yeah, I don't know what's gone on there.
And have a good evening, Thomas Smets. Thank you very much for popping in, mate. He said he's off now. It's movie night. Bye,
movie night.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Pleasure as always to have you. He's having a great discussion with Olivia Bultink in the chat as well about the future of GTE or lack of. But right now we've got
good riddance. I'm going to say.
Wow, we've got a purple sector 3 from Bavo Fullen. So the track is getting quicker and quicker as this goes on. You might have to excuse me a second. My PC's just had an absolute fit. It seems the lighting on my PC has just done something. All my fans, which normally move in terms of the lights and the RGB, have all suddenly locked in place, and now... Oh no, they just got going again. Corsair, for God's sake.
Corsair, eh?
Says
what are you
it
going to
all.
do? To be fair, RGBs are a nightmare because every single bit of kit has every single different bit of controlling for the RGBs, which is something that is a absolute nightmare to try and get right. You do spend more hours fiddling with it than you actually do building the PC yourself, I find, most of the time.
Yep.
As soon as you build it and spend an entire day playing with the RGBs, trying to get them all right and perfect, and getting it all right and perfect on the track. This man, Scott McFall, and his teammate Olivier Wilting, plus with the rest, half hour to go. What a drive it has been so far. Not long to go now with 40 seconds. Their advantage to the Zemo.be. And Scott McFall has been setting very quick sectors. Purple sector 4. Really on a charge, even trying to navigate the traffic. You could just see bouncing it, wringing the neck of it over the curbs. And this car has been a real treat to watch. Hopefully we can go on board just for one of these final few laps, just to see how at one with the car on the track Scott McFall is for this final stage of this amazing 6-hour race.
Well, we're actually sorry, Ed, but we're gonna just quickly
differentiate away from this for a second, because we have a special guest in the commentary box with us. Wim Everarts is going to join us for a quick chat. Wim, it's been certainly an attritional race for a number of drivers, but it seems like some of you guys are maybe getting a few more taps than you would have liked out there. How's it been from your perspective?
It's for me, sim racing, it's harder than real life to sometimes judge where you are compared to the other, and contact is a bit quicker made than in the real. So I think sometimes you can say, oh, what an idiot, but at the end, if you would be in another position, I think you can almost sometimes do the same, because it's sometimes not easy to judge what will happen in front of you or in the back of you.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, there's with not being physically in the car and feeling all of the movement and the G-forces and so on, sometimes you have to rely a lot on your visual and audible cues, don't you, to know exactly what the car's doing.
Yeah, indeed. And especially in the traffic, sometimes it's hard to judge, and contact in the real life is already quite easy to do. But on sim, because you really don't feel the other car, but in real life you still feel that. It's now not happening. So on that side, it's a bit more difficult, and that's why I think in sim racing you see this, and you really have to adapt to that. Even if you see the professional drivers in the beginning, they all have to adapt, and then if they drive a bit, they get used to it, and it gets better. And I think that's the same for everybody. Just doing it a lot and get experience with it.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it shows how serious sim racing can be taken, doesn't it? With the fact that it does, having that experience does matter. It can make a change as to how people drive and how well they do. It certainly goes to show the amount of effort that sometimes needs to be put into these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can only tell that, I'm working for WRT, and if you see there with the other series we have where we can really score points for the championship, we have somebody that almost doesn't work full time, but is working maybe half part time, just only on that project. It's really engineering. We are searching setups. We have real practice sessions with the drivers. It takes a huge of time to be quick on the sim, because the problem is you are not limited in practice. So a lot of practice, so you can really search to the limit with setup, but in the real is not the case. You just have X period to test, to have a free practice and so on. So it's much, you say, in sim it's much more sometimes you can try everything, and you just have to do if you want to be quick. What is in the real also, but it's different because you are much more time limited.
Yeah, that's it. There's sort of positives and negatives to it all when you compare the two, but it's certainly interesting with how close they still are to each other a lot of the time. The sim is always getting closer and closer, but we'll never be a full substitute, I must add, to the real world side of things. But still, it does a really good job for people like me and Ed, that don't ever get to go and do this for real. It's certainly great to have it. Have you enjoyed getting the car around Monza so far this evening? Because Monza's a wonderful place, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Monza is special for me because I had a lot of good experience there in the real, and I don't have a lot of time to sim because in the season I'm not doing it almost not at all. Let's say like that.
Yeah.
But in winter time with some friends, I really like it, and now I had the chance to drive with some friends of Dynamics, and I enjoyed a lot. The only thing what I want is I don't want to have pressure, because I know I'm not the quickest, and I really want to make fun, and I don't want to have the pressure to you have to be quick or want to win the race, because that's for me already every week. So when I do sim racing, I want to enjoy, and it's almost like you go for a beer with some friends. Now you are on the sim with some friends. That's the difference.
Yeah, definitely. No, I agree with that. You can have a lot of fun on the sim, and I mean, while iRacing is a very serious simulator, some of the nights I've had on iRacing, just messing about in some of the cars has been absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It really is a good tool to have some fun with. But either way, Wim, fantastic to speak to you, mate. Thank you very much for jumping in and having a word. Is there any last words before we let you go?
No, nothing. I want to just thank you, Jochen, that I could drive a bit now in this race. I enjoyed it a lot, and let's hope I have some time during the next couple of months to try to do the next race as well. So let's see what we can do.
Brilliant stuff. Well, great to speak to you, mate. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. Okay. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Cheers. Wim Everart's there, an engineer at WRT Audi. So a man that certainly knows his sort of behind-the-scenes data and information there, Ed. So
Lovely
very clever
chat with
bloke
him,
indeed.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. We've unfortunately had an Audi go off the road though. Tony Demjunk has gone off. That looks damaged because it's got that weird. Oh wow! That suddenly went around very quick. Hopefully it doesn't go in the wall. Oh, and it bends the wing even more. It bounces it off very very efficiently, but that's now in NASCAR mode. The rear wing of that Audi. I'm wondering how it's going to get on as he goes around. Oh, there's his teammate going through, saying, "What have you done to that?" But he's still going. It's just not quite the prettiest of Audis right now. It's looking a bit crossed up on the way in, but still pushing on, carrying on. Still just over 20 minutes of this race left to go, and we've got a battle on our hands here. Actually, it's Dieter Flaming side by side with Philip Vliegen. Fantastic stuff.
Here we go. They're down into turn 1. Audi versus Porsche. Again, battle of the German marks as. Into the corner they go. They touch wheels just a bit. They again touch on the exit. DJ de Vlaming muscles his way through. You just about to see a flash of the lights from Philip. He's displaying his displeasure, but that was some great fighting nevertheless. You can see de Vlaming really wasn't willing to give an inch.
No,
it was
really
hard
wasn't.
on the brakes between the pair of them. Really muscled his way through. But this is it. This is the final stage of the race. The final 20 so minutes. So we do see these sorts of moments. Good aerial view now just to see how the cars were.
No, it looked worse from the other angle, to be fair.
Definitely worse from the other angle, yeah. From that, looks like they did pretty much nothing too egregious.
Just wanted to get in there, didn't he?
The rules. Just, went through. Was very firm with his move, but definitely not over the limit.
Yeah, that's for sure. Absolutely for sure. Now, I've obviously been studying the championship points in the background here. You get 20 points for a win, 17 for second, then 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, and so on. So, a 3-point difference for the drivers that are going to win our race. So, Scott McFall and Olivier Bulting on their way to get those 20 points at the moment. 17 points looking like they're going to go the way of Bavo Follen. Obviously still pit stops to be had by our race leader. But interestingly enough, something that the organisers have done, and I thank them massively for this, is they've provided a graph of the points on the right hand side, or a bar chart I should call it, of what points the teams and drivers have, and also what the most is that they could get now they've scored that many points. So over the rest of the season, it shows what the maximum is. So then, if a team has already surpassed what the maximum is that another team can get, then you know that they're clear and they've saved that position. I need to find out how to do that, please, because it looks great. But it really does make life easier when it comes to sort of further down the line in the championship, which will be really, really cool to see. Obviously, it was around. Oh, big hit. And that was DJ de Vlaming. It sounded and looked like one of those slow spins on the way into the chicane there, Ed, and then the hit from the Porsche really finished it off.
Yeah, it was big incident. It's a shame as well that it was the smallest of taps on the Armco barrier that really caused the big damage on the rear wing. Gonna see it here. They just overcooks it on the way in. Gets the hit for good measure, not once but twice up the rear. One from the Porsche, another from the wall. And that is a very battered and bruised looking rear end of an Audi.
And look at this lot now.
Also, look at this. There's a huge gaggle of cars all together, all different makes as well. Got, of course, Lamborghini. Oh, hang on. Yeah,
Sorry.
Lamborghini, BMW. Got a Audi in there, and then the Porsche at the rear. All four of the GT3 cars that are currently on track all together.
Great shot here as well. Shows you the yellow tint of the sky, the wonderful conditions we've got here. Look at the reflection on the circuit. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. As we make our way down the straight then at Monza, that's framed quite nicely actually down there. It's worked very, very well indeed. So we've got the Audi trying to chase the BMW for position. These two once again together. Porsche behind them, by the way. Swiss team. They do have German drivers in there. BMW now.
Whoa!
Whoa, my God! Who was that?
Who was that?
What? You could not make that up. Who was that? I'm sorry for just laughing.
Lunatic.
Was that
Was that
Thijs
Thijs?
It was Thijs van den Berg. I should just look at the event viewer. That was amazing. He just came absolutely steaming through the shot. He did a really good job not to hit anyone there. Fair play, mate. And he made the most of it.
Made in
Wow.
inverted commas. Well.
That was you couldn't make that up, could you? You could not make that up. I'm really glad I went to the chopper cam because I was debating not doing it. Wow. Apologies for just laughing out loud there, everybody, but flipping heck, you cannot make that
blimey.
up. That caught us off guard, didn't it?
Oh, and breathe, everybody. And breathe. That was madness. Thijs Vandenberg, arriving on the scene, was probably busy watching all of the fighting up ahead and forgot about his braking point.
Certainly did. Probably just watching the battle, enjoying himself. Jens
Yeah.
Goosens, that's the pit wall. He's in the pits. There's Jens Goosens in the pit lane. We've had a pit stop for Scott McFall now, and he was only in the pits for 17 seconds. So he's gained 11 seconds on Bavo Follen. The gap is now 52 seconds. What a drive.
You can run out of superlatives for this drive, though, from Sim District GT3 by BMS and by Esports. Stunning drive. That they've only got a little while to go in the race. Porsche Sport as well. Look at them, not doing too badly for a GT Cup car.
They
Up in 16th place overall.
Now, don't forget, these guys want 15th place. The cars in front of them pitted on laps 172 and 165. I don't know if they're going to make the end. I think they might. I think the Thijs Vandenberg in front of them might do, but that WPR racing car might not make it to the end without another stop, and they are only 37 seconds back. Now, you'd be in the pit lane for a good minute, or even 44 seconds, so if they can gradually just keep on a similar pace, which they're only half a second a lap slower than the other car, they might be able to do this. Oh no, DJ de Vlaming's gone off again. That's out of the second, Lesmo. That's a long way to go off the road. Now, was there contact with another car? Because
That rear wing looks more bent and buckled than it has done before.
now I think there's been some shenanigans go on here. So this is Louis Klinkhammer. He's gone off. He's come back on. Now, Van Gogh's gone down the inside of the third place car, which he's well entitled to do. It all slows up. Oh, no. Oh, he's lost it on his own. And then is it just going to... Oh, he's just going to roll back over that way. I did wonder why the smoke was still, like, on the circuit. That was a very, very strange one. Now, look, we've got two battered Audis, both teammates to one another, coming towards us down the straight. Hard onto the brakes they go. Down the inside goes Jens Goosens. On his final stint of the race, that wing is not looking very healthy at all, is it?
Yeah,
It's not quite how they designed
yellow
it.
rear wing is a bit like the Golden Arches at the back. You can see the
It is. It really is.
it's on brand, but maybe not on pace with what it should be.
No. I can't imagine he's driving along singing ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
He's not loving it, is he?
No, he's not loving
Definitely
it.
Not.
No. He drives like a Big Mac right now, I imagine. Either way, he's still inside the top... No, he's not. I was going to say still inside the top 10. Shut up, Chaz. Because he's not. Stefan Luz is going to make...
Yeah, rub it in. Go
Yeah,
on.
more outside of the top 10 if he can have anything to do with it. 15 minutes left to go. Less than 15 minutes. 14 minutes left of this race, everybody. I do not think that we're going to get 199 laps. I think we're not even going to get 198. We'll probably get 193? No, 196.
195.
Oh, okay. Okay then. Right.
Let's see. Let's play some bets. As Paul coming out of the pits.
Oh, Regan.
So hard.
Oh, no, Paul.
Oh dear, Paul. And to be
Is that
fair,
15th place gone?
that
Could very well
Porsche
be.
really held up well for that. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
yeah, that took the hit really well. I was amazed he had to take a trip to the pits.
Certainly sturdy old tank in it, that Porsche. Been through a lot.
Precision German engineering at its finest there. How much longer though? I was going to say how much longer can the Vlaminck hold on from the assault in behind? Steph Delnews, his car looking much cleaner, you have to say, than the Audi just up the road.
I still can't get over the wing. It's like a roller coaster. Now, the Porsche down the inside, Steph Delnews having a look, thinks about it once, twice, moves back in front of the leader, Scott McFall. Nearly shouted Scott McFowl as he went in there. Very close indeed. Steph Delnews, though, he's looking like he's in a position to pounce right now. Right behind that Audi.
Real wing.
Oh, just listen to this Porsche, man. It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Wine. Yeah.
Surely it's got to be round here that he gets it done if the leader doesn't lap him, that is. Scott's just hoping to get on with this, but Steph Delnews is just saying, just give me a minute, mate. Just give me a minute. I'm doing something. Bear with.
I'm busy.
I'm on it, Scott. Leave me alone. Just let me get on with it. You stay there. You don't need to worry, mate. You've got 53 seconds to the car you're ahead of. Don't you worry, lad.
I can't pause it, Mum. This is an online race. sorry. Something just came out of me there.
No. That's yeah. I've got flashbacks of that.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I can't just pause it. Shut up.
Oh no! If I spoke like that, I could get a smack.
Oh no,
Oh.
that wasn't me speaking to my mum. Steph
I was gonna
Delnews
say.
is
Sure.
trying all
Perish the
over
thought
the
of
map.
saying that.
Oh no, I wouldn't tell my mum to shut up. I'd tell her something else. Dina Vlaminck, I love my mum. She's probably watching actually. Mum watches a lot of my broadcasts. Hi, mum. Now look at that. Scott McFall's like, all right, stuff you both then. Watch this. Round the outside. Cheers. M&M style round there. Nearly less than 10 minutes. Just over 10 minutes. This race left to go. Oh, God, we're getting to that moment now, Ed.
We are, but I'm here for it. I'm living for it.
You've got to love it. You've got to love it, mate. Lap 191 for our race leader, and he's got a fantastic battle going on right behind him right now. Steph Delnews down the inside of Dina Vlaminck. Deep into the chicane, gives him a little kiss on the apex. Now, Keith doesn't quite get it done. Side by side they go. I mean, it wouldn't take a genius to guess where either of these cars are from. The Audi in low downforce spec now should go well around Monza. But
to the new secret Audi R8 Evo 3 rear wing configuration there.
Evo 3 Land Speed Record Edition. But no, unfortunately for DJ, the position has gone to Steph Delnews now.
Olivia Bultink in the chat. Brown moment again. Was it was very entertaining for us at the comms box and for everyone watching that didn't have any involvement in that fight. But I definitely think for Olivia Bultink and fans of current race leader would be heart in their mouth, heart almost falling out their backside seeing all of that going on. And you know, it's not over. The fight is still carrying on. Huge credit to the Audi. DJ is going for it down the inside into Ascari. Steph, though, is not having any of this nonsense. Spears it through into the corner, cuts across the nose, and is going to try and speed off into the sunset here.
Yeah, he's done a great job there, and he's actually gapped him big time as well, 1.4 seconds. Stephen DeWolf in the chat saying that he's had a very eventful afternoon. He got apparently brake checked in lap 1. I think he's referring to when the Audi in front was slow through the Lesmos. He lost a minute extra with the extra stop, and they had a fast repair gone. Then his teammate couldn't join, so he drove 5 of the 6 hours, and he went from last to P9. But then his spotter didn't warn him about how many laps he had to serve a meat wall flag, so then he got disqualified. That's why he suddenly stopped. That's absolutely devastating for Stephen. Real shame to see it, mate. But very well done on your efforts up to that point, because to go to last back up to 9th is a really, really strong effort. So, as we say in the gaming industry, GG. GG indeed. GG to some of these guys right near the top, because the top 3, especially these 2 Porsches for me, Bavo Follen and Louis Klinkhammer's teams, and to be fair, the 88 and 77 Porsches as well.
you know, I'm even going to extend that to the Lamborghini too, the Flemish Sim Sports Lambo. They've all been pretty much welded in place for the majority of this race. They haven't shifted around too much once they got where they are now, and they've been so consistent. It's been brilliant, really brilliant.
It's been just a brilliant race. Everyone's done a great job, to be fair, and we're going to be seeing maybe a little bit more still to come. Usually, sometimes we get a late twist in the tail. Where's it going to come through, though? Kimber Hayet with the Flemish Sim Sports up in 6th place. Saw some great fighting in the early doors. Great fighting pretty much all the way through the race. Never been a dull moment.
Yeah,
Up in front, though. It's got full. It's only got, well, 7.5 minutes to go.
He has indeed, and only 6 more laps. But no, it's you said 195, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm going to be way off, I think.
I don't know.
It's going to be 193 now. I think we're going to be way off.
Unless Scott just checks it up. He's like, watch this. Just for Ed.
Just for me. Oh, how kind.
Either way, we are going to run out of superlatives for this Lamborghini and this team. They may have had a spin and a little bit of a scary moment at one of the chicanes, but it's not stopped them. And they've continued pushing on. Bavo Follen and the team at Decimo.be have been great as well, very consistent in the early stages. Unfortunately, we didn't see more of a battle between them and the iLivery's Vibe Sports car, because they were really close together for at least the first 90 minutes of the race and had a good old time fighting with each other. But since then, it has spread out slightly. Jesse Hendricks still in 4th place. The Pink Pig lives on, and it's doing very well. It's the highest placed of the Dynamics cars. Next behind him is Dries Moosdi in the Dynamics Racing Simulators number 77 Porsche. And then 8 seconds back, Kimber Hayet in that Lamborghini, the Flemish Sim Sports machine. So far in the race, if I show you the gains on the left-hand side, the biggest mover of the race is actually tied at the moment between the Dynamics Simulators red car and the Zenom Esports 1 Lamborghini, which are about a lap apart from each other. But still, fantastic efforts from the pair of them. I'm actually surprised, to be honest, Ed, that we haven't seen more positions gained than that. As not to sound disrespectful, but you know, a lot of the time in an endurance race like this, with longer for the drivers to get the job done, you do see more of a difference in how many places people gain.
Yeah, I think it comes down, though, to obviously the nature of the race. The rate of attrition has not been that humongous. We've still seen a few drivers obviously out of the run retiring, but as well, with the longer qualifying session, 30 minutes gives drivers plenty of opportunities to get the lap in. It means that oftentimes the cars are close on track in terms of pace, and usually a race where they qualify doesn't mean, though, that it's any less exciting. Don't need to have drivers making up 10 or so positions in an endurance race for it to be a good one, do you? We've had some brilliant fights up and down. Now into the final 5 minutes as Vliegen got a little bit squirrely on the entry into the second chicane. There's a big moment off in the background. Was that a little bit of a tap up the rear, potentially from the BMW into the back of Niels de Kuiper? Might have been.
Being very
We
careful.
were just talking about how well they'd been doing, didn't we, about the amount of positions they'd been gaining.
He's got a good amount of time ahead of the WPR car behind him, so he's all right. But yeah, a bit of an odd moment there. So out of the chicane he goes. Oh, he was just a bit slow on the exit, and again, Van Gogh just, I don't know, he just didn't. He wasn't prepared to compromise for it.
I think de Kuiper as well was going over to the right-hand side of the circuit. I think maybe even trying to get out of the way, and couldn't get away fast enough, apparently.
Yeah, it was the smallest of touches, but it was just an unnecessary touch. You know, it's
when the car's loaded up on the exit, any bit of instability brought into the car from contact will have that effect.
Yeah, it just requires a bit more patience, I think, from some of the drivers as things go on. But you said it earlier, to be honest, Ed. That BMW, it takes one hell of a battering, doesn't it? It can really, really live up to a lot.
Yeah, it's why I drive so well with it, because it deals with everything I throw at it, and it stays in one piece, even if I try and slam it into a wall at God knows how many kilometers an hour. But Ryan Van Gogh, it's been amazing how well he's been able to get that car to stop. into some of these moves he's been making. He's been a real stand-up performer. As we see two of the cars out, they're going to try and go formation maybe up until the end of the race. That would be a real treat to see. Of course, this race has been one we've seen plenty of moves being made. I know DynamiXX Pink had some good ones, sending it around the outside of their teammate. Let's not forget Robin van Gogh, big bulking BMW. What a fight he had, of course, with MC Challenge by DB. Though developing for a while, and also his teammates along for the ride. There was one heck of a fight for the final third, but it seems to me that Robin van Gogh will come out on top in terms of that little squabble. Good as well for Sim District GT3 to have both of their cars up inside the top 10. Definitely a better race, I think, from this BMW, at least this time around, than we saw at Zandvoort. Wasn't quite up to pace, wasn't quite in the flow of things. Started off really well, though, to be fair to him. Just couldn't quite get the second half. This time, though, they've been very consistent, very strong. Obviously involved in a few incidents here and there. Saw them have a big moment coming out of Ascari. It's not been the worst of races. Good to see as well, everybody in the chat. Thank you, Henrik de Grave, for the love. We're going to send it right back to you. Great to have everyone along for the ride to keep me and Chaz company. We've had some great racing to talk over, though, me and Chaz. A real round to remember here. 6 hours of Monza, round 2 of the DynamiXX Endurance Series.
Yeah, it's been great fun, and to be honest, it seems like forever. And the last time we actually commentated together, Ed, was back in March when the series last ran and went to Imola for the season decider.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a tarnished day. It was unfortunately the day that we lost the great Murray Walker, but you know, to have been sort of, it may sound a bit silly, but to have been commentating while at least, you know, finding out seemed rather fitting for people like us who had been
definitely
doing it because of Murray. But yeah, I mean, we still had a great race there. We didn't have many cars at all, but still it was very enjoyable, and we've had the same once again here. Now, what I want to do is just keep our eye on this car, because the Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esport team, Scott McFall and Olivier Bultink, have been absolutely smashing so far. They've been really amazing, and they've only got one more lap now to get the job done, and it's only just going to be one more lap as well, so we're not going to get the 196 that I was after. It's going to be
they can park it now and wait. They've got the gap to do so.
197 it's going to be. So still, we were close though, to be fair. I said 198 earlier. Lap 197 of this race. Scott McFall has crossed the line. The timer is going to hit 6 hours right now, and it's going to be about the cars that are behind him on track now that are going to finish the race. It's the last car across the line.
They're not going to finish that because the white flag has been waved now that Scott McFall's come through. They're only going to finish once Scott does, I think.
That's what I mean, sorry. I don't know if I worded it wrong. But the duct tape car is going to be the last car to take the checkered flag, unless they have something go wrong on this lap. But right now, we need to keep our eye on this machine, because this Lamborghini has been very dominant and remains to be so. Fastest lap of the race as well. The only car to go sub 147. 146.6, although a purple final sector by Bavo Follen, so he's certainly been told, just go for it, mate. End of the race now. We're pretty much done. They know they're not going to win unless something serious happens to this Lambo. But really, we have run out of superlatives now, to be honest, Ed, but what a drive it's been.
Has been brilliant. All race long, they've been looking like the team to beat, and it's going to be Sim District GT3 with only one corner to go here in Monza before they will greet the checkered flag and win 6 hours of Monza here in the DynamiXX Endurance Series. They started the season off strongly, and they're continuing to be the dominant force here. Here we go, Chaz. One more corner, and they are going to win this 6 hours of Monza.
It's been an absolutely belting drive. Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMX Sport take the win. Scott McFall crosses the line. Him and Olivier Bultink reign supreme. Bavo Follen is going to come home in second place. Zenom Esports 1 finished 7th. That's important for the championship. A massive, massive gap now opened up by Sim District. We'll keep our eye out, though, for Bavo Follen to come and finish in second. We'll keep our eye out as well, of course, for our GTC entry. The Porsche Sport guys in their own Porsche 992. But it's been a solid performance by these guys as well, hasn't it, Ed? And it's going to be a very well-deserved second place.
Yeah, definitely a much better showing here than they were doing in Zandvoort. Unfortunately, they just didn't quite get the luck their way. But Bavo Follen will round out the final corner. Decimo.be coming out in second place. Cracking drive, a very hard fought but well-earned podium. They kept Sim District GT3 very honest up at the front of the field for considerable stretches of the race, but weren't able to hold on to the lead come the final few moments. And then, of course, Porsche Sport, class of their own in the GTC class, partially because they have been in their own division by themselves, but as well, very good job from them. Weren't quite able to finish 15th overall, such was their aim, but still, just to finish one shy of that target isn't too shabby.
And rounding out the podium, the iLiveries Vibe Sports car, number 41. Brilliant performance by those guys, very solid all the way through. They round out our podium, and the final car to take the checkered flag is going to be the Duct Tape Racing machine. Philip Vlagen in car 832 finishes off the race. And what a fantastically entertaining race it was, Ed. So much going on all the way through. But ultimately, our winners are Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esport.
Brilliant drive from both Scott McFall and Olivier Bultink. You remember them from last season as well, don't we, Chaz, driving in the GTE. They've come through to do a very good job in the GT3s this season and are definitely looking like the dominant force, the team to beat here should their pace continue to be strong for the following rounds of the championship. The next round, of course, Hockenheim, starting on January the 15th. Same place, of course, Sim Races World TV. Got all of that to look forward to. And they will be coming into the new year looking like a very, very strong force.
They will indeed. And now we're going to get some donuts from our race winners, I'm sure. Lovely stuff.
Whee.
And the BMW as well, joining in their teammate car. That's had a hell of a race, that BMW. But BMS and Sim District doing an absolutely awesome job there. Solid all the way through. Didn't seem like anybody could get near them, really. Obviously, they made their little mistake, and the Decimo BE cars were right up there, but ultimately the pace would just be a bit too much for anyone else to deal with. Looking at the results then, Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports take the win. Decimo BE 52 seconds back. iLiveries Vibe Sports, the last car on the lead lap. Dynamics Pink and Dynamics Racing Simulators round out the top 5, ahead of Flemish Sim Sports and Zenom Esports 1. Then it's Dynamics Bellspeed, Duct Tape Racing in 9th, and the other Sim District GT3 by Vibe BMS Esports car in 10th. Dynamics Simulators Red in 11th place, ahead of McChallenge by DB. Then it's the Zenom Esports 2 car, I believe, in 13th, ahead of WPR Racing and Team Tice. Porsche Sport win the GTC class and also managed to finish last in it, but we'll focus on the former, shall we? Porsche Sport take the honours in their class ahead of McChallenge by DB2. Then it's the X-Swift Racing Events White entry, finishing 18th. Then the other cars that we did not have finishing the race were Amazink Belgium, 27 laps down, X-Swift Racing Events Red were 92 laps down, and Tri Racing ended up leaving us early on. But still, a massively eventful and massively enjoyable race there. Ed, any particular highlights from you in that one?
I mean, you cannot talk about that race without talking about that amazing fight we were treated to between the Sim District GT3 BMW and then the Audi, that MC Challenge by DV car. What a treat we were given there. To see them fight hammer and tongs for that final third of the race was absolutely brilliant. And then, of course, that little battle we saw in the early stages starting to brew as well between the lead Lamborghini and Desmo.be in their Porsche was a real treat. But it was Scott McFall and Olivier Wiltink that came out on top in the end. And if we are having a word with them, oh no, we won't, because we will instead all three of them join us all at once. Chaz, I'll let you have a word with our GTC class victors.
Yes, indeed. Porsche Sport joining us in the box. I'm sure to come and steal our coffee and all other manner of things. Starting with the man that started the car, and we spoke to him earlier, Peter Mackay. That looked like a very interesting start to the race for you. Bit of contact here and there, which we obviously discussed briefly earlier. But how did you find it around Monza tonight? I think Peter's gone for a wee or something. What about Luke? Are you there, Luke?
He was here. I'm here, yeah.
Oh, that Belgian beer's gone right through him.
He's in the wine, I think.
I think he's in and out. I think it sounded like he was on a different audio device earlier to what his normal usual.
I'm on my phone, chat.
Oh, he's on his phone now. There you go.
Yeah.
I can hear you now. How was that first stint, Peter?
Oh, it was wonderful. Apart from the McNugget, of course. Where I got hit on the straight, but apart from that, it was very good. Very proud of our Porsche Sport team today.
Yeah,
We did a really good job in our little cup car. Cassandra should have let us down.
Well, to be honest, just missing out on that 15th place that we mentioned earlier. But you know, to have the strategy and the pace to be able to do that, it's a hell of an effort, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. And I'm just toasting our second class victory in a row and second class pole position in a row with a Reserve de Bon Pas glass of red or six. Very nice.
We should have Belgian beer. I think next round we should get some.
I've got a Saint Bernardus next.
Oh, there you go.
It's got a wee monk in the front. It's legit, yeah.
So that's Peter Mackay then, after having a very strong start to the race. Mr. Riga, we haven't spoken to you yet. We obviously saw the incident earlier, but if it did anything for us, it actually showed us how solid and sturdy that Porsche is. It whacked the wall hard, but it seemed to take it. Did it feel all right?
No, it wasn't that good to drive after, to be honest.
All right.
I think next race I'll try to miss those barriers. I was just testing this time.
Well, that's it.
No, it was a great race. Had a few battles with some GT3s, which was good fun.
The pace seemed there as well. I mean, I was speaking to Peter and Luke earlier about how it is in a straight line, but to have that capability in a car like that, it must feel quite odd, really, that sometimes you can't quite stay with the GT3s around the corners, but in the straights you can still be a bit of a menace to them.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, around the corners, the wash is really bad. It does start to understeer quite badly. But down the straights, yeah, we definitely got good pace. So looking forward to the next race now.
Yeah, indeed. It should be an absolute corker next time we get going. Luke, obviously, Mr. Porsche Sport yourself, it must be quite a proud moment, really, with... I know that, obviously, you've not got like a huge field of guys to fight against, but still to at least make the most of being out there on track, still enjoying yourselves. Getting to the finish alone in things like this is difficult sometimes, isn't it?
Hey, still P1 though. Pole position, fastest lap. Won the race.
That's
You've got
it.
to win it.
Home race coming up for the cup car as well.
Yes, indeed. Hockenheim, where the Porsche Sport, well, the Porsche Sport Experience Centre. There you go, Luke. There's an ad there. The Porsche Experience Centre, of course, at Hockenheim as well. So
we might struggle there, maybe with the downforce being an issue, but we'll still have some fun.
Well, we mentioned
and then I might go first, so I can get on the beer like Peter's doing.
get on the beers the earliest. That's the thing. That's a pit strategy in itself, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you as always. Great to speak to you all. Starting with you, Peter. Anybody you'd like to give a quick thanks to?
I'd like to thank my lovely fiancée Lucy, who's sitting next to me, who's put up with me screaming and shouting at the sim today, and allowing us to watch the end of the race. Very exciting, chaps. Well done to you two as well. 6 hours in the commentary box. That's a good effort. And I'd like to thank my beer sponsor, who don't actually give me any money or beer, but I drink their product, Saint Bernardus.
He's got the name in enough. Paul, what about you, buddy? Anyone you'd like to give a quick shout out to?
I think I'd like to thank Michael Massey for a great job last race.
Oh no!
Oh God.
But no, seriously, my teammates all did a fantastic job, and I guess my wife for putting up with me.
And finally, Luke, any words from you?
Yeah, I'm going to thank my dog, Neville, because what time is it now? 20 past 9, and he's not been out for a wee yet, so I need to go walk him. So shout out to Neville.
Big ups, Neville.
Never change you lot. Thanks for joining us, boys. We'll see you soon.
See you later.
See ya.
Fantastic.
And
Absolutely
I said,
fantastic.
Chaz, watch out for them. Watch out for those boys when they jump in for a word with us, because they are a bit of a riot. And now look who's joined us. Olivier Boltink in the Cosmox, Sim District, GT355 and BMS Esports in the Cosmox. And congratulations, mate. Another great performance. Less dominating than we saw there at Zandvoort, but Monza provided its own entertainment, didn't it?
Hello, Chaz. Hello, Edward. Yeah, I'm happy to win, to be honest, because after my second stint, it was not so good. But then, yeah, then I have Scott to just clean up my mess.
We were seeing that first stint, you were putting into really strong lap times, but what was the issue with sort of the car going away from you? Was it just maybe the tyres and the track temperatures proved to be a little bit too much to handle, or was it just you were pushing a little bit too much, do you think?
Well, the first spin in the first chicane was like net code, because the car just jumped and I got a 0x car contact. And it just spun. I lost like 20 seconds there.
Yeah, we did
and
see.
then the second spin, yeah, was I think maybe just downshifting a moment too early, so the rear locked up.
Yeah, it's a tricky car on the downshifts, the Lamborghini, but at Monza, you were definitely the team still to beat, like you were on the first round of the championship. Talk us through, though, that last stint. You were absolutely on it. How fun was the car with low track temperature, low fuel, because it looked like you were really enjoying yourself out there?
Yeah, the car was spot on. We did so much work, Scott and me, on setup. We made like, yeah, I think like 20 different setups.
Wow.
So we had the right one, and yeah, the car was good. I could save fuel, do good lap times. I think my last stint was 33 laps, 34, I don't know. But yeah, the car was just good, and I got the car good back from Scott. So this is a good teammate.
That's all you need. That's all you want, isn't it? It was a good race as well for you and Scott. You've got obviously a month's break before we go to Hockenheim. Is that a track that you think the Lamborghini's going to suit, perhaps?
I don't know. I'm a bit. The hairpin will be the most difficult one, I think, for the Lambo, because the Lambo and also Audi is pretty snappy. I think this is the most difficult part, I think. But I think for the rest it will be okay. I think we are getting used to the Lambo now, so it's good.
That's good to hear. You've definitely been absolutely swimming along, plain sailing for you, it seemed, at Monza, even with a few little hiccups here and there. We'll be excited to see what you two can pull off, see if you can get a third win on the bout at Hockenheim. Before we say goodbye to you, though, Olivier, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out on the broadcast?
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for the broadcast, for the 6 hours or perfect broadcast.
Thank you.
I want to thank Scott, my teammate, and BMS team, and also the Vibe team for all their work they do. I want to thank Stefan, that's the team owner, that gives us the opportunity to drive this series and leagues. So that's about all. And Robin for joining with Stefan. He tried his best, but
Anyway, it was a great race from you, and we'll look forward to seeing you in a month's time, mate. Take care.
thank you. Take care. Have a good night.
Cheers, mate. There we go then. Race winner, championship leader, Olivier Boltink. It's been absolutely awesome to watch them tonight, Ed, and to be fair, I can't see any reason why they might not carry on doing what they're doing, but I mean, he said it himself, you know, it's going to be a bit difficult at Hockenheim, to be fair, but I think, to be fair, if there's a team that's going to overcome this, it's got to be them, surely.
Yeah, you can just hear the amount that they put into preparing for that race. You know, they spent so long trying to get the setup worked in. And to be fair, all that practice, all that work definitely paid off. Weren't able to win by the same margin that we saw in Zandvoort, but still a very considerable margin of victory come the end of the race regardless. And now all that's left to think about is what we will see in Hockenheim. We've obviously been treated to some great racing. We'll definitely have some more great racing to look forward to, but is anyone going to have an answer to the sheer speed and performance that BMS has been able to pull off round after round?
Well, yeah, that's it. I don't know if anyone will be able to get near them, to be honest. And obviously, we're going to be looking forward to seeing the Porsche Sport crew back out there as well in their 992 machine. But Sim District GT3 come away from Monza with the championship lead, and it's opened up the gap even more. Thank you very much to my wonderful commentary colleague Ed May. It's been an absolute joy once again. I've been Chaz Draycott, and this has been Sim Races World TV for the DynamiXX Racing Simulators Endurance Series. This has been the 6 Hours of Monza. We'll see you in January with this series for Hockenheim. For now, everybody, have a great night, and we'll see you again very, very soon.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust.